More than 1.5 million Australians now fill out Vote Compass. So it's
all right, welcome. I am not late,
for voters heading
maybe
to the
gay.
polls or even earlier. And what we know is about a quarter of Australians said climate change.
What's going on,
Climate
Costi?
change is their number one concern at this election. Of course, since 2019, we've had devastating natural disasters across Australia and focus on our emissions reductions target after the Glasgow Climate Summit.
Here we are.
At number two was the
Election
economy
night.
and finance. No surprises there.
Stuff's
That's been
happening.
a focal point of this campaign, hasn't it? With both leaders.
I'd like to welcome
talking about
everybody
their
who's
strengths
decided to join me.
on economic management. And then we also heard from people about the cost of living. Now, David, at 2019, this didn't even make the top 10. So it just goes to show that the cost of living is really biting for a lot of Australian families right now. So this is now in the top 5.
Like 8%.
After that, we had government integrity, accountability, more debate about a national
No
integrity
clear
commission,
result,
especially in a
though
lot of those
we're
key
probably
seats.
changing governments.
Healthcare as well. Healthcare came into our top 5, and we know that this also takes in concern about Medicare, dental.
We'll find out exactly how that's going to look later.
Healthcare also in sharp focus this election.
Cost of living, Bridget, thank you. Lee, we know we've talked about it a lot over the course of this campaign. It'll be fascinating to see how that plays out.
Not late at all. Maybe fake.
Outer metropolitan seats in particular, a lot of seats of mortgage stress, rental stress as well, where that cost of living issue has really been biting.
David, have you ever seen anything like this in an election before, with this level of, as you described it, patchiness?
I haven't seen
ABC
anything quite complicated at this point on election night. I think a lot of it does have to do with the
mostly the safe ones.
Postal votes that we're talking about here. It does make it difficult to draw firm conclusions about what's going on. But the other point that you've all been discussing, and that's the spraying in where the vote's going, away from the major parties to parties like Palmer and Hanson on the right, but the Greens and the Independents on the left. And
looks like the Greens might be the biggest winners.
Some seats go to the Greens
this evening.
In fact, they might increase their numbers in the lower house, but if not, where these preferences end up, you expect those ones to end up in the Labor column. But a lot of these other ones,
no, I think we will get a result tonight.
It does make it very difficult, at least at this point in the night.
It might not be a clear result.
Let me bring in Laura.
But we'll definitely get a result.
Laura, what's your read on how things are going so far?
I don't think it'll end up being a hung parliament.
Very messy, Lee, as the panel's been discussing. I was just having a look, for example, and I'm not suggesting there's any likely to be any change here, but if you look at a seat like the Prime Minister's seat of Cook, he was sort of, with a few of the booths in his seat counted, he was suffering quite a significant primary vote swing away from him. But once again, it was sort of splattering all over the place to a lot of minor parties. And it's also happening on the Labor side as well. Chifley, which is a very, very safe seat for Labor, held by Ed Husick.
So I have a few lol seats I'm looking at.
There's votes going to One Nation.
We'll be watching out for Tim Wilson down in Goldstein.
Different seat. Different votes.
Because he's a wanker and I would like him gone.
Parties. Now, in both of those cases,
it would be hilarious.
It's unlikely that there's going to be a change of members.
Also, the Treasurer down in Kooyong, Josh Frydenberg, the Minister for Cucks.
Different signals that you're getting more widely.
If he loses, that will be hilarious.
Back to you in a little while.
Unfortunately, there's no chance that
Zali Steggall,
the Prime Minister will lose his electorate. He is in a super duper safe electorate.
We'll speak to her in a second. Before we do, Anthony, can you give
So that would be funny.
Yes, Zali Steggall's on track to retain the seat up against Catherine Deeves, who's caused quite a bit of controversy during the election campaign.
Catherine Deeves is the anti-trans candidate,
which is
it was parachuted in by the Prime Minister
to up on the last election. Catherine Deeves on 33, which
to make all the Liberals who don't like trans people in Western Sydney vote for him.
Go on to look at the two-party preferred swing that's occurring, or two-candidate preferred. Zali Steggall has got a 4.7% swing.
Looks like that worked out well for her.
We're quite comfortable to declare that Zali Steggall will be re-elected as the member for Warringah.
Zali Steggall, you would have heard that. Anthony Gray.
I am shocked. Not in the slightest.
Congratulations. Do you owe your first?
Well, look, I think it's early days, but...
Sorry, you go.
Hi, Hi, Lee.
That is a really unfortunate gap in those teeth.
Hi, Lee. I'm sorry. Can't hear whether.
That's fine. Sorry, I was just going to suggest, do you owe your first vote
Sorry.
of thanks to the Liberal Party for helping deliver you this seat?
I'm sorry, Lee. There's a delay in here. But look, thank you. I have to thank the team, my
There's
volunteers.
always a convenient delay.
They are incredibly enthusiastic. They have taken back their democracy and they want their vote to count. It is early days tonight. So look, we want to wait and see, obviously, but it does look good for Warringah to stay independent.
Ms Stegel, it's Annabelle Crabb here. I hope you can hear me. I'm no good at semaphore, so let's do our best. One of the interesting things that seems on early figures to be
semaphore.
is something that's happening all around Australia from what we can see. You've received
Apologies on
improvement in your
a meeting.
margin that seems to have come substantially off the Liberal Party, which has lost about 7%. But then other groups in your electorate have received a percentage uptick as well. The Greens, the United Australia Party, One Nation rather, and Labor as well. Is there a bigger story happening in this election about the failure of both major parties to recognise whole constituencies of people? And what does that mean for the way this parliament is going to look and function for the next 3 years?
Look, I certainly hope we will have more community independence in this parliament and actually more representation, because ultimately by having more diversity in this parliament, we will address more of the issues that matter to our community.
Right
so we
now,
are seeing, and I
here's the
must say, the
totals.
feedback from the community and
Nationwide,
voters
which doesn't
will be
really
out
matter and
about
is
2
irrelevant.
weeks
I don't know
in
why they
pre-poll.
include it,
I
but
was out at about 18
looking at a 2%
booths
swing
today.
against,
The feedback
both parties.
was people are really frustrated. Cost of living issues, but
9%
also
counted.
climate change simply did not feature in the policies and the
Way,
platforms of the
way
major
too
parties,
early
and in particular from Scott Morrison.
to say anything,
It's
yeah.
like he forgot that over the last 3 years we were ravaged by bushfires.
So get a drink,
and
settle
somehow
back.
that was swept under the carpet. Communities care. Communities
Settle in.
are turning to alternatives, and whether that was frustration around
Counting stops at
vaccination
midnight.
and COVID and the impost
Everybody goes
that
home?
put on
'Cause
people,
we-
or whether it is
Well, I
that
guess they're
big
paid,
concern for big
so-
issues, they are looking for alternatives to the major parties.
Ms Stegel, we started off tonight, as we often do, with our little notebooks working out how many seats the coalition needed to lose and how many Labor needed to gain to take government. We're not really seeing any clear answer to that question. If the
That's about enough of that.
answer
Let's see
Great
what,
Australian
Barnaby,
vote,
what
vote
about
in
the city of
public
Nick-
What Barnaby has to say.
Tight run thing. And this is because the
So we switched over to 9,
Priestley tried to be a nat
just in case nobody knows who the hell Barnaby is.
Green to the Green supporters.
This is Barnaby Joyce. He's the Deputy Prime Minister,
and ultimately
also the guy who wanted to kill Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's dogs.
On 10% of the
people
primary
will see
vote
it
counted. We've got the
once,
numbers
but
up now,
they'll
Barnaby.
wake up to it.
Yeah, 10% of the primary vote counted there now. You're on
Yeah, Costi, it'd be great if a lot of independents got in.
21
I'd like to see that.
last time, so that's fairly significant. There is a Liberal running there as well, 16.9%.
Good job being all things to all.
Yeah, you seem to get to. Well, you can say it, Bill.
Hey, Barney, looks like it's Bill Shorten here. Good evening. It looks like Rob Priestley is certainly
Good evening,
attracting some votes, though.
Yeah, of course, Bill, that would be the case. I mean, it's and we could see it. I don't know how Christina Keneally's going, but I imagine badly.
She'll get there, Barney. I hate to ruin your evening, but she'll be back, mate.
We're projecting
But that's what happens. That's what happens in.
I'm not sure what the deal is with Nichols.
Independence.
It might have been one of those candidates that was parachuted in.
They're everything to everybody, but later on, if it comes
The
down to
electorate
put a Labor government in.
hasn't been too happy with
Good night,
those.
Irene. She's all over.
It's also pretty rare for the Liberals to run against the Nationals.
People in Nichols will not want to see a Labor Party government because when they do, if they do, their water's gone.
It won't be easy under Albanese.
In that instance, Barnaby, it's Julie Bishop here. You have the Oakeshott-Windsor scenario where they get in on a seat that has the lowest, Labor vote in the country, and they win as a kind of a national independent. And then when it comes to forming a minority government, they go with Labor. But they'd be cutting their own political throats, wouldn't they, these days? Rob Priestley, if he were to team up with
Oh, there you go.
Labor
They've already
rather
called
than
two
the
independents. One of those will be
coalition
Zali Steggall.
on a scenario.
Oh, and of course, the other one will be Andrew Wilkie down in
Ultimately, you only find out
Victoria. No, Tasmania.
and where their political support actually came from. And when
I think he had 47% of the primary vote.
And,
that's nuts.
Of course, last time we had country...
Especially for independent.
The banning of the live cattle trade, the buybacks of waters that put so much stress on Shepparton, and had the...
His blood pressure...
Barnaby, you're looking a bit glum tonight. Are you
looking a bit red tonight.
You upbeat?
No, I'm not.
It's like his head might explode.
No, I'm tired, mate. I've been on the road for 6 weeks.
But are you confident? Are you optimistic?
I am tight.
Yeah, but are you optimistic?
I'm going to answer that. Yeah. I think the pollsters are going to once more have to go back to their masters who pay the bills and explain why they got it wrong. Because I know how regional people work. It's ripple on the pond. You ring them up and say, who are you voting for? They go, and who are you?
Oh, whatever. Switch over to Channel 7.
Down the street and you just have people calling out to him, J.A., J.A. I mean, this is a man who had huge name recognition, and having him decide to step aside, you just do get automatically...
Oh, they're talking about Bennelong.
...vote that literally was with him because he was J.A.
Jason Alexander?
That
No.
becomes literally up for grabs.
John Alexander.
Okay.
All right, we'll come back and look at some more seats in a minute.
Bennelong's the former Prime Minister's
As we go to air tonight,
seat.
supporters gathering obviously at party events around the country. I'm sure you may be having one at your place. Chris Reason is in the...
We're having one on YouTube.
CBD. He's at Scott Morrison HQ, and Cox is in Anthony Albanese's electorate in the city's inner west.
Bit of a difference there in
what's happening
in turnout.
It is early days. Good evening to you guys. Look, we're here at the Fullerton Hotel in Martin Place in the centre of Sydney, and the party faithful have just started trickling through the doors. They've only been open for about half an hour now, so the room nowhere near full.
Nice cope there.
The booze are starting to flow and the dinners are being handed around, so that's going to attract a few more people down here. Normally, as you know, the Liberal Party would hold its election night functions at the Sofitel Wentworth Hotel, a few blocks up the road from here. That was booked out tonight, so they've ended up with this place. This room, I've got to say, the ballroom for the Fullerton, much smaller than the Wentworth, so I don't know if we can read anything into that. Remember going back to 2019, what a night that was here in the Liberal election.
Always embarrassing when you
it was
have a massive hall and nobody shows up.
Won the election he couldn't win, and remember that night everybody came along.
Nobody's here to listen to Chris Reason.
35% counted. And the Liberals are actually now running second in that seat. We have a predictive computer.
So interesting.
We're basing this on the booths.
This is a Brisbane seat. I think it's like
if we now
most of the inner city Brisbane.
You'll find.
And shock horror, it's probably going to go to the Greens.
Measure next time around. So we are prepared.
Interesting how the Greens only ever seem to compete against the Labor Party.
Well, mate, be out there, be bold. Wouldn't give up on Terra yet.
20% of the vote's been counted.
Yeah, okay.
I don't blame them, honestly.
Australia in this, are they pushing their preference?
Because where else are they going to run? They don't play in the bush.
Away from the Liberals. Putting the Liberals into second place, exactly. So look at that vote, 63.9% for the Greens.
We've called it.
Yeah, a bit early to call that one, just,
House of Rep.
Fuck, cope there.
Lower for Labor.
Cope there,
Greens
short.
are on 12. That is up on the last election. One Nation is 5.3, United Australia 4.8, and there's a big vote for others.
Fucking Palmer and
independents dotted around the country.
Ridiculous party.
We're actually having a difficulty trying to track them down in the computer system. Change in vote. The coalition vote's down 5.5, Labor's down 2.6.
Yeah, so there you go. That's changed since the last look.
As a figure now, the one thing caveat I would say, there's still a lot more vote from outside of the metropolitan areas in.
Still voting in West Australia?
Appear to be quite as bad in the metropolitan area.
No.
So at the moment,
they would have disclosed.
The weightage of rural votes is making that swing against Labor bigger. The Greens are up 2%. One Nation is up 2%.
I don't think they will.
Because they're standing more
think it's
candidates. The
I
voting
think it's 2 hours
in
in
the
West
seats they
Australia.
contested last time. UAP is up 1.4 and others up 2.
Yes, so they've still got an hour to vote.
It's translating into a 1.6% swing. So Labor's slightly ahead at the moment. Now, the opinion poll this morning was indicating 53% and 1.6%. There's nothing in the figures we've got so far that's pointing towards that. We're correcting from where the information is from. But as I said, one of the difficulties that we're having is that the first preference vote is highly fragmented and not at all what you're expecting. There seems to be much bigger swings in Queensland, for instance, but some of those swings to Labor in Queensland might be turning into victories for the Greens. Some of the big swings against the Liberal Party in New South Wales may be turning into victories for the independents. the best figure we can see at the moment as a projection from the numbers is a hung parliament. There's no clear trend. There's nobody, and it's even difficult to work out which party is going to end up with more seats. But at the moment, what I would say is the figures we're seeing are not this morning's opinion poll. I'm repeating myself. This is the second election in a row I've done this about this time of night. But it's not...
I'm shocked. Opinion polls don't work.
The best at the moment I'm seeing is a hung parliament. On the numbers I'm seeing at the moment, Labor might end up with more seats.
Seat-wide, I'm seeing hard swings against the Liberals.
That's because of all those independents. So it's, at the moment, we may be in for a long night to work out what's happened.
What the fuck is going on here?
For a long week to work in which wins which seats, and we may be in for 2 or 3 weeks while everyone works.
Okay, Channel 9, you've piqued my interest.
Hooked up with a billionaire who spent a fortune.
Baggage claim.
Craig Kelly, the Prime Minister of Australia, who once held the seat of Hughes, but no longer. We bid adieu.
Oh, my God.
Let's all strum our imaginative ukuleles as he goes.
Oh, this is going to get my stream struck. God damn it.
Bon voyage, Craig Kelly.
Percent. Colin Boyce is
bloody April sun in Cuba.
It's running for Labor.
Yeah, and it's Colin Boyce as well had 35%. You can see there's a substantial vote there for One Nation.
Go over to Channel 7
and
see
let's
what
have a
Mike
quick
Kelly's
look at
talking
Let's
about.
go out and see the primary votes. 5.8% swing against Peter Dutton. No swing to Labor. Strong swing to the Greens, One Nation.
That'd be
only 1.1%.
That would be so good if he loses.
2.3%. So
there will be so many mashed potato memes.
you have about 8% of the vote that's gone to these minor parties. Where will those preferences go? Let's have a look at what our computer's saying early on. And that puts Ali
please, Lord, let this take place.
We are getting quite significant numbers there. Let's go to another.
That would be fucking gold.
Let us go. Yeah, go to the seat of Hughes. Where are we? There we are. The seat of Hughes in Sydney. This is the seat that was held by Craig Kelly for the Liberal Party. Of course, he left the Liberal Party, went to the crossbench, was wooed by Clive Palmer, became the leader of United Australia Party for Clive Palmer.
He's not going to be the leader for bloody long. He's barely beaten the Greens.
Primary vote is still down by 10.1%. Labor vote down by 9%. The Independent, another Teal Independent, has cultivated 16% of the primary vote. That's quite a lot.
That's pretty good.
At 7.9% as we go to 2.
Considering she's running against other independents.
At the moment, the Libs look like
it's still not going to win the seat.
With that sort of 26%, it's still low. But
I think you are kidding. Allegra Spender, the Teal Independent, is
back from Craig Kelly, United Australia Party.
Beating Dave Sharma,
Claire, you've got some news on
the Minister for Insider Trading.
Mark, I think it might be worth having a look at Warringah. This is obviously a seat that got a lot of attention in the election with that controversial candidate, Catherine Deves, and all of the
Nobody cares what Warringah, that's already gone.
The Liberal.
Let's have a look what we're talking about online.
We're in for a very long night, I think, here, but it's going to be a long night of celebrations if you ask these guys.
I think you're in a
Let's
really
have a
good
look
spot
and
there,
see
Lizzie
if
Pearl.
they've got a breakdown.
Thank you so much for that. We will come back to you very soon.
Well, the impact in Wentworth of Allegra Spencer's, we'll call it marketing campaign, it was extraordinary. It was everywhere you looked, every car you sat behind.
It's amazing.
Shop on the street
When there's money behind you, you can win.
Dozens of people out there every day. It was relentless for the 6 weeks.
This is another example of a candidate who could have run for the Liberal Party. She comes from Liberal Party royalty. She's a
Jesus. Look at that first preference, 40.6%. Dave is done. Stick a fork in him.
And girlfriends of mine.
If that holds up, game over, buddy.
Out for Allegra Spender.
Could I take a small poll? Hands up, everyone who's worked
Safe
hard.
bet, these ALP and Greens preferences are not flowing to Dave.
Boycott and colours and Patty throughout this entire campaign.
Jane Hume, what's your
Let's switch over to the Minister for Xi Jinping.
The Labor Party.
Yeah, we thought we'd better have a look at this thing. It's getting so much coverage. And again, it's one of those seats with a very slow preference count. It's got 12 candidates.
Looks like Gladys Liu, the
Ireland's on 40, just under 41.
the candidate with alleged links to the
We're projecting
the Communist Party of China, might be getting the arse.
Significant vote there for the Greens. There'll be strong preferences to Labor. and we're projecting at this stage a 2.2% swing to Labor, and that would be, we've got Labor ahead, we just need more vote count.
Geez, that's some weird preference flows.
They're very
I'd have to have a look at
for the
those.
Labor Party in Chisholm, which is one of the most marginal seats in the country.
Thank you, Anthony. We'll get Anthony to break down the figures on a few
the preference
seats
breakdown
later, but I did want to just mention Fowler, which has been quite prominent in the federal election campaign because the Labor Party parachuted in Christina Keneally, who was in the Senate.
It's all over the map.
Standing for the House of Representatives in that
No
seat.
wonder.
Have you
Their
been
model's
taking a look
broken.
at that, Andrew?
Yes, looks like Christina Keneally is in a bit of strife there. That we have Di Lee. She's got a 28% swing to her. Christina Keneally enduring a 17% swing. She's got a primary there of just under 37%.
So this is the
Di Lee is the local independent candidate.
Former Liberal, though.
Yes, exactly. She was a Liberal councillor, I think.
Primary of just over 10%. So Di Lee, she was expelled from the Liberal Party because she ran against a sitting Liberal.
That is correct.
In the local council, so she was expelled from the Liberal Party. But that spells some trouble for Christina Keneally in Fowler.
Isn't the significance there, though, Annabelle, less that she used to be a member of the Liberal Party and more that she is a local who speaks Vietnamese, is very well known in the community and has been entrenched in that community for a long time?
And happens to share a name, or a last name, with the previous candidate who was very popular, who retired.
Patchwork quilt quilt confusion, patchwork quilt.
But it's absolutely no relation.
What we're seeing so far this evening is it's got a real feeling of people not liking to be taken for granted, right?
Doesn't it?
Like on any side of, by any side of politics. And
honestly, I don't understand what the National Executive was thinking.
Shenanigans in New South Wales.
Like, I understand they wanted to give her a seat in the lower house
Party to start just
because they think
shoveling
she's
in these candidates with 5
she's the
minutes
cat's
to go.
pyjamas.
I mean, people get angry about that, but it
And look, I like Christina Keneally.
in Fowler by
She's
airdropping
American, but I don't hold that against her.
candidate.
Um,
It wasn't.
But yeah, she's a good.
Obviously, I mean, the only interpretation.
She's a good media presence.
It's not about a sort of vestigial Liberal Party allegiance. The only viable explanation is that this is a local community saying, "Hey, don't like you doing."
There's also something going on in Dixon as well. So I'd be very enthusiastic to hear Anthony Green's.
Anthony Green.
Oh, he is. Anthony, take us there.
He's been waving his hands. We've been ignoring him. Anthony Green, fire away.
It wasn't in our seat run, but we decided to bring it up here.
Yes,
I'm glad you raised that.
thank you.
Yeah.
Peter Dutton, the Defence Minister, of course, Ali France, who ran last time. If you look at
The potato.
Peter Dutton is ahead. We've got 24, but he's only on 39%. The Labor on 31. The Greens, again, another strong vote.
This, my friends,
16%,
is the
5.7%,
advantage
a smaller number
of a preference-based system.
Going again. We're seeing this a bit in urban areas. The Liberal vote down.
Because while
It's going to the Greens in
in
Brisbane.
any other system, like where first past the post,
And at the moment,
the potato would be re-elected despite more people choosing someone else.
Preference count in 8 polling places. Certainly not calling it. We
And yet,
top of our bottom of frame.
our system gets rid of
Pulled it back. We thought we better be cautious.
gets rid of annoying tubers.
Look at this. As I said, some of our first
Like
preference
Peter
counts are well ahead of our after preferences counts, and we're trying to catch some of those.
I mean, Simon Birmingham, that's very interesting because Peter Dutton has held
So
that
with
seat.
my
If
third
there
drink,
have been
I
big
toast.
swings against the coalition.
Alvita's own potato.
Well, it is interesting. I mean, we've seen clearly that previous elections, very intense campaigns in Dixon, and it's probably gone a little bit under the radar in this election campaign. It hasn't with Peter, though, and I certainly understand there is quite a large pre-poll, and so there's the biggest booth to come and very big booths. There's quite a large postal vote there too. I would still expect on those numbers that Peter will probably claw it back, but it'll be a fairly narrow...
Fuck, I hope not.
Again, we're seeing that the drop in major party vote confusion...
Him going would be fucking hilarious.
I'll pick up in a minute some of the points.
He'll have to go back to all his investment properties and
taken for granted in
childcare centres that he owns.
Firstly, we'll do it.
Sorry, that his wife owns through a
Greens
trust.
are running. Anthony, let's start with Brisbane. Trevor Evans holds that seat for the LNP on a margin of 4.9%. Madonna Jarrett's the Labor candidate. Stephen Bates running for the Greens.
Which somehow doesn't disqualify you, even though those childcare centres would collect federal government money, which is disallowed by the Constitution.
28. Now, who's going to finish second? We're not sure. We're getting a preference count at this election.
Meanwhile, there was a candidate in South Australia who was eliminated for that very reason. because his company hired an apprentice, and said apprenticeship was paid with government money out of a government program.
First preference vote. Our prediction at the moment is an 8.4% swing, and Madonna Jarrett.
Well, I guess it's
for Labor.
Depends how high profile you are.
Second place, the Greens' Stephen Bates would win the seat, but it's a very difficult result for. It's hard to see how Trevor Evans
can't tell if
wins
I'm
on those numbers.
losing my mind and someone's whispering to me, or if someone's whispering on
I think Trevor Evans
on the broadcast. And given that we're listening to ABC right now, and that's probably more likely.
Julian Simmons on 6% for the LNP. Peter Cossa is challenging for the ALP, and Elizabeth Watson-Brown for the Greens.
Now, what we're seeing here, we're seeing a substantial swing against the LNP, exactly the same as in Brisbane. But once again, what we're seeing here is the Greens are in second place. Elizabeth Watson-Brown's on 30.5, Julian Simmons on 38.5, and that's about what we're projecting his first preference is going to be. And his difficulty is that he will struggle to win from 38.5.
Yeah, it's the ABC Wombler. Of course, someone's whispering.
The difficulty is we don't have a Green preference count. I suspect the Green vote would slightly be higher.
The height of professionalism.
Preferences might be stronger. So there's a very strong chance that Julian Simmons could lose that seat for the LNP and it will be won by the Greens, Elizabeth Watson-Brown. But we're not sure who's second and third.
I think we might
at this stage,
end the night
and we
with at least 3 Greens,
just at the moment is
probably 6 independents.
There is a lot more counting to come.
Okay, Griffith, we mentioned earlier, Terry Butler's the sitting MP for Labor, Olivia Roberts for
I don't know who the other is
for the Greens.
in Channel 9's listing.
Terry Butler is in a huge amount of trouble. She's on 36%. She's on 28%. Olivia Roberts.
I know who the other is. It's Bob Catter.
And Max Chandler-Mather is on 30%.
Bob Catter of the Catter Australia Party.
I don't think Terry Butler can win from there. On a preference count, she's getting
up there in Far North Queensland, the seat of Kennedy.
In the final count. So in that seat, I would say Max Chandler-Mather is the best place to win. Olivia Roberts is not going to win it for the LNP, but I would say we've just looked at 3 seats there. 2 of them the Greens are ahead in, and the third one they still have a chance of winning.
Pretty sure it's Kennedy. I
Remarkable
might be
results
wrong,
in
but
Brisbane. As I said, what we're seeing in Brisbane is the swing to the Greens seems to be mimicking the
seat of
swing
Kennedy.
to Teal independents in Sydney and Melbourne. So those are quite remarkable results.
All right, let's have a look then at Macnamara. We'll move down to Victoria.
Seat of Kennedy. Look at that. Look at that first preference vote. This is a pretty small electorate. I think this is one of the largest. Like, it's a very large physically electorate, but when it comes to actual population, it's very small.
The Greens are on 35.
But yeah, there you go.
Lead on first preferences.
43% first preferences, and the Labor and the Liberal preferences.
The Liberals on 23.5. Now on those
Him
numbers
as well.
Let's just have a double look at this. The Liberals are going to get excluded if those numbers continue. Actually, they're not going to get excluded. My projected numbers are the Greens will be on 30%, Josh Burns on 29%, and the Liberals on 31% by the end of the count. You will need to see every polling place reported before you get in.
No, I don't think so, Costi. I think it'll be a Labor majority.
Labor...
or, if it's not, I think it'll be a Liberal minority.
Independents, and we're not seeing a lot of swapping going on between Labor and the coalition.
Yeah,
so,
Tim.
As I said, as I was saying earlier,
what Seven's done is they've just drawn a line at the national. They've looked at the national swing, added a couple of points of buffer,
at the moment, we're still
and then just said, all right, all these seats are safe.
It's going to be a long night and maybe a long couple of weeks.
Okay, let's have one.
Anthony Green's the one you trust, so that's ABC right over here. For our American friends who don't know who Anthony Green is.
21.8%. The Liberals are contesting it. How are they going?
Melbourne. The Greens, the Liberals have slipped back into third place. So it's a couple of elections since Labor finished second. But Adam Bant's got 55.6% of the vote. We're projecting he might fall just short of 50 by the end of the count. But either way, from 50
he's totally not going to get re-elected with 55% of the primary vote. Jesus Christ.
If Labor finishes second, Labor...
Man, Melbourne, what a shithole.
In terms of that margin after preferences, he will have his margin cut. That's just because of the change of the candidates. But Adam Bant will be easily re-elected in the electorate of Melbourne.
And Adam Bant, the Greens leader, joins me now. Congratulations, Adam Bant, on retaining his seat.
Thanks very much.
I hope you can hear me there. There's an awful lot of noise behind you. You might have some company as well from the member for Griffith in Brisbane.
Yes, look, we've been campaigning really strongly in seats in inner city Brisbane.
Shut up, Nibbles. Welcome. There you go. I turned off subscriber only mode. In case there's anybody out there who doesn't want to subscribe to me, in which case I don't know why you would not want to subscribe.
The current government, I think
You should subscribe. I need 1,000 subscribers
results that will come in
till I can pretend
of those other seats. The pre-poll
that I could make money on YouTube.
across the country, but especially in those seats, was pretty big. So we look, I guess, cautious optimism. Wait and see the results of the pre-poll, though.
Adam
You have to say, Adam Bant totally looks like he's a Greens candidate.
You know, there's
what the hell's happened to Channel
votes
9?
going everywhere to minor
Oh, no,
parties at the expense of the major parties. I'm interested in your observations about what's happening in Queensland.
Oh, they started a
It's
new
only
bloody
3
thing.
years
God, Channel 9 is
since
shit.
the Stop Adani campaign got a bit of a clip around the ears from Queensland.
Yeah, Costy.
And now you're winning
It's
lower
all Nibble's fault. He was having a whinge.
even in the seat of Dixon. How do you make sense of all of this?
Yeah, well, a couple of years ago, we laid out a pretty clear strategy, and we've been following it since then. First is those campaigns, in particular in Queensland, have been really strong people-powered campaigns. In the seat of Griffith, for example, they've knocked on every door and had over 30,000 conversations with voters in that seat, and that's been our strategy.
Who would want to have those conversations? Good Lord.
Is the candidate...
Switch over to Channel 7. I'm sick of hearing Adam Bant talk.
The eastern suburbs of Sydney, all the way. Let's go to here and get the pen. And she's come from the...
Look at that. Look at this here.
And she's flown all the way...
It's like the bastion of teal here.
Candidate over local branches. How is she doing today? Poorly, very poorly. 17.5% swing against her. Who's picking it up? Dai Lee, the independent local councillor, very high profile. The Liberals, big swing against them.
Did you just imply Christina Keneally lives down in Kurnell? She lives up in fucking up here,
the Liberal Party as
on
well.
like a little island
3%
in the North Shore. What the hell?
The night might be material. Let's have a look. I'll just get all that off the board there, and let's have a look at the 2PP there. Tight. Keneally up. Why? Because she's harvesting a lot of those preferences. Should not be that tight. One of those seats that will swing back and forth through the night. The other one I wanted to have a look at in Queensland, guys, is the seat of Longman, where Terry Young is the sitting member. Last time, about 3% swing. Now he's looking at, we'll go to the primaries, he's dropped 3.7%, but so have Labor, 3.7%.
There you go, Tim. Dramatic improvement.
Down here to a small candidate who's now harvested 7% of the vote. The UAP, 3.4% of the vote. Again, preferences and where they flow there will be material. Very tight. So Terry Young up by just 1%, but taking on those numbers, taking the most of the preferences from the UAP and the smaller member.
What? I am shocked. The Liberal candidate taking the preferences from the United Australia Party?
Let's go back.
Who would have thought? That's just unheard of.
There's a swing towards the Liberal Party in Lingiari here. I think we spoke earlier about the two seats, Lingiari and Darwin. There is the seat of Solomon held by Labor. Lingiari, another one that we'll have to have a look at through the night. Let me see if I can get some numbers up there for you on Lingiari. There we go.
Oh, Chris Ullman. God, he's a prick.
Swing against the candidate, but a bigger swing against the ALP. Remember, we were talking earlier about Warren Snowden.
As long as the framing holds, I will leave it there.
Popular sitting member. The Greens have picked up some of that vote from Labor. One Nation, 7%. UAP, 4.5%. Suddenly we're in double figures. Liberal Democrats, 4.5%. Suddenly we're at 15% of the vote coming down here. Where will those
for sure
end up in the night? We'll be watching that closely, guys.
Okay, thanks very much, Mike Wright.
Only 2/3 of Australia want anything to do with either of the major parties.
In Western Australia.
East Coast, yep.
Yes, of course, very important, Michaelia Cash. And I suppose...
And legit, they deserve it.
This is patching.
They deserve
it. Very interesting happenings in lots of seats right across the country tonight.
Yeah, David, a little proud. Mark Riley was just talking about Lingiari in the Northern Territory. You've got a bit of information on that?
Yeah, I've got some updated booth numbers up in Lingiari. We're now up to 38%. Labor's down to 25%. There's about 10% for the Greens and 7% for One Nation. So that's really starting to put us in a position where we need to be. We need to be probably that 10% above close of business tonight, because then all
very tempted to put another one every time every time Chris Ullman comes on the screen.
There's some of those numbers there for you, David, on the screen too.
Yeah,
that's the 2PP there, two-party preferred.
Yeah. Let's get a Labor view of what's happening in...
I can't confirm, but the scuttle, like Chris Ullman, who was the was the political editor for the national broadcaster, the ABC, and then he moved to Channel 9 to be their political editor.
You know, it's depending where the booths.
The scuttlebutt is that well, he always used to be referred to as the eunuch.
I can't see. I'm trying to work my system here.
And that's not because he's literally dickless. Oh my God, that's so perfect. It fucking almost fit.
Unlike a lot of other seats, parties find it very
It almost fit Annabelle Crabb.
So there are a lot of seats here where the parties have done their own track analysis and they've got a good feel as to where the trends are going. Lingiari, no idea.
Let's switch over to Channel 9 and see what the Minister for the Coal Industry has to say.
Another seat, the seat of Ryan, and see what's going on there. Now, this is a Liberal seat, of course, but the Labor Party had been hopeful that it might get there. But at this stage, the Greens are leading there. So, again, a Liberal falls. A Green makes the replacement, perhaps, but not picked up by the Labor Party.
God, they really want to go with a narrative that...
What we're seeing at the moment is a hemorrhage from both...
The Labor Party's done. It's going to be the Greens now. The Greens will replace them.
Making there that in that seat, the Labor Party are preferencing the Greens, even though the Greens are quite crazy, let's face it, on a lot of issues. They're going to elect the Greens on Labor.
The crazy Greens.
Former minority government when you just called them crazy.
I don't remember the word. I don't think we'll be.
He's not going to form a minority. Like, the Liberals are not going to form a minority government with the fucking Greens.
The point is, though, this is the problem with the Morrison...
Unless tomorrow pigs fly, hell freezes over.
You've just helped crystallise why Teals are there and why people are not voting for
why have you only got... You're on 30%.
Absolutely.
Right now.
I don't like Bill Shorten, but he's spot on.
The Nats, you're on 3%.
The Nationals' attitude, people like Matt Canavan being, front and centre, are the reason why the Greens exist.
When we look at these, particularly these Greens figures coming through, there is a reason why the
I think it might be Nibbles.
are not conceding in Griffith.
Let me pull it up.
And that is because of the huge number.
Pretty sure it is 7% nationally.
What we saw at the last election was the Greens got a huge vote.
One Nation right now is
vote in the poll and the early votes. So
nationally 1.3%. No, 2.3% nationally.
Nobody is conceding.
But I don't think they run in all seats, so it's not really fair.
Nevertheless, Kate and
see if I can get state
the
breakdowns.
major parties have to be worried about the low primary vote, because what it means is that the major parties, Liberal and Labor, are losing their true believers, the people who have always voted Liberal, always voted Labor. They're going elsewhere, and that is a serious concern for the traditional duopoly.
Everybody shits on the ABC, but their news coverage is very
good.
good.
There's a chance for us to say what
Though sometimes
electorate and not responding to
their 24-hour news service is run by the interns.
Being great local members, working with our local communities, recognising how important that is. I think that
nationwide,
in the Parliament, we get to
One Nation is polling at pulling 5.8%.
I think tonight I would be thinking, how can I work closely?
5.2 in New South Wales, 8.5 in Queensland, 5.2 in South Australia.
In this nation anymore.
Well, let's bring in the Shadow Treasurer, Jim Chalmers.
4% in Victoria.
Jim, you've probably heard the talk on the panel tonight.
And 4% in
away from the two major
Tasmania.
parties. What's your take on that? Are you connecting with the community, with the electorate? And why do you think they are strolling away to other areas?
Oh, look, I think certainly the alternatives to the major parties are faring really well so far in the counting that we've seen so far. And that obviously is a concern.
So we're just coming up to 20% of the total count.
Has been the collapse in the LNP vote as people have abandoned Scott Morrison, but it is equally true to say that the election will now be determined by who can, out of Labor or these other third alternatives, can pick up these seats that are being lost by the Liberals around Australia. The challenge from alternatives is different in different parts of Australia. The Greens in Brisbane, the Teal candidates.
Yep, don't care. Let's switch over to the ABC and see what Anthony Green has to say.
We are giving away at the moment.
There you go. There's the Parliament.
Slightly higher than the bottom of frame. We've got Labor on 59. Greens 1, others 5, Coalition 46.
Yeah, so I'll trust Anthony Green's predictions more than anybody else's, because the guy's been doing this
let's put some
my entire life, feels like.
Some likelies, and Labor's up to 61 and the Coalition's still on 47. And if I remove those blocks...
And honestly, I think
the Coalition vote
nobody in this country knows more about each and every
there's
electorate
a lot of seats still in doubt.
than Anthony Green.
I think we're about to look at some of the two-party contests, which are worth watching. But it's a long night.
And is that block, can I check, have you only got that in place on those teal Liberal seats, or is that affecting any other seats as well?
The seats,
So
most of the seats, we have a
the
lot
main coverage, I think, finishes at 11.
It's called. You compare,
I think
calculate
most,
booth by booth. It goes
I know Channel
completely
7
out
over
the window
here has the
of
I'll just scroll
traditional
up.
contest between
You
the
see
two
that
parties. And that's
after the election coverage is the taking of Pelham 123.
got that issue. At the moment, in
Which
all
we
of
won't
those
be watching.
seats, we're projecting the Liberal Party to be in the high 30s or low 40s. And as I said, if I remember...
But yeah, counting goes till midnight.
North Sydney,
And after midnight, everything gets locked up. Everybody goes home, and they're back in the morning.
So that's what I'm saying. There's also some other seats. We've got Ryan, which
Honestly, by 11, all the first preferences will be done in
won by the Greens
in most electorates.
2 Liberal and 2 coalition seats.
Anthony, could you take us to the seat of Higgins?
I can try. Yeah, I have to do the map. I have to do a bit of bending and moving my hands around.
He's not an Uber,
Hey,
Andrew.
of course he is. There it is. So it's this one here. There's been a lot going on.
Yeah, I'm not using so for ABC I'm using the YouTube stream. For 9 I'm using the 9 Now player, which is decent, except for that weird thing where it stops the show after the time slot ends. And I'm watching 7. We've got 7 Plus's feed through the 7 Plus app.
40, Labor on 29.
Lol, what Sky News called it for the Libs an hour ago.
The change in there. The Liberal vote well down, the Labor vote up.
I feel like I don't want to, it took me a while to add all these in, but I feel like I should swap one of these out for Sky News if they're streamed.
It's a bit more counting to come, but at the moment, it's very difficult. That's a very difficult seat for the coalition to hold.
Anthony, can I ask one last question?
I'll see if I can get a Sky News feed up.
You mentioned earlier that, yet again, you're repeating yourself. It's the same situation as 2019 where the opinion polls have not got it right.
There we go. Straight sides.
Why are they missing this protest
too many
kind
of these
vote?
teal seats. We've talked about North Sydney and Wentworth, but we're behind at the minute in Higgins.
There we go. We've got Sky News up as well. So just ignore where it says 9.
Polls are very strong for the.
It might as well be. They're both owned by Liberal Party.
I think the Postals
Liberal Party apparatchiks.
With 15% of the vote counted, there's a long way to go in those seats. We've never seen poll numbers and postal vote numbers like we're seeing in this election. And I suspect they're going to heavily weigh in favour of the coalition.
I will. I'll have to switch. I'm going to crack open the Basil Hayden.
But it's obviously much better news for Labor than us because they
I've finished my bottle of
than
American honey that I started this week.
They only need to get to 74, in fact, and probably 1 or 2 teals. They may only need to get to 73. So it looks as if they may get to that, but there's still
probably should have washed out the glass.
15% counted in some of these seats, and for the reasons just explained.
I guess the first one's not going to be very nice.
There's a long way to go. Labor's performance, we're on 30.
Bottle's awesome though. It's got like a metal strap.
30. I mean, that's unbelievable.
If you've got a Bunnings near, if you've got a not a Bunnings, Jesus, if everybody's got a Bunnings near them.
All the miners get.
If you've got a BWS, you can pick up a bottle of Basil Hayden's Kentucky Bourbon Straight Whiskey for
this is not a criticism
$57
for the federal members.
if you're a member.
But a comment generally about the Liberal
Membership's
Party.
free.
It's not good enough to sort of oppose all these changes, social changes and political changes, and then agree with them later on. It's not enough to sit on the status quo. The coalition has to have an aggressive agenda of its own. Right? When Morrison came out with his housing policy, you could see the base, light up that here was a liberal, strong liberal value. And there need to be things that we're fighting for.
I can tell you with certainty, I have never run a search for Legal Eagle. That is just predictive stuff.
So the big challenge for Liberal
that means anybody who follows LawTube in any way
standing for
is
in terms of changes to our society that we want to make the standard
is pushed to Legal Eagle.
We haven't convinced the electorate either federally or in the States in recent years, Kieran.
Stephen Conroy, your sense of things, you feeling optimistic?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice and smooth.
No, look, I think what we're seeing here is that the government are in deep trouble in Kooyong.
Oh, fuck you.
Higgins, Goldstein, Wentworth, North Sydney, Ryan,
fucking Stephen Conroy,
Warringah, Robertson. Now, 4 of those are to us, and the others are to Greens or Teal.
Ha! I was not hacked. That's a fresh account. I hardly ever search on that anyway.
Australia Boothby to come into play yet. Clearly, we can't afford to lose seats. So Gilmore, too close to call. Lyons, too close to call. And we're absolutely not conceding Griffiths to the Greens. If we were to lose to the Greens, then that'd be a terrible loss. Terry Butler's a great.
When did I search for Legal Eagle?
A great MP and one of the hopes of the future for Labor. But that
God, when did I search for uncivil law?
From us to the Greens, it doesn't help the governments. So at this stage, it's very hard to see the government forming even a minority government. They're already heading down below 70 seats. On these numbers, I accept Michael's point. We've still got postals, we've still got the dumps of pre-polls to come in. But if you look at the primary vote, so
I think there was. I think I saw the numbers earlier. There were
all of the 5 Teal seats that are in play.
1.2 million pre-poll votes. Yeah,
we've talked about this before.
Which is a record.
The last couple of weeks. Liberal votes in these seats against the Teals, if they're below 44, 45, they were in real
That's
trouble.
nice.
If I was the government,
I can highly recommend Basil Hayden's.
That they're,
especially if you're cold. If you're cold, it really warms the cockles.
They are in deep trouble in 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seats.
Murray, when you look at that primary vote for Labor down where it is on the national...
Yeah, no, it is not 50% pre-poll.
Have any sense of why that's the case, or maybe there might be some improvement with the pre-poll dump, which we're expecting over...
Oh. Switch back to Channel 7. Are you going to unmute? Fucking hell. Apparently you're not going to unmute. What, I've got to unmute twice. Oh my God. Fucking hell.
The preferences, the Greens will go to her, the ALP will go to her, pretty much run dead.
What a schmozzle.
Maybe 50-50 One Nation, who knows. Let's have a look at two-party preferred. At the moment, Sophie Scamp's ahead with 29% of the vote being called. She's up by 2,000 votes. Very interesting. Have a look at this. This is Sydney, folks. This is the North Shore of Sydney.
Is that a third Teal?
North Sydney, the seat of North Sydney.
Well, have a look at North Sydney there, because that's a safe Liberal seat for so many years.
Joe Hockey's seat.
Wait, North Sydney as well?
Liberal, hard worker in the Parliament, 13.4% drop in his primary.
Oof.
That is a huge drop. Most of it going to
Alvita Zane. My daughter is going to have a Teal independent
and the Greens
candidate.
8.8%. So the preferences, guys from.
I don't know if she's going to be happy with that.
Depending on what we see later in the night, I suspect that a lot of these preferences, particularly...
Actually, both my daughters will have Teal independents.
Will go right there to that independent. So let's have a look at the two-party preferred and see what we've got there. At the moment, still about 10,000 votes counted. She's up by 1,000. That is a lot in 10,000 votes, 23%.
I think Zimmerman was one of the moderates, so that's not good for them, like in the Liberal Party.
What's going on over here?
Scotty from marketing's getting his wish.
Gone Teal for the moment.
He wants all the moderates gone and he wants them replaced with
right, we did the
evangelicals.
Story here about a candidate who moved from the Senate to the House, lived in the eastern suburbs, went into the seat of Fowler in the west of Sydney, up against a high-profile local councillor who's polling pretty well.
Number of eligible Australian voters ahead of the election day, according to the Australian Electoral Commission.
1% swing against the ALP. Liberal Party hit hard too, so the Independents...
5.5 million pre-poll and 2.7 million postal votes.
The Greens, 5%.
Oof.
One Nation and United Australia Party. I mean, they're pretty big votes for an urban seat. 7.6.
That's the thing. We've always had pre-polling. Pre-polling's not something new.
No, it's tight.
No, it's tight. It's very.
We've had pre-polling as long as we've had postal voting. I pre-polled.
I did expect it to be close.
I pre-polled in 2000 and.
Be close. As I said before, until you've got the big Cabramattaboos in, until you've got two big. There's big.
I have to try and remember what election it was. It was the one that Tony Abbott won.
Between
anyway, I pre-polled because I was doing the coverage for Channel 7 that night, like that day, so I couldn't vote.
I don't think we'll be calling Fowler tonight. I suspect.
So I couldn't vote on the day. So I pre-polled. It's been around for ages.
Slap in the face is that when you
it's almost as if COVID has made people discover that, oh shit, I can pre-poll.
You can just parachute someone in to an
and I don't blame people. Like if you've got shit to do on Saturday and you can vote on your way to work, do it.
She can
do it.
In that seat. She's moved to Liverpool.
That's what it's there for.
I'm very confident she could turn that around in her first term, but she's going to have to get there first.
Oh well, there you go. It looks like the Minister for Xi Jinping has lost.
But against that,
lost her electorate.
Your question, Christina would be a very strong
everybody,
cabinet member representative.
If everybody could pour a glass of Baijiu,
has never been represented by a minister,
and
Christina would be a very
drink a toast of Glady's Lou.
that gives her the capacity in a government, if we do form a government, to
wish her merry travels.
That has been underinvested in and neglected by this government. So that's a difficult, sometimes complicated argument to run, because as if there's not a hung parliament as an independent, you have very little bargaining power, frankly. But as a cabinet member in a government, you can really represent your area well.
Looks like Michael Sukkar might be done too. Jeez, what a
cabinet
And we'll
members.
see
our first.
Katie Allen
Our
is
first Muslim
travelling in Higgins.
minister.
Good candidate, very narrow margin, can't afford to lose any. She's lost a lot, 7% of the vote with Labor Party, now sitting on 30%.
Look at that
vote. And
fucking Greens vote.
Green vote, although a little down on last time. So with
If
the
that
numbers as they
if
stand,
that doesn't
the
scream
vote counted,
Melbourne,
this would be another
I don't know what
that would
does.
fall to the Labor Party. So let's look at the two-party preferred on this.
Okay, the seat of Casey, the retiring Speaker, and I think the theme continues, I'm afraid.
This could be the happy hunting ground. And by the way, this is where Scott Morrison is most toxic. So 31.6%.
Yeah, look, suburban Melbourne, 14% Green.
Also down the Greens up, but the Labor parties will be the beneficiary.
Like, look at these numbers.
There's a big independent vote there.
The majors are just pointless at this point.
Those preferences will count for a lot.
We're going to have more and more and more elections going down to preferences.
And this was,
and that is fantastic.
This morning, it was particularly in Victoria that Scott Morrison was most toxic. It was, and that was, it's the number one issue and the only universal issue of this campaign is Scott Morrison. You can tell it from all of the Labor Party advertising. So it might well be here that the Labor Party finds the seats that it needs to form government.
I mean, it's just a sort of fact from the front line. In a number of the seats I visited in Melbourne, there was no photo of Scott Morrison, at least not on the Liberal literature.
I thought the Labor Party were putting up photos.
Oh, yes, I said on the Liberal literature.
Yeah, that's right. Labor campaign in most electorates was put a picture of Scott Morrison on it.
Of this seat, the case of Casey, of course, Tony Smith.
The fact that the Liberals didn't realise that this man is toxic
Speaker in the House, so had a
and get rid of him beforehand.
profile as well. And when the
Channel 9's got my prediction.
incumbent retires, it leaves
3 and 6.
And this is the kind of result you see. But Tony Smith's held that seat for so long. This would be a devastating blow for the Libs to lose.
Who's the second other? Kata's one, but what's the...
would be a really good addition to the parliament.
What's the other independent? Is this going to be the Daly from Fowler?
Family. He's met his wife at the local school. Their kids go to the local school.
Let's switch over to ABC.
Petition from the independent Daly.
Yes, and at the moment in this seat, you can see Christina Cleese on 35, Daly on 28. Now, our projection is that the Labor Party vote will rise a bit.
It might, but it's a safe bet the Liberal and the UAP is going to go to Daly.
He might be in a bit of trouble at the moment. We have a preference count. Let me see preference count. We have a preference count from 14 polling places.
They're going to be very disappointed when they wake up tomorrow and they've elected a independent who is a Liberal candidate.
There is 51.2, 48.8. It's a 15%, 16.
And they won't have actually gotten rid of Christina Keneally because she's still a senator.
So we're not going to get a result in that one on those numbers for quite some time. There's a lot more counting to come there.
That's going to go down to
as with those Teals,
postals and pre-polls.
Too low to win that seat. So there's a possibility.
Yeah, Costy, minority governments aren't always a good thing.
Reid in the inner west.
They can do good work though, because
The Liberal Party on 3.2%.
sometimes
By Sally Situ for the Labor Party.
the government has to fold and give the minority things that the people actually want,
Sally Situ,
but isn't in the interest of government.
0.4%, and Fiona Martin.
And then sometimes it ends up horrible, where the Greens force you to implement a carbon tax when you swore that you would never ever implement a carbon tax, and then at the next election you get smashed
6.6% swing
because you introduced a carbon tax.
The Labor Party will gain Reid, and Sally Situ will be the new member for Reid.
Peace out, the absentee minister,
Another seat where Labor has
the absentee MP for the seat of Reid.
candidate Andrew Charlton.
There's a seat in.
Replace the retiring MP Julie Owens.
It's in like northeast and like northwestern Sydney,
Yes,
but
and at the moment,
inner northwest,
projected to
it's around Epping and Rhodes, that area.
We've got a first preference count in 22 polling places.
She's
just under 40.
she doesn't live in the electorate.
Party on about 37, and then we're projecting the Liberal Party will finish further. Steve Christou, who's an independent and was campaigning against Labor, has only polled 3%. So the Green preferences there with 8.5% help Labor immensely. We have a preference count in 16 polling places showing a 1% swing to Labor, and at the moment we're projecting that Labor will retain Parramatta.
Robertson, let's take a look.
Over to my electorate.
Central Coast.
Look at this.
Lucy Wicks is the sitting MP for the Liberal Party on 4.2%.
Let's see what's happened here.
Gordon Reid for the Labor Party.
She's ahead on first preferences. Gordon Reid second.
Oh, that's a tight race on first preferences, but the Greens will give it to the Labor candidate.
I think there's 11 candidates in this contest, most of whom have polled under 3%.
Oof, 4% for One Nation.
There is a 6.1% swing, and at the moment we're projecting Robertson.
Interestingly enough, I was at the polling booth this morning, and
becoming the new interestingly Robertson,
one of the canvassers for the I think it was the UAP canvasser. He was discussing the
tonight. That's interesting to watch if that bellwether
discussing mandatory vaccinations with
election result.
one of the other canvassers. I think it might have been.
Okay,
I think it might have been the Liberal canvasser.
Howard seat, John Alexander, the current member's retiring. There's a margin of 6.
He was pointing out that
Simon Kennedy's running for
it wasn't that he was anti-vax; it was that he was pro-choice for vaccinations.
Laxale is on 38. The Greens have got 12.2%. That's half of the polling places counted, and I presume the pre-poll centres has come. We have, at the moment, we've got a preference count 50.2 to 49.8.
That's a big swing,
That's on 50,
and that would be a very tight victory.
6.7% swing, so Bennelong's too close to call at this stage.
We might switch to Sky News.
Picking up that 3%.
I like Tom Connell.
Martin losing 10% at the moment.
He's got a fantastic name,
and
he looks like a dweeb.
About 7 towards Sally Situ. She gets to 48. From there, it's a pretty simple path for her towards.
But he's a half-decent interviewer.
These numbers, we're calling
and he's not a
Reid
partisan
for the Labor
hack.
Party at the moment. Then we look in Chisholm as well. So let's look down to Victoria, the seat of Chisholm. This previously been a knife-edge seat.
We're watching Sky. It's after dark, and I don't want to off myself.
The seat of Chisholm, again held by Gladys Liu.
That's got to be a good thing.
Votes come through here. You're seeing a small swing towards Karina Garland. This seat is held by 0.5%. Look how much Gladys Liu's losing there, 8.5%. And you're seeing an uptick in the Greens vote there. That's only going to help Karina Garland.
Yeah, I can't imagine why she's losing.
Karina Garland doesn't need any preferences after the Greens vote. So as we go through this vote, you're seeing a big swing towards Karina Garland, and we're saying that's a Labor victory in that seat. So Labor wins Chisholm as well. Then we head to New South Wales. So the seat of Mackellar. We've already called Wentworth.
Going to put a big check on my list for that one.
The panel was talking about it. Another one that the Teals are targeting. So look at the primary vote. We're 33%
I didn't have Mackellar on my list. Let's have a look at Goldstein, shall we?
Look at Sophie Scompster.
They're not covering it.
Level with him just on primary vote. The
So let's
danger
cover it
always
ourselves.
for these seats.
Just pull up the browser.
When they're facing these sorts of contests with strong independents, and then you've got a Labor and Greens candidate as well. Is they
Find
get
the bloody window again.
45%. They're well below those Greens and Labor primaries. Help Sophie Scompster get over the line. With this sort of margin at this point, we're saying that she wins that seat as well. So when we look at how we're tracking and we're calling these seats,
Goldstein, wasn't it?
this is the issue for the coalition.
25%
They start on
counted.
76. Remember, they start on.
Oh, look at that.
Hughes, we'd already factored in.
37%.
Holds for the Liberal Party
Even.
at the moment, but they're losing the others, so they're down 5 seats.
If that's the final tally,
stage, they get down to 71.
with Zoe Daniel, the Teal Independent,
And that's a long
at
way off.
36%.
When you look at some of the other seats,
preferences are going to flow from the Greens and Labor
contest yet. The problem emerging for the Liberal Party
over to Zoe, and that's probably going to give her the win.
seats that are getting in this sort of trouble. Nearly 30% counted in Deakin.
Yeah, and see, there's the preference flows.
6% come off the vote.
Most of the preferences are flowing to Zoe.
Picking quite a bit up there. UAP. So this is going to go down.
That'd be fantastic. That would. No.
But at this stage,
It depends.
look how far
If you
ahead
care about representation,
so you're not far off calling the
then maybe not, because that means both of the openly gay members of Parliament are gone. Openly gay members of the Liberal Party will be gone.
Has been counted. Pretty significant. 7% down for Katie Allen.
But Tim Wilson is an objectionable person who deserves to lose his seat.
Labor's only picking up 2% so far.
So congratulations to the citizens of the electorate of Goldstein
That alone is 20%
for making the right choice, potentially.
They're in a great position. So at this stage, 53.96 up, a significant amount ahead at this point in the count. This is the problem emerging again. So let's go to Queensland and the seat of Brisbane, which you've been talking about. I know Brisbane is in trouble as well as Ryan, but just to take Brisbane at this point and the primary vote again, 36% through, 10% down for Trevor Evans, well below.
I'm going to step away for a moment
danger mark.
to
you can see Labor and
use the little
Greens
girls'
close
room.
together.
And get another drink.
Whichever side finishes second, obviously, is going to be in a better position. And we're not calling Brisbane at this stage, but this is the problem. It's another clear issue at the moment for the Liberal Party, well behind Labor. Would it spin out the same way in the Greens? Well, possibly not. We're not sure. That's why we're not calling the seat. And we'll see if we just look at that primary again. Who finishes second might matter, and what happens with One Nation and UAP, and they'd probably tip Labor over the edge. So it's advantage Labor at the moment. The problem there, as you see, Kieran, when you look at the situation, not just the seats they're in trouble, but the seats that so far we're saying they've lost. Yes, there's more of the count to go. We're not calling the way the overall government goes, but we're saying as it stands, the coalition cannot return to a majority government and get those 76 seats.
So no majority government for the coalition. Tom Connell, thank you. There you have it. We have called that as the result tonight, at least at this stage. No majority. They could still get to minority, but no majority government for the coalition. Tom Connell, thank you. Stephen Conroy, Michael Kroger with us as part of our panel. Stephen, that's where it was headed. You were of that view earlier. Are you increasingly confident that Labor might get to the 76 itself?
Look, it'll come down to whether we lose a couple of seats. I mean, clearly the government have lost the election. I don't think there's any question about that. They can't possibly, with the number of seats in danger, form even a minority government in their own right. So the key is, can Labor keep its losses to a minimum? We're under pressure, as I think I said earlier, in Gilmore, in Lyons, and that's there to be watched. We could lose Terry Butler tragically to a Green, so that won't affect the opposition, the government at the moment. But it means that it's a bit harder for Labor to form majority governments. So we've got Fowler, I understand, is turning around for us because the counting clearly looks like it's come from the end of the electorate where Di Lane is very well known, very high profile, but the rest of the booth's starting to come in. Fowler's starting to square up for us. And as I said, Gilmore and Lyons too close to call. So we don't want to lose a seat to the Greens. So at the moment, I haven't got us there to majority government yet, but we've still got Western Australia to come in yet. We haven't seen Boothby have enough votes to be counted yet. And so
all right, I am
three
back.
Seats that Labor would be hopeful to win: Swan, Pearce, Boothby, to be added to our pile.
My other bottle of American honey.
Labor's still very much in the hunt.
I feel like it might be a bad idea to mix.
Michael Kroger, what's your read on all of this? You heard Tom Connell's assessment, no majority for the coalition.
Well, that's very clear.
Yeah,
that, we haven't got a majority and we're probably not going to get to 70.
Means you lost.
Minority government's not going to happen.
Cope and seethe.
The result at the minute is that Labor will get a majority in its own right, tragically, on 30% of the vote. But I take Richard's
tragically.
That's the Constitution, although, as McGrath said, it's not a great endorsement, but it is what it is. Democracy is imperfect, but it looks to me like they'll get to 76 because, as Steve said, they've still got Swan, Pearce and Boothby, which are three likely gains for Labor to offset any potential losses. So you can see them in front in about 10 if you include those three.
Yes, so the
about 13 seats.
8:30 now on the East Coast, which means it's 6:30 on the West Coast, which means
to get to
all polling places have closed.
Graham's call earlier on the night looks to be correct. It looks as if Labor will get a majority.
So we should start seeing
right as we sit here now, but
numbers flow in from West Australia.
Seats, there's only 20%, 25% of the vote counted, and even though that's usually indicative, we have got, as I said...
Yeah, sorry, Wombler, the only dramatic music I have is my intro music.
Record numbers of postals, which tend to favour the coalition, and they have for many, many years. So it looks as if Labor are going to win the election tonight. And
from my American friends, you can see gambling totally legal in Australia and advertised on free-to-air.
We have to wait 4 to 9.
And we gamble on elections. We gamble on everything.
Huge pre-poll that we've seen. Nearly a third of voters or thereabouts getting in early to have their say. That trend continues, Stephen.
Yeah, look,
I probably should have put some money down
in the past. In safe seats. The opposition.
They had dramatic music.
Party candidates have tended not to cover the pre-poll booths, so there's always been pre-poll favouring incumbents.
Of course.
This time round,
I stand up and immediately there's some dramatic music and something happens.
It's been hotly contested. There's been scuffles. There's been arguments. There's nothing necessarily.
It's Sky News though, so
the pre-poll
Probably means a
votes
Liberal
wouldn't
did something
match
nice.
the on-the-day vote. I mean, for Josh Frydenberg to give the most important
Enough for the Liberals. Enough for the postal. Yeah, basically.
And they're not counted yet. So
back over to ABC.
And that projection of 52.9, I'm being cautious of because of that.
Drink number 5.
And that was a very significant vote at the 2 previous elections. So that's why we're not calling Wentworth.
I have a lovely new
numbers we would normally call it.
whiskey drinking glass.
But I think we've got to look at the current numbers: 36.1, 30.6. These numbers we're now at 28%. I think that was
Again,
about 10%.
Let's look at the nationwide while a third of the country hasn't even started counting yet.
South Australia and the Northern Territory. The change in vote is again it's the same figures. The Liberal vote's down 2.7, 2.1.
Geez, that's if you're the Greens, you have to be really disappointed.
The seats we're definitely giving away.
If One Nation beats you in the change.
The seats won.
But again, I'm pretty sure One Nation threw a candidate at every single electorate, and the Greens only target electorates in inner cities where they know they can win.
One way or the other, and we get Labor up to 64, the Coalition's still on 46. Now, the Coalition will pick up some seats when Western Australia comes in. Labor will pick up seats when Western Australia come in. They've got 5 seats in Western Australia. They're expected to...
Let's see what Cruddy has to say.
Well, the local Green Party has run a very effective grassroots campaign. Firstly, at the local council level.
Please, Lord, say the potato is going to lose Dixon. Please.
The last state election, they took the biggest state seat, and they've been building towards this. So therefore, it's been a very difficult challenge for the sitting member, Terry Butler. Here in Brisbane, which is exactly on the other side of the river from my old seat of Griffith, as I said, Madonna Jarrett looks in a very strong position to take the seat, particularly when we look at the strength of Labor in
let's have a look at Kooyong. I haven't seen anybody mention Kooyong
Kevin,
in a
the numbers
while.
would suggest people are just walking away from...
This is the Treasurer's electorate.
As seen by the Teals and what they're doing in this
And
election
looking
race.
at the numbers there, looks like the Treasurer might be gone too. I might be having a great night. All my LOL seats seem to be going the right way.
You'll see strong swings, in fact, towards the Labor Party.
Tim Wilson gone, Josh Frydenberg gone, Peter Dutton gone,
For example, my old
Dave Sharma gone,
We've got to analyse these one by one.
Trent Zimmerman, oh,
Dare I say,
Gladys Lou gone,
it is very easy to be a party
fucking Fiona Martin gone.
to be a party of government or the alternative government, and I think that's
All I need is Hasluck to vote out Ken White and my whole list is done. You get to call it bingo.
When you won in 2007, you got 43% of the popular vote at the moment, and of course, it's a third of the vote being counted, but the Labor Party's primary vote is on 32%. It's lower than the last election. How do you explain that?
That's what I was going to look. I was going to look at
there are, as I said, multiple
Dixon.
challenges rolling across the country at the moment. One of which is all to do with
Dixon's 46% counted. Oh,
sets of climate pressures. Then you have an addition.
I may have spoken too soon. They're calling it for... Well, they're not calling it. They're still saying it's too close to call, but they are saying it looks like the potato might have
where the overall seats tally is
earned himself a reprieve,
rather be Anthony Albanese than
which would be very, very disappointing.
looking at where it's falling across the
I'll
nation.
be very sad if that happens.
Victoria up, New South Wales up, mixed results here in Queensland. WA yet to
It'll
be...
probably be on One Nation and UAP preferences.
We are still in a very...
In fact, it's almost certain to be. It's only polling at 40%.
Given you have a better understanding of the...
But still 46%.
The other
I don't know what the
that we do need
seat breakdown
to see a
is.
majority Labor government
What
that Anthony Albanese does need to get there, because otherwise
Let's check ABC. Yeah, I want to see the potato gone too. So say we all.
I know Anthony Albanese really well. He was Deputy Prime Minister under me.
Coverage.
Strong leader, and he will not in any way engage in a negotiation which compromises the integrity of a majority government and political stability for the nation. We in our party stand
Dixon.
for political stability and are strong.
Sounds like an electorate in New
I
Zealand.
still look at where these numbers are falling across the country.
More details.
I still think we are on track to head in that direction. Much rather be in our shoes than in Scotland.
Peter Dutton ahead by 253 votes.
Despite the mixed nature of the results in various parts of the country.
Okay, so 32 of 41 centres are reporting a primary vote and 24 of 41 are reporting a preference
Joining
count.
us on the Nine Networks coverage Australia Decides. Thanks, Kevin.
So not over. That's why they've not called it. It's incredibly close.
So we're going to take a break. You can all have
If
a
it
breath.
stays this close, it's going to go down to postal votes,
Election
and
2022.
Peter Dutton's going to have a very,
On 9,
very
right across the
annoying weekend, stuffing ballots. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is Australia. We don't have a problem with that stuff. Sorry, I mean, nobody has a problem with that stuff. America doesn't have a problem with that stuff. It is fine. Elections are 100% legitimate.
I'm investigating ways to reduce
Please,
the gap
YouTube,
between
don't
research
delete me.
and health.
I'm going to turn off this ad because it's probably going to have music in it.
Okay, Laura.
Just back to the ABC and the lovely Laura Tingle.
Online in the not too distant future, but we have reporter Jake Sturmer standing by in the seat of Swan. Jake, what are the issues at play?
Over to West Australia.
Well, Lee, Swan is very much, you've got quite a mix of voters in this seat. You've got the affluent side of South Perth, but also some of the more working...
I've been there. It's very nice.
In sort of the southeastern suburbs, but this is...
As long as you can get over the sun rising over the mountains and setting over the water.
Hoping to pick up, and as we go to air tonight, WA is becoming increasingly important. The Labor Party has spent a lot of time and a lot of its focus on WA as part of its election narrative. The campaign of the Labor Party was launched.
And see, if we look over at the Channel 7 coverage, over here, this is the reason why calling shit too early is a bad idea. You're better off starting at 0 and calling stuff when it's definitely gone, instead of going, oh, they've won 68 seats, and then having to fucking dial it back.
Swan, where I am.
Because it just makes you look like a dribbler.
Those Swan and Pearce seats are considered to be more in play because they have retiring Liberal MPs, and it's a fresh contest between two new faces on both sides of the spectrum. But Prime Minister Scott Morrison has spent quite a bit of time here as well.
Whoop body.
Quite extraordinary decision to spend the final day of his campaign here, doing a blitz on the seats of Swan, Pearce and Hasluck, but also the
some sort of fitness
Labor
tracking
held
bollocks.
seat of Cowan, held by just 0.9%. Now, that's something that the Liberals will need to pick up if they're to offset any of the losses that are seen, certainly potentially here in Western Australia, but that we've already seen on the East Coast.
I'm confused. Does Channel 9 think that healthy people are watching election coverage?
Lee, thank you. Here's the state of play.
I would not describe myself as healthy.
As more projections are made. Now, just come with me. I want to show you this one because one of our panellists tonight will be pretty keen to see it, and that's the seat of Sydney. Very safe Labor territory, but Tanya Plibersek holds on in the seat of Sydney. No great surprise there.
I'm shocked.
Remember, we're looking to see which of the seats change colour. At the moment on the Labor side, none have changed colour. Now, you've been talking about Gilmore.
I'm pretty sure
Still hopeful they can pick up
the seat of Sydney
some of the West Australian seats filled in either way.
never going to go Liberal.
Look over this side of the board, and this is where we're starting to see the story.
So the member for Sydney has won with 52% of the first preference votes.
Higgins, Katie Allen's seat.
And after distributing preferences,
Chisholm in Melbourne as well.
she's won by 77%.
And a few of the other seats.
But
so far projected. Remember, Labor,
what the AEC is doing for first counts is
there are 4 in their column.
they're doing a two-party count based on Liberal being the winning candidate, the second candidate.
So they may build.
So they haven't actually done a distribution of preferences for the Greens candidate, and because the Greens candidate in the seat of Sydney has 26% of the primary, so they're actually a full 10% ahead of the
what's happening in these. With these teal independents.
the Liberal candidate, yeah.
Because I want to show you, this will demonstrate, while we've got to be cautious, and for the reasons Anthony's explained, we need to be cautious about calling them. We're not yet. Just to remind you, Wentworth, Kooyong, North Sydney, Goldstein, Mackellar and Curtin.
These are all teal seats.
I can show you, and this is quite dramatic, what's happened to the Liberal vote across these so-called teal seats.
It's gone down.
What we're looking at tonight. Let's start with Kooyong. Let's have a look at how much that Liberal vote has dropped. And it's down nearly 6% in Josh Frydenberg's seat of Kooyong. What about Goldstein? Tim Wilson.
Even more, because he's a thoroughly unlikable person.
12.1% the Liberal primary vote. In North Sydney, Trent Zimmerman's seat.
Now, see, Trent Zimmerman is not an unlikable person.
Plunge in the Liberal vote. In Wentworth, not as bad, but still a 7% drop.
Dave Sharma.
Jason Falinski's
not a very likeable guy, but
And in Curtin, we're yet to see results come through from the West in that seat in Perth. But that really demonstrates for you just how dramatically the Liberal primary vote has plunged across these so-called teal seats.
So what do we got up here on Channel 9 then going through the primaries?
31%. That means 7 out of 10
Again, this is irrelevant.
other than the man.
This is just one of those things that I really hate about election coverage, because we don't hold a national election. There's no such thing. We hold 151 separate elections, and within those elections, we pick Senate candidates for state. We pick state candidates for Senate.
On where they
so these primary vote numbers are pointless until you break it down to the state level. Then it's a little more helpful, because then you get an idea of what the Senate's going to look like in that state. And it's a safe bet, with 14% of the primary vote, One Nation's going to have a senator, at least one. Because the quota for Senate in a half-Senate election is about 14.8%.
The ALP in New South Wales is actually...
Based on that 10% number there in New South Wales, it's a safe bet that that One Nation, depending on how the preferences shake out, but it's safe. I'm pretty sure preferences from the coalition are going to flow to One Nation. So they're going to end up with, I think it'll be the
on where it was.
First two seats will go to the majors. It'll probably be the fourth seat, maybe. No, fifth seat will go to probably the coalition, and then it'll be
in the coming years. And I'll get in behind.
Then it'll be One Nation. I would bet. If not, they'll fight it out for the last seat.
Lots happening there. 2 green seats. I believe that is the seat of Griffith and Macnamara that our computer is saying at the moment. There's also in play Brisbane, Melbourne and Ryan could go green as well. There's a number of independents, as well as Bob Catter and Helen Haynes in the seat of Indi is there.
That's the other one, Helen Haynes.
So
the seat of Indy.
The crossbench would be 9.
I don't care how many times they say it, it's not Indi, it's Indy.
This plays out today. Let's have a look at one of our 9 News poll. Jump on
INDI is Indy.
9news.com.au. This is the reason that's so high. The 9 News poll, 9news.com.au. We asked the question, which key issue would most influence your vote? And the answer was overwhelmingly the cost of living. We know that interest rates...
So, money, and Scott fucking Morrison.
We saw the big gap between the price of...
Cost of living and leadership.
It's clear that's made a play. Leadership at 23%, national security 12%, climate change at 10%. That doesn't quite tie in with what's happened with the teal independents. But what it does say is nowhere on this is the issue.
Sorry, Nibbles, you're in the 12% of people who actually give a shit about national security.
The coalition that Scott Morrison may have been banking on, all that goodwill from the pandemic is gone, according to our poll. We'd love you to have your say. Jump on to 9news.com.au and have your say. Some big decisions in that issue of leadership, because some leaders may not be in the parliament at the end of tonight.
Good on you, Charles. Thank you. Interesting to see climate change at the bottom of that survey, and that is a part of the teal conquest, if you like. They're doing so well this evening in these early stages in the Australian federal election. The man behind the teals is Simon Holmes à Court. He joins us now from Kooyong.
I might tweet out this. I might tweet out the show link on the Ozpoll hashtag. See what kind of weirdos show up.
I'm not the man behind the teals. I'm the convener of Climate 200, which has supported a lot of the teal candidates.
Yeah, look, I appreciate Simon Holmes à Court and his equivocation about how, oh, look, I'm not behind the teals.
And has backed them with...
You're writing the checks, mate. I understand you don't control them. That is clear.
Climate 200 is only a very small
but,
part of this movement.
I mean, you're behind them.
But really, the credit goes to these amazing candidates, the community organisers behind them, and the thousands of volunteers. It's just an unprecedented number of volunteers on these campaigns.
And one of your big issues is transparency. So how much money has been put into the campaigns? Can you just tell us?
So Climate 200 has contributed just around about $12.5 million to this campaign. Now, $12.5 million, we go back to 2019, the Coalition was about $180 million, Labor about $120 million, Clive Palmer 89, the Greens 20. So in relative terms, we are small fry, absolutely small fry.
Oh, compared to the majors, absolutely. Even compared to the Greens.
Between 30 and 40% of the funds raised. So here I am in Kooyong right now. They've raised...
Look at that. I don't know if anybody saw that. That pathetic
behind this campaign
6.7% primary vote for Labor in Kooyong.
Remarkably successful. What
Staggering.
do you imagine that you will have when, you know...
At that point, you might as well roll your bag up and head home.
Well, my role really finished a couple of weeks ago when we made our last donation to campaigns.
Yes, Peter Lynch, you know, props to him for getting any votes, more than I got.
200 is 11,000
Run, but
donors from around the country. We have donors from every
6.8%. The Greens were almost in third place in Kooyong.
Maybe 2 weeks ago.
Is that a pub, the pub you're in, that you had word?
And the breakdown in Kooyong is a testament to how much people hate Josh Frydenberg.
By coincidence,
because
utter coincidence,
all the Labor voters, all the Greens voters, but like all the UAP, all the Lib Dems, everybody threw their votes straight at the fucking independent.
And their opponents. Do you regret the scenes at the pre-poll booth just in the last week of the campaign?
There are going to, at the end of the night, there are going to be a lot of Liberal members who are going to be unemployed, who didn't think at the start of last year they were going to be unemployed.
And she won't. I asked her.
And let's be clear, they're all going to fucking land on their feet.
But I'm still looking forward to that retraction.
They're all going to get cushy jobs, though not as cushy, if not as cushy as they would expect if the Liberal Party doesn't actually get into office.
Was filming you approach Jane Hugh?
Unfortunate. Those who have seen the full video will.
There's not cushy ambassadorships and board memberships to government-run organisations for them.
But I hope that we can.
They'll have to go to the private sector. Oh, poor dears.
As we come out of this election.
Jane Hugh, I think I got a sorry, not sorry. And if you see the full video, you'll see it was in fact a setup. Simon, it was pretty disgraceful behaviour. I hope it took some paint off your celebrations tonight.
Well, looking forward to getting your full apology. Thanks, Jane.
Okay, on that note, Simon Holmes a Court from Kooyong. Thank you for joining us on 9.
Simon Holmes a Court, for anybody who doesn't know, is I think he's the son of Peter Holmes a Court, who was I think he was Australia's first billionaire.
This is one of the seats we've been watching very closely.
It escapes my mind how he made his money. I think it might have been mining, because I'm pretty sure the Holmes a Court family is from West Australia.
30% founded,
and the only thing West Australia does is mining
at the moment. So tonight Australia loses.
And disappoint people.
And you know, for anyone who knows him, one of the hardest working people in Parliament. So too close to call at this stage on the booth that we have. We'll wait some time.
Why don't you just suck his dick,
Josh Frydenberg's in a world of pain.
So let's have a look at the seat of Dixon, because we are...
Honestly, it's worth it to watch the 9 coverage, to watch Chris Uhlmann get all butthurt about the Liberals winning.
The Liberal Party...
losing, rather. Jesus, Labor winning.
He wouldn't say before the election, but let's say that you lose the election and Scott Morrison goes on his merry way. You have no Josh Frydenberg, potentially no Peter Dutton.
Dollars to donuts?
Right now.
If the Liberal parties win, which lose, Jesus Christ, slow down the drinks. If the Liberals lose,
I just throw in that I think Jane Hugh
by next month, maybe the month after at most,
Liberal
Scotty from marketing will announce his retirement from politics in order to spend more time with Jenny and the girls. I think I said this the other night. I probably did. Yeah, he's totally going to pull the pin and piss off, and there'll be a by-election in his seat.
By the way, even on these numbers with 50
wasting, and so in a final act, he's going to waste even fucking more money. No, I'm still on 5. I'm just drinking a bit slower.
Many votes, postal votes tomorrow.
Of course. This could all change when we see, not all of it, but this could change when we see the postal votes and the pre-polls. And we've got to see the pre-polls during the course of the evening.
I'm trying to pace myself.
Significant numbers.
It's 9 o'clock. I have to go till at least 11.
You know, as much as I like our Green friends, I wouldn't get too excited to write Labor out.
If I go at the pace I went I did 6 very large drinks.
I don't know what the
other night,
campaign is like,
and that was in an hour, and I was quite trashed.
We, like many other Democrats,
if I went at that pace,
are going to have to experience.
I would need to avail myself of a fucking ambulance.
Your way into government with a whole raft of independents and third parties.
We don't seem to have that same challenge at the state level, but there's no doubt there is a fracturing of what is the Australian identity. You know, like different parts of Australia think very differently to each other. In a city,
rusted on voting.
Cough, cough, Queensland.
The way we get our news, like there is certainly you know, the idea that you just have two brands and that's it, you know, that's certainly up for grabs, that theory. And
Yeah, it's a shit theory. The two-party system does not work in a world like in the world we live in now. The two-party system is broken.
A hung parliament.
It can't work.
It was a complete and utter disaster. It was chaos.
Oh, fuck off!
And most of those independents.
It was incredibly productive. If your target is legislation.
That interests me the most tonight is I'm sure all the commentators in the next week will be talking about climate change.
Because let's not forget,
raise that as
this parliament
and so if we as a
has been the least productive parliament in history,
talking about climate
with the least number of sitting days.
not job security, not housing affordability, there will be another big backlash.
And using COVID as a fucking excuse
the failure of the coalition government to take action on
is absolutely cucked.
to some of your colleagues in the cities.
Because they had remote work, they had pairs.
Tony Abbott said
There was absolutely no reason for them to not be sitting every single day. And
signing up to net zero, we lose, including in
they pretend that they're important and that we need them. Well, we didn't really need them that much, did we?
also win in the inner city seats because once you surrender,
If they can not show up to fucking work, and the country can work just fine without them, what's the point?
we don't have a political core.
That's the problem with these guys. They're too stupid to realise. They make it seem like they're not important, and once we realise we don't actually need them, and the federal government can probably just, do national defence and piss off, that's when shit changes.
A number of
My
them.
point, Kate, when we legitimise the issue because we've all rolled over on it, we surrender to them, of course people are going to vote for it. They'll vote for the authentic thing. When we actually take it on and stand on the conviction and say, look,
Nobody cares what the Minister for Coal Mining, who's never fucking worked in a coal mine in his life,
He's scrambling together some
has to
figures
say.
here at the moment because it's a bit of a movable feast at the moment. Nicole Fence retiring, Rachel Swift is the
Nicole Flint,
the international medical consultant, and Louise Monafor,
the member for female fragility.
Vincent in South Australia.
You called me a bad word. Oh, I have to resign.
A very highly qualified collection
Could not possibly suffer the slings and arrows of
I
politics.
think whichever of Rachel Swift or Louise Miller-Frost wins.
I can't remember. I think she was the one. No, that was.
At the moment, let's see who's winning.
This is the check that came from government money that had a Liberal stamp on it that went to a local area club or something last election. But that was Alexander Downer's daughter. She was running for his old seat, and I think she lost.
2.9% swing. That remains rightly in doubt at this stage, but that's a better position for the Labor Party than the Liberal Party.
Okay, Sturt, Christopher Pyne's old seat. The Liberal there is James Stephens on a margin of 6.9%, and he was being challenged by Sonia, I think it's Barham?
Barham, she's... no, James Stephens is well ahead there on first preferences, but look at the Green vote there, 18%. So that's boosting Labor's numbers. And
Yeah,
at the
look,
moment, when you look at the two parties,
if there is anybody who has had a fantastic night,
50.1%.
it's not the Labor Party, it's not the Liberal Party, it's the Greens.
That's 13 of the 52 polling.
Greens have had a killer in every seat they've run in.
Preferences, so Sturt remains in doubt.
Lingiari in the Northern Territory. Warren Snowden, the very long-standing MP there, is retiring.
While that does look like the entire of the Northern Territory, there is a small seat
I will mention the other seats
that covers a section of Darwin.
Lingiari is the one in doubt now. I'm keeping this one blocked.
Or did that change? Did they lose a seat?
Marion Scrimshaw.
I'm pretty sure there's two seats in the Northern Territory.
Number at the moment. There's a
Which is
key
probably
difference
two
with
seats too many.
Lingiari and every other electorate in the country, and that is that 40% of its population is Indigenous, and most of them live in traditional homelands. The vote you get, we've got the vote from Alice Springs, Katherine, Litchfield Shire, the edges of Palmerston. Warren Snowden polled much better there than the Labor Party would traditionally do in those areas because he was very well known. He's represented the Northern Territory since 1987. And what's happened is that his retirement means they may not do as well in those polling places. But
So there's no Liberal Party in the Northern Territory incorporated. It's the Country Liberal Party.
That may turn around the vote
Which is
in the other communities.
the same. Just like in Queensland. In Queensland, there's no separate Liberal and National Party. I think 2 elections ago they merged into the Liberal National Party, and they run on a single ticket.
If I lifted that lock at the moment, that would give it to the Labor Party. But I distrust using that method of matched polling places in the Northern Territory because, I mean, for a start, the remote mobile booths don't always go to the same places every time. So
yeah, Northern Territory count's always weird and it never matters.
Before I will lift that bar on that seat.
Okay, Bass. Bass is in
Glad I went to
Tasmania. We've
Dan
spoken
Murphy's
about it
today.
a little bit
Was it
tonight. Bridget Archer, the sitting Liberal MP, Ross Hart running for the ALP.
Shit out of drink.
Well, at the moment, it looks like Bridget Archer has dodged the ejector seat, that she's broken the curse of Bass. There's only one other member that's been re-elected in that seat since 1993. And at the moment, I'd say Bridget Archer, who's built quite a considerable profile over the last year by standing against her own government on several issues, has been rewarded in the election.
So a pseudo-independent.
Is quite a conservative electorate.
Interestingly enough, the Liberal Party allows their sitting members to cross the floor. So the Liberal Party members are allowed to vote against legislation introduced by a Liberal Party government, by a Liberal government. If you're a Labor member and you vote against your own party in a vote that isn't a conscience vote, you will be expelled from the party.
Chris Lynch had some past history dragged up during the election campaign.
So you almost never see a Labor member cross the floor.
I should say Jackie Naomi Network's directed preference.
Crossing the floor is, of course, a reference to the fact that when a vote takes place in the House, there is a thing called a division. And what happens is to the
retain Braddon.
People voting against the measure sit on the left of the Speaker, and people voting for the measure sit in the seats on the right of the Speaker.
5.2%.
So there is a clear division in the House as to how the votes go, and that's called a division. So it's why when a member of Parliament crosses the floor, it means they go from one side to the other side.
Greens both on about 10, One Nation.
And again, Liberal members are allowed to. National members are allowed to. They can still caucus. They'll probably get some dirty looks in the canteen. But they're allowed to do it. They won't be expelled from the party. But Labor members, if they vote against party lines, if they break party lines,
that's what's happening.
They'll be expelled from the party. Which, look,
a couple of these seats.
I understand it. I think it's shit.
They've stopped their preference.
I think it's undemocratic. Because it goes against the idea of a local member.
And McNamara, because
because
finished second.
And
if I can just open my
as a voter, you don't vote for. You shouldn't be voting. Realistically, you don't vote for a party. When you go stand in the cardboard booth and you get out your green House of Reps ballot and you number it 1 to 11 in my case. When you number it 1 to 11, I'm not voting for a party. I'm voting for a person. I'm voting for a candidate, and I'm voting for that candidate so that they represent me and the interests of my electorate.
I see what's happened in Richmond.
So in a case where
the Greens are on track to win Richmond,
you are removed from the party if you cross the floor. I think that's wrong. I think that's counter to democracy, and it's counter to the way democracy should work here.
Parts of it were affected by the floods recently. Now let's look
again.
At the
my 2 cents.
Votes, and you'll see what I mean. The Greens are on 28, Labor's on 27, the Nationals on 21. We've got 7 for the LDP now. National preferences.
You will notice that the Liberals are not running that electorate, but they are because they're the Nationals.
Formulas are working out. The Greens win.
Very, very rarely do Liberals run against Nationals.
I am going on the basis that probably 60% of...
And I think in this election there's only 1 or 2 seats, maybe even just 1.
I haven't seen their how to vote card, but I'm presuming that if that's the case, Justine Elliott will hold on. But that's a remarkable result. Nobody over 30%.
Anthony, thank you. Let's go back to David Spears at the other end of the studio in the virtual tally room.
And yes, it is Anthony Green. It's not Anthony Green.
The tally board right now. If we start over on the Labor side, we're still yet to see any of...
No, I'm pretty sure he won't correct you.
The Liberals still hopeful in places like Gilmore, Lyons, Lingiya.
A very personable guy, a very nice guy.
Seat results coming
who
from Labor, but still none of them have
really shouldn't be on Twitter.
Our projections, but on this side, we've still got Labor having picked up 4: Chisholm, Higgins, Reid and Robertson.
Because
Labor needs a net gain of...
If there's anybody autistic on the ABC, it's Anthony Green.
On track for a minority, and we're yet to see further results where they are ahead, and places like Deakin and Boothby and the West Australian seats are yet to come in. Swan, Pearce, Hasluck, where Labor's hopeful as well. So that's the state of play at the moment. But I want to show you something really worth looking at in the results we're seeing tonight, and that's Victoria. Now, Victoria, of course, second biggest state in terms of the number of seats in play tonight after New South Wales. And the Liberals are having a bit of a shocker tonight in Victoria. Here are 4 of the most marginal Liberal-held seats, or they were Liberal-held seats heading into tonight. Chisholm and Higgins already gone. Casey they've held. Deakin, Michael Sukar's seat, still very much in play. Let's have a look at the swings that are happening in those most marginal Liberal seats in Victoria and how they compare to the national swing, because this is quite revealing.
And look, I think broadly, Victoria's going to swing Labor.
Swing at the moment.
And Queensland's going to swing less against the Liberals.
In Chisholm, it's a whopping 6.8% swing to Labor against the Liberals. In Higgins, 6.1%. In Casey, it's not so dramatic. You can see there, in fact, it's less than the national swing. In Deakin, again, another huge swing of 4.7%, well beyond that national average. So what does this tell us? Let's go to Tony Barry and Cos Samaras for some thoughts on this, because in Victoria right now at this point of the night, you'd have to say, in fact, Cos, how do I start with you? How would you describe what we're seeing happen to the Liberal Party in Victoria?
I think in particular Melbourne.
Seriously, that wide shot made it look like it's a telethon.
Problem with regards to this election. Female professional voters in this country.
Professional voters? How are you a professional voter?
The coalition.
So what do we have? We've got McKellar.
Let's switch over to Channel 7, shall we?
In Sydney,
we
have
North Sydney.
We have North Sydney, we have McKellar, we
Wentworth.
have Wentworth.
The lovely Natalie Barr over here.
Where are we here? So we have Warringah obviously being held by an independent at the moment. We have McKellar.
Oh, yeah, that's done.
Maintaining that lead of 3,000. Remember I said it's from about 10% to 20, 30.
Yeah, he's done. That's another teal. Geez, they're cleaning up tonight.
Sally Siegel, we've already declared.
Fowler.
That is looking good for North Sydney for the teal. The independent in Wentworth, Allegra Spender is...
That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4 teal independents in Sydney.
To
another one in country Victoria.
With the seat of Josh Frydenberg.
Oh, and 2 in Victoria, like 2 in Melbourne.
Frydenberg, a swing against him of 5.8%. Remember, he suffered a swing at the last election as well. We'll just go back there.
That's right. He probably should have moved electorates.
8.2% swing last time.
Or, not been such a
8% swing.
Such a giant prick.
That is a big swing. So he's lost in the teens in 2 votes, with 2 independents.
And again, those ALP and Greens preferences are going to flow to the independent.
In successive campaigns. That looks not too red hot for
Greens would crawl across broken glass
the Devil's number
before they voted for
the
Liberals.
The 2 party preferred at the moment. Monique Ryan, 2,000 ahead, 30% counted.
Yeah, he's done.
That has
Stick a fork in him.
A little bit was around 1,000, it's gone to 2,000.
Unless
it will ebb and flow.
Unless all the fucking pre-poll and mail-in were for Josh Frydenberg, which he didn't do anything magical in the weeks leading up to it. I can't imagine
Can you see
pre-poll's going to have it as him winning.
Well, again, it does come down to how the primary vote is trending and where the vote is going. I mean, there are still some postals, but it's not a huge amount of postals to be counted in Kooyong. So, again, it's going to be a tough night for Josh.
Christopher Pine?
I actually think the election day votes are going to be the worst ones for the coalition, as in that the people who voted on election day, in many cases 50% of the electorate.
Which, now, I appreciate Chris Pine's analysis.
So
he's wrong. He's wrong. Polling has been tightening. So how in the hell can he countenance that? The idea that, the election day voting is going to be worse for the Liberals than the pre-election day voting. Oh, no. The polls are tightened. If the polls have tightened, then by logic dictates that the ballots cast prior to polls
as I said earlier, if
are going to be more against the government than ballots posted on polling day. So, what the hell are you talking about?
Who are pre-polling and taking postal votes.
Michaelia Cash sounds like a bogan because she is a fucking bogan.
Labor members would agree with that. Go towards.
Where's she from? Like, where was she born? Let's have a look at her.
Starting tomorrow.
Just pull up her
still come in for
Wikipedia page.
now.
Have a look, shall we?
It may not be results in some of those seats. The other point that Michaelia danced around a bit, Scott Morrison will not stay in the parliament if he loses tonight. I've got no doubt about that.
Yeah.
This is a guy who has real pride. He's not going
No
to...
shit, Mark Riley. Jeez, Channel 7 should rehire me, but this time as a political analyst.
The only reason leaders who are defeated stay in the parliament is because they have passion to be a leader again sometime in the future. These folks have Bill Shorten sitting on their back bench.
It's funny that when I type...
The only reason that Tony Abbott stayed in the parliament for another year was to try and rid Malcolm Turnbull of the prime ministership. It all becomes personal enmity.
She's from West Australia.
If he loses, there will be a by-election of Cook.
What town was she born in? Subiaco. Holy shit.
Thank you very much, Ross, for something that these guys...
Yeah, inner Western Melbourne. Sorry, inner Western Perth.
Cuts through it all.
David Littlepat, what do you reckon?
Well, I'm a Nat, and I dare not...
Apologies to the people from Perth out there, but yeah, Subiaco, turn it up.
Advice to the National Party, we tell them where to stick it. So
and that's why
that,
fierce independent journalism is so important.
Exactly.
I think your analysis is probably close. Yeah.
No lie, I like Mark Riley. He's a good bloke.
We haven't seen the last.
He does his job well. He's not a naked partisan like the cuck over at Channel 9.
He'll be back, whether he jumps into someone else's seat in a by-election or some way else. I think we haven't seen the last of John.
This guy here, Jason Clare, guy talking now.
He's a very ambitious individual.
Future leader of the Labor Party.
Hard for him to do that, but I suspect that his impulse would be to continue in politics somewhere, somehow. Whether the party allows that to occur, they should allow it to occur. I mean, the guy is a terrific politician. He's been, it looks like he's in a real tussle for his seat there at the moment.
Bye-bye, Josh.
Three-party preferred.
Bye-bye.
He could still win. Again, Christopher's point, pre-polls and postals will favour him in that seat, one imagines. But if he loses his seat, he'll be incredibly bruised because that's a man who has a very firm self.
Switch back to AVC. This might be Trent Zimmerman conceding.
Can I say, though, that when we look at these results across electorates like mine and across Sydney and across other states of Brisbane and Victoria, it will be clear...
Go full screen for this one.
We need to ensure that we as a party and as a government are representing the aspirations and views
Where's that audio coming from?
which represent so much...
That's the same...
creativity about...
Jesus, ABC, for fuck's sakes.
And we have
Unfortunately, we're having a very bad audio issue there with Trent Zimmerman.
Yeah, no shit.
He was saying, but as Anthony said, that is unwinnable for him from there. That is a very big blow for the coalition.
It is a devastating blow on the discussion.
Your 4 cents a day at work.
Liberals, whose values, I believe, is what their electorate...
Mute.
8%.
Let's get back to Channel 9.
It's a 4,000-person booth, but it is in the hills, the Blue Mountains, so that's definitely more Labor leaning. No doubt in my mind that Susan Templeman's back. Everyone in Parliament worked as hard as her that day.
Jeez.
I remember when it was...
What a staggering insight there from the former leader of the Labor Party. A 2.5% swing to a sitting member, and she's been returned.
She has worked remarkably.
No shit.
Her there. I will say this, we are getting very close to the stage now where the Labor Party is on the brink of, we think, forming a majority government.
They're going
to see what happens in the...
So, 76 seats to win. So, 151 members.
We'll see whether or not...
You need half to form government. So, you need 76 to win. Because you need 75
to go his way.
To vote on legislation, and you need one. The government provides the speaker. And the speaker only votes to break ties.
Turn west. I didn't quite have this scenario in
And
mind.
in a tie, the speaker only ever votes against the motion.
That's all.
The West, well, that border, Albo wanted a closed border.
Traditionally.
We got one in Western Australia in our minds.
I'm pretty sure that's not. I may be wrong. I am not a constitutional scholar, nor am I an expert on parliamentary procedure, though I'm familiar with lower house procedure for the most part. I'm pretty sure it's not legislated that the Speaker must vote against legislation, but tradition dictates that the Speaker votes against legislation if the Speaker is the tiebreaker.
Sophie Scamp, congratulations to you.
The bill fails. Not like in the Senate where the Vice President will cast the deciding vote, and the Vice President, of course, votes however the party requires them. It's more of an independent sort of position.
For so long, and there was a much better way.
Unlike the UK, the Speaker isn't a position that's sort of... So in the UK it's different. The UK sort of nominates the Speaker, and from that point forward, the parties make an agreement to not run against the Speaker of the House, like the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
There you go. Sophie Scamps.
The House of Commons in the case of the UK. Which I think is kind of shitty, because if you live in the electorate of the Speaker, none of the parties will ever run against him or her, as the case may be. But I don't think that's ever been the case. But I think that's really shitty, and that's counter to democracy. Then again, the Brits use first past the post, which is counter to democracy. If you have enough members in an electorate, you could win with, potentially you could win with 20%.
And this is about genuinely trying to represent our community and take our voices.
Our community, our voices. Gosh, such a
win for democracy.
wonderful accent. Sophie Scamps. I think she's one of the doctors, one of the many doctors that are running as an independent.
With the potential Albanese...
I think she is. Let me just check that. I'm pretty sure Sophie Scamps is Dr. Sophie Scamps.
Majority government, but if that is not the case, are you happy to do that?
Very attractive young lady.
I'm happy to sit at the table.
So I guess young is
Wait to see what they put on what they offer on the negotiating table, but it's crystal clear what I have taken to the election.
Yeah,
and it's come directly
Dr. Sophie Scamps.
That is urgent and strong action on climate change.
I noted the other day that there is an alarming number of doctors running in this election.
And that's what we'll be fighting for. And
the Labor candidate for my electorate is a doctor. Sophie Scamps is a doctor. The candidate running for the seat of Goldstein, who is probably going to win, which is fantastic, is also a doctor. She's actually a fancy doctor. She is a paediatric neurologist. Imagine how smart you have to be a paediatrician and a neurologist. Like, be a paediatric neurologist.
We might leave you to it.
Goldstein, I'm being told. Well...
Can I say we are...
My apologies. Goldstein, not Goldstein.
The feeling against Scott Morrison is playing badly there. That state is swinging early and swinging hard to the Labor Party. So we're seeing swings in Hasluck, Moore, Pearce and Swan. So we'll have a look at those when we come back.
God, he is so flat.
2022, Chris.
If he stayed on the screen long enough, I would totally put the Jack Murphy beard on
Western
him.
Australia, a critical moment in this Australian election campaign.
But he's so mopey, the little bitch. They keep switching away from him. Oh, lol. Yeah.
Australia's most despicable lover.
Let's watch this ad. Like, this ad breaks him. Great.
Shattered by a scoundrel.
This is 60 Minutes, but Australians, so it's shit.
Fraud.
Yeah, $19,000. What have you done?
And
How would you believe that? You're in Australia. You're in Australia. It's 9:15.
on revenge.
Rather wasted.
You're on YouTube, or you're on 9 now. I have to mute this because they're probably using licensed music. And I got so many copyright claims for my video where I went through all the election campaign ads.
That's not necessarily...
Oh my God.
...form of government. It's not clear that Labor will reach a majority. It's clear the coalition won't reach a majority, and I'm not sure what they can cobble together to try and govern. So I would say the coalition government has been defeated, but at this stage, it's not clear what sort of Labor government we will get. And I think there's more counting to come. But at the moment, with Labor having reached 70 and some of those seats...
Understating it as usual, Anthony Green.
...or the other, then the coalition can win from this position.
The government has lost.
And a number of key marks...
Which makes me happy, which should make everybody happy.
Just looking at Victoria, McEwen and Corangamite, we heard...
It means we will see at least 80% less Scott Morrison.
Chisholm looks like a Labor victory. Higgins is a Labor victory. Kooyong is in doubt.
Hopefully 100%. If it's 100% less Scott Morrison, I will be very happy.
The Liberals will probably hold Wannon,
but honestly, even if it's 50% less Scott Morrison, I will be... if it's 100%, I'll be ecstatic. I'll be ecstatic! I will dance a jig.
I won't call it a
But if it's 50%, I will still be happy.
menageries are animals. But
Because fuck that smug prick.
it's going well. Actually, most of that crossbench that's coming in are actually quite qualified and intelligent people. So it's going to be a very interesting parliament. I will say one other.
Don't make me ban you for spamming Awu.
Now, the coalition's on 36. They will have a lower vote in the Senate. Labor on 30%. Labor will pick up 2 seats in every state. The coalition will pick up 2 in most states, but struggle to 3 in more than half the states. The Greens will get 1 seat in every state and reach 12. And I've got some very early...
Yeah, so this. He must be talking about the Senate breakdown.
Go away. I've got to do this.
Every year he struggles with this bloody thing.
This is always a bit dangerous to do, but the ACT... I haven't got the percentage.
Yeah, so here we go into the quotas. So the way the quotas work is essentially it's about 15% of the number of votes cast in a state. And for each quota the party gets, they get a Senate seat, and then once the quota is allocated, then they move to the bottom of the list, and then they start counting.
Okay, thank you, Anthony.
And distributing preferences. It's complicated. I don't fully understand it.
Currently the member but running for the Labor Party has been in trouble. She's been addressing the party faithful. Let's have a listen.
Oh, friends, thank you so much for that incredibly warm welcome. And thank you so much.
Wow, it is. You could hear a pin drop in that place.
Thank you.
There we go. So this is Christina Keneally, of course, the former Premier of New South Wales.
We are here tonight to have
I think she was the... So we had Bob Carr, then we had Nathan Rees, then we had Morris... No, we had Bob Carr, Morris Yimmer, Nathan Rees, and then finally Christina Keneally, because I guess in the game of premiership past the parcel, she was the unluckiest candidate. And she got stuck with the premiership.
Australia deserves.
I think she was premier for about, I want to say 9 months, but it was probably more like 12. And then she had to take the state to an election where 2 MPs were indicted and convicted of, what was it? So 2 were convicted, no, 3. 3, yes, 3. There was Eddie Obeid, Ian McDonald, and, oh, God, who was the other guy? Christ. Someone help me out. Anyway, 3 ALP members of the ALP in New South Wales were dragged through the ICAC, which is the Independent Commission Against Corruption. It's an independent commission, obviously, against corruption. So they prosecute... Well, they don't even prosecute. They hold public hearings into into candidates about who are and public office holders who commit corrupt acts, allegedly. And then as a result of the public hearings, they will recommend or not recommend that there is the Department of Public Prosecutions starts a proceeding and indicts the person of abuse of office.
It's the price for...
the Labor Party had 3 of those.
There were 2
so of course this poor lady had to
in the Senate. They couldn't
had to lead a Labor government, a Labor state government, into an absolute slaughter. And as a result, Labor was slaughtered in New South Wales. And I don't think it's held government for 13 years, maybe 14 years.
And what we're seeing across the board...
Anyway, I digress. Yes, she was parachuted into a seat in inner Western Sydney. No, maybe southwestern Sydney, which was ill-advised,
taken for granted,
and was meant to replace a very popular local candidate who was retiring. And of course, she's having some trouble.
Being treated in
something that should shock nobody.
Very disrespectful. And this is...
Here's a little message for all the national executives out there. Stop with the fucking captain's picks. Stop with parachuting candidates in. You have local branches. If you want local branches to actually care and matter, trust them to pick the candidates. If they're shit at picking candidates, tough.
Richard Miles,
tough.
We're not negotiating on our policy agenda, we're not negotiating with the Greens and so forth. So then what are the options here for how Australia is governed?
Let's see.
Well,
I missed,
everybody
they
always
didn't
says
give me
they're
any
not for
numbers as to
negotiation,
what
but,
she was
I think
doing.
Nobody actually believes.
So I'm just going to pull up her electorate.
Look, I think we've still got to wait. There is a possibility that that Labor will get very close to a majority in its own right.
I could actually be wrong. We might not have a result tonight. I think Labor will get to 76 tonight,
and that will
just because West Australia is.
I think I'd just like to make
West Australia is basically Labor country now.
one of the
Mark McGowan has done a fantastic job of slaughtering the fucking Liberal Party.
Confidence. One of the things that's happened is that we've got the government, as you say, is not going to be in a position to be.
Yes, so the Labor, Mark McGowan, who is the Labor Premier over there, has absolutely annihilated the Liberal Party over there. It is a safe bet that Labor is going to pick up a fair few seats out there.
The other thing
what was I doing? I was looking up
Nationals
Christina
have
Keneally's
not lost
seat.
any of their seats. The independent Rob Priestley gave it a red hot go in the
Probably
seat
sound a bit
of Nichols in Victoria.
a bit sexist, but Christina Keneally is quite the attractive candidate.
Is a peeling off of seats.
She was a very pretty lady.
Lots of seats by the Liberals and the LNP in Queensland.
In the wonderful town of Las Vegas, Nevada.
And to the Greens and to independents.
Married an Australian bloke.
So the ratio of the
and then, of
Liberal
course, moved to
Party
Australia.
to the National Party is just changing really, really dramatically as we go through the evening. That's going to completely change the nature of that relationship.
Fowler is Christina
it's likely
Keneally's
that,
seat.
Scott Morrison would not
Sorry, I
survive
had to look
as
it up
leader
because she's
of
in the
party,
Senate
or
right
leader
now.
of the, coalition, and that Peter
So
Dutton,
Fowler, that can't be right. There's no way they only have 17%
So
counted.
these
What are
are
you talking
dramatic
about?
changes
Sydney
in
Morning
our
Herald?
politics happening before
If
our
they
eyes.
only have there we go. They have
I'd also just
24% counted.
say, excuse
This
me,
page doesn't
in
automatically
addition to
reload.
that, one of the things
So
that's
it looks like on preferences, the independent
we were talking about
in
this being an
Fowler, who is actually a Liberal candidate,
Labor has
is probably going to take that seat.
And
but again,
is also in a pretty good
24% counted.
Flynn. I don't think
That's basically nothing.
in the last few minutes, but it's done okay there.
Yeah, Twisted, I did.
A seat that the
We
MP made
rather than go out for dinner, we ordered
swing
Mexican.
to Labor, even if they don't win. So I think that's sort of a continuation of that push towards the Teals and the Greens.
One of the few good Mexican restaurants. Oh, let's switch over to 7
those coal seats
because
that
it looks
were
like one of the
supposed to be
Teal independents. Zoe Daniel is winning, has won, is declaring victory. Whatever the fuck.
100 or so years ago, there was a woman called Vida Goldstein.
Oh God, here we go.
She was an internationally renowned suffragist.
Suffragette.
The first Australian in the Oval Office. She ran as an independent several times.
Australian in the Oval Office. I'm pretty sure Australians didn't run for the Oval Office.
That she couldn't bring herself to run for either of the major parties.
She visited.
Vida was not elected. This seat is in her name. And today I take her rightful place.
Important to remember that Zoe Daniel is great in front of the camera because that's her job.
Thank you, Vida.
She was the national broadcaster, the ABC down here. She was the national broadcaster's
to thank a few other
US correspondent for a very long time. She was there during the Trump administration. Very critical of Trump. Boo. But whatever.
Caroline was a
But yes, so she came back
She
and
was a special.
yeah, ran for office and has won. Is now the looks like she is the member for Goldstein.
And today I'd like to dedicate this victory.
Stein. So I want to say, is that beer Stein?
I'd also like to thank some
So,
other strong women.
I'm going to have to look this up now. God
Kathy
damn it.
McGowan. Kathy was one who said to me, I think you'd make a good MP. Kathy and I have known each other for a long time.
She's
been a great
am I
mentor
right?
to
Is
me.
it a beer Stein?
But I'd also like to
Okay,
thank
so it's I pronounce the particular glass that's used for drinking half a litre of beer at a time as a Stein. So it is a beer Stein, which means that electorate is Goldstein.
and also my friend Ange Pipos, who put me forward.
And if you think I'm wrong, you are incorrect.
This moment is a testament to the strength of our democracy. I think we have some tests ahead.
Time to pour. No, I'm not up to 67. Jesus Christ.
But
Time
what
to
this
pour my
says is
7th drink
community can
of
make
the
a
evening. Another glass of American honey.
My children, stop being silly.
At this rate, I should probably buy stock in whoever the owner of Wild Turkey is.
Okay, former ABC journalist Zoe Daniel there.
But yes, whoever they are, I should buy. It's probably some fucking
Victoria,
conglomerate.
one of the many independents. This it's the story of the
So
night.
Twisted is saying it's pronounced like I. So Stein, Ein.
It is, yeah, the third way. And
Eine.
the sitting member there, Tim Wilson.
So in Dutch, one is ein, or actually in German, one is ein. So eins, zwei. So 1, 2.
It takes a long time, isn't it? And for Tim
Eins, zwei.
Wilson, let me get this finger. Tim Wilson.
And in Dutch, one is ein, and then 2 is twee, and then 3, 4,
Leaving the
5,
Canberra bubble, Tim Wilson.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
even know him.
13. Yeah, okay. Yes, I'll speak a little bit Dutch.
There you go. All right, let's have a look at the count in WA, because that is going to be the key tonight to whether...
What's happening, RC
It's
Bandit?
very clear that the Morrison government...
Welcome
is not
aboard.
going to get this
It's
one.
not owned by a conglomerate, really?
Labor going to get a majority. It'll come down to those WA seats. Michaelia Marshall...
It would have to be one of the very few
has like Pierce Swan.
that's not owned by a conglomerate. I've got a bottle of Basil Hayden here, but I had one glass before, but I'm reticent to mix
strong there as well.
Mix too much,
Vote in there as well.
and I drank it, and I was so warm.
That was always going to be a tough one for us, in particular, given
Whereas
the independent
the American honey, which yes, I agree, is fucking delicious,
had great name recognition.
does not make me want to take an ice bath.
Entire electorate, given who obviously her uncle was, a member of the Australian Senate. I mean, there is still a long, long way to go.
Michaelia, which is the most ridiculous name ever.
But certainly,
Ladies, do not call your children Michaelia.
19%.
No one will fucking pronounce it properly.
At a state level.
Just call her Michelle.
We could even double our vote tonight, and it doesn't mean we get our seats over the line. It does mean that Labor will pick up some. But we started at such a low base on primary to actually build it up even to...
I feel like I'm getting more belligerent
37-38% tonight.
as the
is actually going
the drink counter goes higher.
good result.
And I've just noticed the 7 in this particular font looks pretty much identical to the 1.
Primary in the state election.
I am, but borders were closed for 2 years.
A place can be
was so high.
Jewish if it's named after a Jewish person. Womble, that's how Goldstein can be Jewish.
Seats. It was always
Because it's named after someone with a Jewish last name.
All right, we just had Hasluck there on the screen as well. It might be good to have that back as well and get Jason, Katie or Chris, your view on that one there. The Tanya Lawrence's vote there disappeared.
That's disappointing. Channel 9 saying that Fiona Phillips has won, Andrew Constance has lost.
Katie, your thoughts on the vote?
Andrew Constance was the New South Wales Minister for Transport.
Has been very
And
popular for some time.
actually a decent bloke.
8.4 swing against him.
Surprise, surprise, a decent Liberal bloke.
I mean, WA is looking good for the
He represented his electorate well.
come in, but again,
When his electorate was absolutely fucking devastated, devastated by the Black Summer bushfires, and like nobody, state, federal, fought hard for his electorate and getting funding for him. He did a fantastic job. More importantly, he didn't fuck off to Hawaii to take a holiday in the middle of the Black Summer bushfires. So, I mean, that's a plus.
Let me tell you why we're making this projection. Because we're looking at the numbers coming in Western Australia now.
They've got a projection
of Curtin, the ALP vote down there, the independent polling very strongly. So
that's curious. ALP vote down. So this is another one of the Teal independent seats.
We're really interested in.
So the Teals targeted strong Liberal seats and ran campaigns that were conservative.
Win on track for a Labor win if that trend continues. Let's have a look at adjoining seats. So
that's very interesting. This could see the Liberal Party absolutely wiped out in West Australia entirely.
Doing very well.
And just anybody who isn't from Australia or doesn't remember, there was an election last year, I want to say, in West Australia, and the Liberal Party was reduced to 1 seat at the state level.
The Teals taking 4. There is no way the Morrison government can form government. So what we're doing, aggregating these numbers.
Everybody do a jig.
Our number crunches.
Scott is dead.
And what's happening in West
We will not have a Liberal government.
News projection right now is that the Labor Party will form government after this election.
Oh, there we go. There's a big call.
Labor wins. Let's go to our Labor colleagues on
Channel 7 has called. Channel 7 has called the election for Labor.
Yes. Well, I mean that's very encouraging.
So of course the Labor members of the panel are very happy.
Clear pathway for us to a.
It's not Liberal, so I'm happy. And honestly, so should you all.
That is, I think it's fair to say, the most.
Though I don't know what Friendly Geordies is going to do for the next 3 years.
Right is now, I think it's very clear, the most likely outcome of this election. We can't cement it.
And satirists everywhere are hanging their heads in shame.
Western Australia's looking good.
Well,
Has
they're commiserating at the very least.
Might have hoped. We campaigned hard there, but we always.
So yes, it looks like a Labor victory. Channel 7 has called a Labor victory. I think that's. I think that's fair. Anthony Green hasn't called it yet.
Strong figures. Again, I'm claiming Reid for the Labor Party.
Yeah, look.
Looking good. Robertson's looking good in New South Wales. Yes, as we said before.
I agree. I agree. Look, the Liberal Party can't win. At the position they're in now, they can't win. They can't win, which is a win for Australia.
What you would say is the most likely outcome.
Yes, Twisted. Fuck Liberal shits.
We're starting to see those pre-poll numbers come through. We just saw a big.
Unfortunately,
Reid
Twisted.
And saw big swings.
The Liberal Party in Australia is actually the Conservative Party, though they're not actually conservative.
Shout out to Sally Situ, who's a good friend of mine. She'll be a fantastic member of Parliament. I'm so proud that Sally has crossed the line there. That was a seat that my friend on the other side of politics, Craig Laundy, held for 2 terms.
The Liberal Party is the pro-giving public money to private enterprise party.
The last election, next door to my seat, but
or just taking your money, walking over to the toilet, dumping it in, flushing.
10 or 15 minutes, as more of that pre-poll data comes in, we'll get a better bearing on seats like Bennelong and others. But it's those 3 seats in WA that, if they all fall Labor's way, could help to be that pathway to majority government.
Katie nodding in agreement, obviously.
Well, I'm going with what they're saying.
Yeah, that's good. You need to be a united government.
Yes, Twisted, may our second run as a prison colony finally come to an end.
We're seeing this sweep of
I need to figure out how to highlight stuff in OBS and just put it up on screen. I see so many
more independence in the Parliament than ever before.
So many streamers do that.
That's a fact.
But I didn't have time today to figure out how to do that. I was busy organising this amazing layout.
Now it's double the size.
And finding sources for all this video.
That are in the Parliament already, like Rebecca Sharkey, who picked up a Liberal seat in South
Let's have a look what the Sky News guys are doing, because they must be fucking ropeable.
Fifth in the primary result here, and this is one that's echoing through the nation in terms of the Greens, 11% up to 35.
Oh, there you go. So Griffith is the
Griffith
is the seat that encompasses the majority of Brisbane, the Brisbane CBD, and I think I think it's pretty much the whole of Brisbane proper.
Well ahead of the Liberal Party.
So there you go. That's they've absolutely fucking smashed it.
The issue there for
I can't do it in OBS. I've got to do it in StreamYard. No!
We were saying Labor gets to 74.
That sounds like a challenge. That sounds like an absolute challenge. I will figure out how to fucking do that in OBS.
And so when we look at the crossbench kingmakers here, Labor at the moment, we're saying they get to 74. And on that number, you get them with
Nibbles, look, probably.
Andrew Wilkie. And from Adam
probably going to quickly
saying Labor gets to 76. Well, we don't know if it'll be that simple for Labor.
2 years and it'll be the Liberal.
We know for the coalition though, Kieran, their problem,
the Liberal platform,
they're stuck down on 67. For them to try to cobble together,
but that's the way it works here, Nibbles. There's a pull to the right, then there's a pull to the left, then there's a pull to the right, and there's a pull to the left. This is the benefit. The benefit of having compulsory voting is the moderates always win.
Labor has won. Murray Watt, whether it's
majority. Look at the faces. Look at the faces.
Maybe I'm too cautious, but I'm not quite there yet. But
oh, they're coping and seething over at Sky News. Coping and seething.
Look behind
Yeah, RC Bandit. Greens picked up another seat. I think they might have picked up 2. So I think they've pretty much locked in the seat of Griffith in Brisbane. And obviously the Adam Bant in Melbourne has been re-elected, and I think they picked up a seat.
Frankly, as a Labor person, I'm pretty happy to hear Michael.
I think it might have been another seat in Melbourne, like suburban Melbourne.
Like, go for your life. That's not what the average person.
But I'd have to look at the numbers.
Suburban, Brisbane, Sydney.
I've had quite a few drinks.
Queensland thinking about. They're thinking about how they can pay their bills.
But this is Labor emerging from the political wilderness, Joel Fitzgibbon.
Oh, fucking political wilderness! Turn it up.
Each minute goes by, I'm more confident that Richo's early call was the correct one. I do believe.
Ryan in Queensland is the other seat. Is going green.
This is a great credit to Anthony Albanese. You know, I mean,
so a loss for the Liberals and a win for the Greens in
the right size target.
In the seat of Ryan to Elizabeth Watson Brown. God, why are they always hyphenates?
His opponents wanted him to make himself a bigger target. He resisted that temptation.
Joel Fitzgibbon, a outgoing member
people just want to
for the seat of Hunter, if I recall.
How clever they are.
Good member, Labor member, but on the right side of the party. Bit more of a centrist when it comes to the Labor Party. Good bloke. I think I've met the guy.
Including some of his own colleagues.
I think I met him when I used to live up there.
No, not at all. No, I thought I was always on board with this strategy. That was to make yourself no bigger a target than you needed to with a tired old.
Let's have a look at Channel 7. I'm pretty sure they're going to be playing like Celebrate or some bullshit.
Just watching those scenes.
Oh, thank God they're not playing music.
It must be something to see.
It is something.
It's someone wearing a Gough Whitlam shirt.
Commiserate with our coalition.
It's time.
It's not easy. Tonight, I know what it's like on a personal level.
Oh, let's go back to Dave Schreimer. I want to see him concede.
And they're going to go through it.
Where's the audio? Come on. Unmute.
Operating in Wentworth. We've got more people.
So this is Dave Schreimer, the member for Wentworth. The member for Wentworth. Oh, my God. I'm glad that's...
We've got more support for mental health.
Member for Wentworth, or as I like to say, the member for insider trading.
Here in Wentworth.
A man who mysteriously seems to always be invested in the right companies at the right time when government makes decisions. Fascinating, isn't it? As you can hear, Sky News run by the same level of professionals as the ABC.
Up and coming star of the Liberal Party gone tonight. Let's go live to.
Peace out, Dave.
Person who could not.
I think he was the former ambassador to somewhere. I want to say Israel. I don't think it is. It might be
how that plays out. But look, I think
somewhere else.
maybe
it was Israel.
Voters, no doubt, in those electorates who have voted for Teal candidates, who want to see a party that reflects values of economic liberalism, of low tax,
Dave
support for private enterprise, but also
was born in Vancouver, so
quality.
another Kanaka.
The message that I think many of them have sent to us, and we have to make sure that we
he was formerly
in a way that doesn't.
No, he's a diplomat, but I'm pretty sure he was the.
And who's going to be making that argument within the Liberal Party now that all of your moderates have gone?
For DFAT.
Look, I think there are some stronger results.
Yes, I was right. He was the ambassador to Israel from 2013 to 2017.
Bridget Archer played in the last Parliament.
And he is now unemployed.
And the strong result she has had. Warren
it's okay. He will have a soft landing
multiple
on his
visits by
stock portfolio.
Oh, you couldn't kill him with a brick.
In this election night, Kieran, we're seeing
to make the Americans feel better so they can hear an accent.
Right around the country. And so, we are waiting to see what happens here in southwest Sydney. But I do want to congratulate both Di Lee and Courtney Nguyen for running really good campaigns.
Christina Keneally, Andrew Clennell here. I remember Cheryl Curnow complaining once that she wasn't gifted a safe seat. You were gifted a safe seat to run for. Does this show you're unpopular in New South Wales? Do they just not like an outsider there? You must.
That's entirely possible. Let's remember that she was the.
Andrew, I'm really quite buoyed. I've got heaps of support here in the room.
She was the Premier of New South Wales.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is a real
No lie, 53 years old. She's not a model or anything.
Both sides of
She looks all right.
politics are now having to consider, what we've seen in this campaign is that people are interested in putting their votes somewhere other than the two major parties. And as I said, I think in the days and weeks ahead, we'll have to look at what's gone on here in Fowler as well as in other seats around the country, because I do think this is
Just
a
got my
question
eye
that
on
both
this
major
seat of
parties
Swan in West Australia down
Senator
here.
Keneally, do you regret leaving the Senate? Could you have had the fight against Deborah O'Neill? Would you have got the leadership support to stay in the Senate?
Oh, she left the Senate?
Yes, in fact, I would have. And I need to be clear about this.
Okay, yeah. So the seat of Swan, an 11% swing.
Lower house and to try my hand in the lower house because I felt
That's insane.
I could make the best difference. I've spent my life. I went into politics to fight for people, for better social justice, a fairer go, and it was an opportunity with Chris.
If that 11% swing in the seat of Swan were to hold statewide, there wouldn't be a Liberal candidate in West Australia.
We'll wait and see when the votes are all counted.
I don't think there is any seat in West Australia that's held by more than 11%.
Whatever happens here tonight.
And honestly, so the seat of Pearce, very, very safe Liberal seat, gone.
Christina Keneally, thank you.
Now, granted,
live from Fowler.
And the Liberal member
Joel Fitzgibbon, what's
has a tough fight because she's a new member. Christian Porter, the Attorney General,
even bigger.
was the former member for the seat of Pearce in West Australia. So he obviously retired due to some stuff that happened.
Did that surprise you? That was
cough, cough, rape allegations.
The strength of the swing obviously surprised.
Yes, so he's returned to the private sector.
This rise and rise.
And so obviously that seat's gone. That was probably gone.
I would have thought about
a while back.
People into seats from the
Let's switch to
outside.
ABC's audio. So they're going through which is, I think, more important because this will close the gate for the Labor Party.
And look at the change in first preference voting. Hasluck, where
This
Ken
will be
Wyatt
interesting
is a member.
too. Ken Wyatt might be gone too, which is another person on my list of LOL candidates
Once Labor
that I would laugh if lost.
State election at the last two state elections. There's some Labor vote there which Labor's tapped into.
I'm batting 1,000 on this list.
We can see
I have Goldstein in Victoria, Tim Wilson, who has lost.
Tanya Lawrence will be the new Labor
Josh Frydenberg in Kooyong in Victoria, who has lost.
Big blow for the Liberal Party to lose, Ken.
Dixon in Queensland, Peter Dutton, maybe not.
who
That might be the only one.
agree for
Dave Sharma, who's
would play
just
more
fucking
important
conceded.
future of the Liberal Party
Gone.
than Ken Wood. I think it's
Whoever's in McKellar,
Ken Wyatt
I've got him down here as Liberal cuck.
as Indigenous Australians
Gone.
levels of office, and I know
Trent Zimmerman,
partisan respect.
I was fine either way, but Trent Zimmerman, gone.
I think that this is a really
Fiona Martin, the Minister for Missing in Action,
one point that
gone.
I want to make is I know that there was a
Gladys Liu, the member for Xi Jinping, gone. And now Ken Wyatt, gone.
Mr.
And
Wyatt
the cherry on top, Christina Keneally, gone.
was a few weeks.
I like Christina Keneally, but it was going to be very funny.
He said that he thought
Very funny if a top tier parachuted candidate gets dropped into a very, very safe seat and loses.
Kind of campaign.
Like what? Like I'm pretty sure it was double digit safe. This electorate, Fowler.
Yeah.
So I don't think just Ken Wyatt's copped this.
I'm pretty sure. Let me just have a look at the ABCs.
But they're all 10 to 12% swings.
Yeah.
That's not a local factor.
Yeah.
Anthony, can I get you to pick up Anthony on more?
And of course,
Thank you. Let's have a look at
despite protestations
Well,
that oh no,
have we lost more?
all politics is local.
Here we go.
Here we go.
It is true in Australia. All politics is local.
Ian Goodenough was only on 40%. And again, look at that, 11% down, 7% up. Every one of these seats has shown that. And when we factor in where the two-party prefers, we've got a quarter of the
I believe the independents
in. There's a 12.8% swing and Labor's ahead
So,
more.
seat of Fowler, where Christina Keneally, which is the last person on my list of LOL candidates,
Hammond is the sitting MP on a margin of 13.9%.
15.9% swing against her
Independent there.
in that electorate. despite what appears to be a nationwide swing. Well, actually, I think the nationwide swing it was against Labor and the Liberal Party of about 2%.
40%. Same as McKellar, same as North Sydney, same as Wentworth. Kate Cheney's on 29.9, 13.
No doubt, Monday morning, there's going to be, in Liberal and Labor Party headquarters, there's going to be a lot of soul searching. So in Labor headquarters, there's probably going to be a lot of hungover people.
This is a preference count. It doesn't.
But in Liberal headquarters,
historical figures.
In Liberal headquarters on Monday and in Labor headquarters on Tuesday, there's going to be a lot of soul searching because almost universally there has been a reduction in the primary vote for both the major parties.
And I haven't got
and if that continues,
in that polling place,
that is not good for them.
I've only got a matched first.
We will never have a majority government
first preferences
ever again.
Tracking towards 40%.
Okay,
that would be a big result.
Muslim woman, who is the Muslim woman on a current affair going for a seat who seemed to be unknown to everyone in her electorate? Nibbles, I'm not sure.
Are you in a position yet to be able to call?
Oh, majority or not? No.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the seats won. We've got Labor on 71, the Coalition on 49.
Yeah, so Labor is 6 seats away from forming government with a majority.
I've got Labor to
a very slim majority, but a majority.
The difficulty is there's a couple of seats that just can't work out at the moment.
Okay, is it fair to say, though, that there's no other possibility than that Anthony Albanese will be the 31st Prime Minister of Australia?
Yes.
You want me to call the 31st Prime Minister of Australia?
Yeah, Anthony Green is not going to do that.
Well, I just can't see
not with 43%.
Coalition getting above 60. Yeah. Now, unless the Labor Party sat on its high horse and said...
Anthony is reticent to do this because it could come down to negotiations with the crossbench.
If the Labor Party...
At the moment, the crossbench is 11 people, depending on how it shakes out in the evening. If the Liberals lose no more seats...
Is the Prime Minister...
And they gain every seat they hold...
And if Labor...
So Labor only gets 72.
The government stays in office.
The Liberals get the rest. Both sides can form government.
I cannot imagine that happening.
The Liberals get first bite at the cherry. So the way it works is, if there's a hung parliament and no side gets a clear majority, what happens is the government gets to negotiate with the crossbenchers first. So they get to go in negotiations with the Greens candidates. Good luck with that. And the Teal independents. And what they can do is they can make concessions. They can say, look, what we will do is we promise that if you support us to be the government, then we will give you X, Y, Z. A, B, C, D, E.
Through curtain, it could be sent.
If you're a group of independents and you're supporting a government to form government,
potentially
that's a blank check.
It will be if that's the case. And
you can get a lot of stuff done for your electorates or for the nation as a whole. So if you don't care about the nation as a whole, you probably shouldn't be in politics.
Pre-selected 3 years ago, but weren't as understood as I've seen in the last 3 years. That again, Celia was an MP who fought very hard to get net zero achieved, who stood up very strongly.
Sadeza Akar. Let's see who that is.
In the course of the last Parliament, Celia is an important and highly intelligent part of the team, and I hope that she can find a pathway to still come back. So
she's running for the seat of Watson,
the member
Canterbury Bankstown. I think Canterbury Bankstown is a bit of a.
I think it was Laura who raised the point that the ratio between the Libs and the Nats in the Parliament it's going to be quite significantly changed. The National.
Yeah, so she's going to lose there. That's Tony Burke's seat. He's the leader of the. So he's the leader of opposition business in the House.
How does that?
That's a safe seat. That's a very safe seat.
Lee, it's not.
That was already a safe Labor seat, and they saw a swung to Labor. A swung.
Have to go back.
They saw a swing to Labor.
Numbers, but quintessentially, the Liberal seats are more likely to swing than the National Party seats. So, if we go back to when we lost in.
Interestingly enough, the Liberal Party had
60 seats.
Had the first Muslim minister in Andrew Sukkar, and I believe he lost
in this election.
I believe he lost his seat this election.
Scrambling to get a majority compared with a convincing majority that happened
off the top of my head.
What kind of slide is this?
He's in.
Sorry,
I believe it's in. It's Western Sydney.
A very messy one.
Well, let me bring in Tanya because. When you look at the coalition's result, that should be a land landslide basically for Labor, but it's not because there's so many
Why
others.
did I think it was Andrew Sukkar? He's the member for Deakin.
What has Labor done wrong that it hasn't been a landslide for you?
Let's see, Deakin.
I don't know that you can draw conclusions about what we've done wrong.
Deacon's still too close to call, but SMH's shit would automatically refresh in their website.
And a win is a win is a win. And
that is true.
On 31.7% Brexit.
And here it begins. The Liberals will say, "Oh, you won on preferences." Yeah, tough shit. That's how it works. You don't get to cry and bitch about how the game is played after the game is played. Oh, actually, it looks like, so according to SMH,
very good to me.
with 40% of the vote counted,
Let's hold that thought because I know Anthony wants to tell us.
it's gone to preferences, but it looks like Michael Sukkar might be re-elected. So
tonight, the thing everyone was watching.
So he will stay in the parliament.
A little bit. It's Josh Frydenberg against Dr. Monique Ryan.
So Nibbles is saying she hasn't been seen in a few weeks.
You see there.
Look, honestly, if you're running against the head of opposition business in the House,
The Labor candidates on 6.
you've probably been given a dud seat. You weren't going to win.
One of these days you're going to look.
Especially in a climate like this, where your government,
6.3 there.
you're incredibly unpopular, or at least you're led by an incredibly unpopular man.
Votes collapse. The Liberal votes down 6.
And you're not expected to win. All the polls are saying you're going to lose.
Let's look at the swing that's occurring.
Honestly, based on last election, we should all be surprised
on 54.3.
that it is a Labor win. That anybody's calling a Labor win. I mean, last time it was basically fait accompli that Labor was going to win, and yet here we are. Bill Shorten's sitting on the fucking Channel 9 panel.
I go back to those
Or
candidates.
Channel 7. No, he's on Channel 9 panel.
The issue is Josh Frydenberg's vote we've got projected to reach 43% and no further. And if the independents on 41.6, they will close the gap on those other votes. That's why I think we'll
pour another
bar
one
on that. I hate making these decisions. I'm wrong,
Maybe you've just got to give your machine its head. And
I have given you my reasoning.
It wants to be free.
I can't see Josh Frydenberg getting above 43% on the votes we're seeing. And if he can't get above 43%, he's going to lose that contest.
Because I'm an old
I'm
man.
assuming, Anthony, that in none of these seats where we're seeing what about 40%
makes fools
counted,
of us all.
if I'm reading the screen right there,
So I'll be right.
that we've got that big pre-polling yet.
That does worry me.
That's the big rock that is waiting to come into the jar.
You've just put the argument that makes me think I'm not going to call it. I think, look, there's no... I think I will leave that there. I don't think there's any point calling a defeat when there's enough doubt on things like that. I mean, if they do well on the pre-polls and postals, that could narrow. But the modelling we've got at the moment is Josh Frydenberg will lose that seat. But I think for really obvious reasons, I think I'm better off just leaving in that position.
Okay. Simon Holmes Accord is standing by, one of the big backers of the Teal candidates. Where are you actually, Simon? I can see you're at a party, but I don't know exactly where you are.
I'm here at the Auburn Hotel in Hawthorne, which is in the middle of Kooyong.
Mr. Holmes Accord, it's
Middle of
Annabelle
Kooyong,
Crabb here.
and it's about...
Okay, Simon Holmes
Pretty
Court.
hard
This
to
is
talk over this crowd.
It is really. This is Annabelle Crabb, and Anthony Green hasn't quite called Kooyong, but it looks like a majority of the Tealites behind you have. Now, what have you done to the Liberal Party in Melbourne tonight?
Sorry, can you say that again?
I'm just asking, what have you done to the Liberal Party in Melbourne tonight? Because it's starting to look as though you've kind of gutted its most fancy bits.
Look, I wouldn't... It's very hard to talk above the crowd. Look, I wouldn't... Everyone's been asked to be quiet. Look, this community independence movement is incredible. You've seen it...
Whew, I'm back. Don't grow old.
Cathy McGowan's seat of Indi.
For some reason, your bladder shrinks with age.
And then this election, 23 independents running in these community-backed campaigns. Two of the strongest in the country.
Yeah, Peter Holmes, of course, is going to be very happy today. Most of his candidates have won. Or not most. Well, yeah, a majority of his candidates have won.
For the concerns of women.
So switching over to Channel 9 now.
Women, if you include Rebecca Sharkey in formerly strong Liberal seats, it is sending a powerful message. And I think the one thing we have not mentioned at this point is the impact of Grace Thames and Brittany Higgins. They changed the narrative. They exposed an ugly side to the workplace in...
Yes, props to the women, the powerful women.
in terms of workplaces. We make the laws.
Legit, I bet Brittany Higgins could drink... No, not Brittany Higgins. Grace Tame could probably drink me under the fucking table.
Place to work. And I think
she looks like she would absolutely be able to drink most Australian blokes under the
no nation
table.
will reach its potential unless and until it engages with the skills and talents and ideas and energy of...
Also, she could probably beat them in a fucking fist
including
fight.
the 51% in Australia who are women.
Jane Hume, the Prime Minister was making the point about his captain's pick, Catherine Deves, that he was trying to get more women in Parliament, but does he perhaps need to be looking for more progressive women in those types of seats?
Well, actually, one of my great frustrations in all of this was the number of fantastic female candidates that we had ready to go that haven't made it this time around. People like Stephanie Asher in Corangamite or Sian Coombs in Dunkley. Rachel Swift in Boothby is a really good example too. I would have loved to have seen them get into the Parliament because I genuinely think that they would have changed things up. And we'll have
Props to my kids who are out there
next time
watching.
because
Thank
there's
you.
so
Thank
much
you for watching your
amazing
pops.
so many amazing high calibre women that are now joining the party and that are ready to go.
But they're not in safe, winnable seats. I mean, we've just...
Zoe McKenzie in Flinders is going to romp it in, which is fantastic. That's really good news.
But I'm so worried about these strong Liberal seats that are now held by independent women.
Yeah, look, that's...
We're not pre-selecting or not able to...
That's what happens.
...for seats that they can actually win because...
And honestly, if this drags the Liberal Party away from the Scott Morrison wing of the party,
I absolutely
then
agree.
that is a win for Australia. Absolutely. And again, it will be a win for the Australian method of voting, where we force each and every... Oh my God, fucking Channel 9, man. Enough with this fucking stopping all the time.
Affecting women's lives.
That will be a victory for the Australian system.
In the Parliament as well. It is your job to advocate for the women out there who are struggling. It is your job to make sure that we see a decrease in the levels of violence women are...
Shout out to the women out there.
...to fight for secure housing.
The strong women.
And, we've seen a massive...
We men love you all.
In the House of
Well,
Representatives. That is
most.
a good thing. But it is my tip.
Bottoms
Australian
up.
women are angry. And we don't just want to change the government, change the Prime Minister. We want to change the agenda and the outcomes. And that work will be ongoing, no matter who's in government.
The network Women for Progress, it was headed up by Nicola Forrest and had women from across Australia, very diverse group of women. I was part of it. Lucy Turnbull, Jenny Macklin. There were women from all political colours across the spectrum. And we had 10 policy issues that we wanted governments, the Labor Party, the Liberal Party...
Man, props to my absolute piece of crap computer
that is the kind of
for not having
we're going to see.
died in the arse doing this, because I swear to God, just having these windows open
but by all parliamentarians
was absolutely kicking the arse of my
Sarah
computer.
Arbo now, who is at Liberal Party headquarters, and you have Philip Ruddock with you, Sarah.
Good evening, Leisha.
God, Philip Ruddock looks like a melted candle.
Retired in 2016. Philip Ruddock is with me. Philip, this wasn't exactly the result that your party
And Sarah Arbo
No
has,
second miracle for...
I have to pronounce it that way,
feeling this evening?
has the most
Well, one is
unfortunate name.
always disappointed when you don't get the result that you would like. That's obvious.
Not in other countries. In the other countries, that name's fine.
Always in
But
contemplation.
in Australia, oh my
It's going to
God.
be a difficult outcome. And if you look
That is
at some of the projections,
her school,
the government
her school years must have been
has not
so
got the result that it may have expected.
hard.
For us, I think the important point will be to look at what are the lessons
Like this lady
learned as
has
a
to be
result
built of
of
steel.
this, so that we can move forward. I'm always of the view that you should
Like there is someone who has thick skin.
that you can take.
Thick skin.
Because I'm there to serve the people of Australia. I think the Liberal Party's there to serve the people of Australia, and I will want to get back into office as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. You mentioned there that there's just this record really low primary vote, but we have seen massive swings against the Liberal
And
Party.
look, the record low primary vote for the major parties has been trending for the last
The
few
point I was
years.
making was that there have been
It is going to be the norm
swings against
soon
the
enough.
government, but there have also been disappointing outcomes for the new government, the government elect, and one has to ask yourself
The government
what those
elect.
issues are.
I don't think I've ever heard it referred to as that.
I think that we were in a very, very difficult position nationally.
And again, look at this count: 49 for the coalition,
difficulties
and
with
yet
COVID.
Channel 7
A very,
they
I think,
jumped the gun. They really shouldn't have done that.
Internationally, that we've got to deal
They
with.
could have just followed the ABC.
A very challenging situation.
And realistically, unless you're just super arrogant,
much more uncertain world.
you just follow what Anthony Green says and you're not going to get fired.
Performance of this government.
Speaking of following what Anthony Green says, we're going to switch back to the ABC. Because I'm tired of
against
listening
Labor because
to
of
Philip
the way these
to
things
a
are calculated
fossil.
and an estimate we're making. So Victoria has done well for Labor and done well for the Teal Independents.
Switch Channel 9 to Sky News.
If you look at Queensland, I'll get rid of Victoria. There's a 4% swing in Queensland, but a lot of that is resulting in Greens winning seats. There's not a lot of other seats changing hands. In South Australia, there's a 2.4% swing, and it looks like Labor's. I haven't looked at Boothby and Sturt recently, but it's translating into something. But let's do this. This is the story. 9.9%. Western Australia. If Labor gets into government, into majority, it's because of Western Australia. That Western Australia's behaved completely differently from the rest of the country.
Geez, I can't imagine why West Australia
of the Liberal Party
behaved differently.
swings to the Labor
Do you think it might have been the actual... So,
been so long the disaster zone for Labor.
say what you will
and
about Mark McGowan and his lockdown.
It's being repeated on a smaller...
What Mark McGowan did in the lockdowns was excessive.
Interrupt you because Josh
but
Frydenberg's taking the stage in.
what it did is he shut down the borders. So he had the toughest border isolation, I think, in the nation. Well, I'm going to shut up now because Josh Frydenberg's probably going to concede.
Bit of a different atmosphere to 3 years ago, but still a lot of shouting.
Womp womp.
Firstly, as you know, there's still thousands of postal votes to count.
That's how you know you've lost. If you're talking about postal votes on election night, you are done, son.
That we win in Kooyong, it's definitely difficult. But while votes are still being counted, I wanted to take this opportunity to be here with Amy to say a few thank yous. Thank you to the people of Kooyong. Thank you to the people of Australia.
Look, let's be fair. I don't hate Josh Frydenberg, but as the treasurer in this government, he gets to earn my ire because he's the financial representative of a bunch of bastards. And yes, RC Bandit, West Australia might as well be its own separate country. Anyway, back to West Australia. So what Mark McGowan did over in West Australia is he locked down the border tighter than any state in the country. You basically couldn't fly into Australia. And that had the effect of keeping West Australia basically COVID-free. So they didn't have statewide lockdowns like West Australia, like Victoria and New South Wales. I do apologise. I'm 8 drinks in. I'm probably going to start slurring my speech. But we've only got an hour left of coverage. I don't know if they'll extend that coverage because we're not at 76 yet. They might, but I will go until they stop coverage because I am wired. Let's do this. Anyway, West Australia, they really aren't like the rest of the country. They are basically another nation. So Perth is obviously the capital of West Australia. It is the most remote...
Earlier today,
I think it's the most remote city, over 1 million people in the world. I think if you draw a line, you're actually closer. They're actually closer to Africa than they are to Adelaide,
important than you.
which is staggering. They are so isolated. It's astounding. But yes, they remained relatively COVID lockdown free for the period of COVID, and their isolation was a big reason behind that. And the reason for their isolation was the Labor Premier Mark McGowan. And of course, I think they had an election last year, and Mark McGowan basically wiped out the Liberals in West Australia. The Liberals have 1 seat. They're not even the official opposition anymore in West Australia. The official opposition in Western Australia is the National Party,
And I
which should blow your fucking mind. And the only reason they're the official opposition is because the Liberal Party has 1 seat and the National Party has 2. So, for all intents and purposes, there is no opposition in West Australia. Mark McGowan can rule West Australia like his own fiefdom.
For me, that's always
And yet he has resisted. Well, look, I can't say he has resisted because he might be acting like a dictator, but I don't live in West Australia, so I don't hear about it. But, so, Kerry Stokes, who owns Channel 7 up here, or down here, actually, down here on the left. So, Kerry Stokes, the man who owns Channel 7, I've met him personally. He's a nice enough bloke. So, he owns the only newspaper in West Australia. And if he thinks you're doing a shit job, you aren't going to be in the job very long. So, he supports him, so he must be doing a good job.
Unbelievable.
But anyway, yes, so he kept West Australia basically COVID-free without any hard lockdowns like Victoria saw. Victoria saw some absolutely fucking soul-crushing lockdowns. Lockdowns that made,
Escaping domestic violence.
if you're out there, JP, the lockdown you went through made your lockdown look like fucking nothing.
Work that we've done.
These guys were locked down for what amounts to 8 months of you can leave your house for an hour a day. That's unfathomable. And I voluntarily don't leave my house for 8 hours a day. So
I'm just so proud of those relationships.
So if you're Mark McGowan, West Australians love you. You kept them safe from COVID. You kept them away from the lockdowns, and of course they're associating that with the Labor brand.
Thank you.
And rightfully, rightfully or not, they're putting a one next to the Labor candidate in almost every electorate.
Before the pandemic,
and they're put. And what isn't going to help the Liberals, which you would have to be fucking... I don't want to use the...
in Google and Facebook.
So you would have to be stupid. So say I'm a Liberal government, and I know I'm weak in West Australia.
But most importantly,
there's a Labor government, and say some hypothetical fat ass mining magnate comes along. And he wants to sue the Labor government in West Australia because he has to suffer some mild inconvenience when he travels back and forwards on his private jet into West Australia. So he's decided to go to the High Court and sue West Australia about whether they're allowed to close their borders or not, which, honestly... I'm not a legal scholar, but in a plain text reading of the Constitution, I don't think this states. So, Constitution requires free movement of people and goods in state borders as part of being part of the federation that is Australia. So the Constitution requires that. So I'm not a legal scholar, but in a plain text reading of the Constitution, I think states can't actually lock down their borders the way they did. But if I'm the government, I'm not going to join some fat ass suing a very popular state premier already in trying to fucking open the goddamn borders during COVID. Like, this is ridiculous.
And our entire government.
So these guys shouldn't, the Liberal Party should not be surprised they are losing, they are getting absolutely annihilated in West Australia. Not in the slightest.
A mum or a dad, a brother,
they did it to themselves.
Or a daughter.
They joined the man's... They took public money and made a phone call to the Solicitor General and said, hey, how about you join this case in the High Court of Palmer versus West Australia?
He said, thank you for saving my small business.
Absolutely mind-boggling.
My staff.
And you watch. Monday morning, there's going to be people in the Liberal Party who are wondering how they lost West Australia.
So,
I'll give you 2 fucking guesses. And if you need 2, you probably shouldn't work there anymore.
To know that our economy is stronger today than when we came to government.
That's great.
More people are in work today than when we came to government. That taxes are lower than when we came to government.
Objectively false.
Health, education, disability support.
While the tax rate is lower, the actual amount of tax you're paying is higher.
Are seeing the
And if you're a smoker, you are paying a lot more money.
than when we came to government.
Oh, and if you fill your car with petrol,
Proud of that our government has achieved.
so much more. So, thanks, Josh.
And finally, to my staff, to my colleagues, and to the Liberal Party. John Howard was right when he said he is nothing in politics without the Liberal Party. People have never voted.
Well, yes, John Howard is nothing without the Liberal Party.
They've always voted for the Liberal Party's candidate in Kooyong.
Peace out, Wombler.
And it's the Liberal Party's values that have driven us for more than 70 years and made us the most successful party in Australia.
Notice how he said most successful party in Australia and not most successful economy in the world,
Making us
because that would be a lie.
regional Australia in the
Because under the Liberal Party, we are not the most successful economy in the world.
in the
We're not even the most successful economy
in our
in the Organisation of
values.
OECD, the Organisation of Economic Cooperative Development, whatever it is. Whatever the OECD stands for, I'm not going to look it up.
Party's formation. And to be the deputy leader
Thanks
of
to-
our party has been an
Thanks to
enormous
Costi for posting this.
and to serve as
Let's have a look at the coping and seething from
a person of great decency,
the corporate press
his family,
that is News Corp.
a person
Disaster now looms for Aussie battlers.
who has shown extraordinary
Wake up
in
that there's no problem supposedly caused by Scott Morrison that Labor can't fix or won't make worse.
to leave us
What will the Liberals What will the Liberals now wake up? Sorry,
Give him a-
many drinks. Oh, my
We're
computer.
going to leave Josh Frydenberg there. David Spears, let me pick up with
Intel,
you.
make your
It's
i7
a very big
faster.
blow for the Liberal Party losing Josh Frydenberg tonight, who has been widely
Oh my God!
used as a
Please
leader. And
don't
also, I think a
die.
little bit
Edge.
like Christopher Pine, who left the Parliament last time around. Even his
exit
political
page.
opponents do like him. He is a well-liked
Holy
MP.
fluking schnitt. Thank you, Twitter.
Here, Lee, there's a lot going on tonight. A change of government, of course, is as big as it gets on an election night. But this is a very big moment for the Liberal Party and for the Parliament. Josh Frydenberg not quite conceding, but it's almost a concession.
Jesus, Microsoft, not your not your finest hour.
But it is a faint glimmer. Josh Frydenberg, as you know, and those on the panel know, and most of us have known
If you were looking at my task manager, you would
for
cry.
John Howard way back when.
Albo, the worst possible choice to lead Australia.
When he was a young man.
With the world economy in turmoil, Anthony Albanese is without doubt the worst possible choice to lead Australia at this time.
I can tell you even during the
Piers Ackerman writes, holy shit. Piers Ackerman,
Networker, not only in the Parliament, the media, business, you name it. The guy works harder than anyone.
our future looks messy and very ugly. Oh,
Change Minister working up the national.
this is a time like never before when we need strong leadership. Instead, we're getting a super weak government
The guy
that has no idea about how the economy functions. Oh.
Tony Barry called it earlier, couldn't stop this hitting Josh Frydenberg as well tonight. Now it raises the question, if he's out of Parliament, if that's the ultimate there in Kooyong,
Oh, the tears.
going to lead the Liberal
They're so salty. They taste so good.
Dixon, you
They
assume
taste
he'd be
so good.
most likely to step into the shoes, but is he the right?
Oh, Rita, your tears.
The Liberal Party at this moment, I think this is
They
going to
taste
be
so
a
good.
really interesting discussion.
Rita Panahi, quote, conservative party with no conservative principles or policies deserves to lose.
Who are the potential leadership
Whatever.
candidates for the Liberal Party? Of course, I'm assuming that Scott Morrison is not going to.
And
remain
naturally, they immediately switch to, hashtag not my Conservatives. They're totally wrong. They're not the same.
The real standout candidate, Lee, just purely in power.
My son's dog has come to visit me.
Yes, the LNP lost seats to the Greens in Brisbane, but the power base of the party has been so decimated.
Let's finish drink number 8.
In the country that that's the really strong place for the coalition. It's
Holy shit, this coverage better end fast or...
had quite a big power base already, and it had been sort of speculated about that it would be a contest between Josh Frydenberg and Peter
I'm going to have a very unproductive day tomorrow.
But I suppose one question I would like to actually ask
Very
Simon
unproductive
Birmingham,
day.
if I could, is to what extent does he regard this loss?
I have
home this loss to Scott
I have
Morrison,
finished off the third of a bottle
which has
of
involved the
American
loss
honey
of the
I had left from
federal
last
treasurer,
week.
apart from anything else,
And I now have
probably
half a bottle
one or two other
left
ministers
that I
as
bought
well.
today.
To what extent, given the way the
This
Prime
YouTube thing is going to be really expensive.
3 years, does he have to take full responsibility for this?
Well, Laura, I'm confident that Scott will take responsibility, but we all have to take responsibility too. Ultimately, it is a team. What we saw from Josh before in a very dignified display, and my heart goes out to
the level of coping
family at this point in time.
Off the charts.
What we saw from Josh before was he acknowledged the role of the team, and we share together the successes that we've had as a government. And we've had some pretty amazing successes in coming through what has been the most trying time in Australia's history and global history. But we also have to share responsibility.
Paul McFat-Murray.
To where we have lost seats, where we have gone.
That's cruel. I'm not exactly
I cop that on my shoulders,
felt.
and I've got no doubt that Scott, as the leader, will take it on his as well.
I shouldn't tease Paul Murray, but
Simon,
he looks like
do you want to continue?
He looks like he might not be having a great night.
The current kind of makeup.
I, on the other hand, given the government has fallen, I'm having a fantastic night.
There's a huge task ahead.
Cheers to everyone.
I guess I've been around a little while, but I'm still one of the younger members of the team. I think I've still got...
I do have to say, this is significantly better than last election,
and that responsibility
where
is to
we were all told it was going to go one way.
accept my share of that blame, but to also ensure that we work from the grassroots up to work out how we rebuild.
Anybody new here?
That we do
sure
appeal to these
like and
voters who
subscribe.
we should not have lost.
You know, do the thing.
Voters whose value set, whose lives
Simon Birmingham, I have one thing to say to you, and that is...
Shut your fucking mouth! Shut the fuck up, you cunt!
On one is, are we in touch with what you care about? And the other one is, are we competent? If you look at the question of are we competent, through the pandemic, Australia on global measures came out of it as good as anywhere, with the economy and with health. So therefore, on competence...
Let's see what this jolly fat fuck has to say.
In greater detail tomorrow night, because I want to think about it. I don't want to be overly emotional, but some in their process is about the broad church.
Yeah.
Now, there will be those that will try to blame...
Cheers to anybody who has stuck with me this entire way. Bless you.
Very clear.
My watch time thanks you.
From somebody who thought that the campaign did matter, and what we saw were some fallovers.
This is where this is the part where the drinking accelerates.
Which is why you can see a
and my liver start. You'll probably be able to hear my liver say, "Please no, please, no more."
And Paul, just before we go, we will hear from John Howard. We can see him on the screen.
And we might even have a cameo from
throughout the campaign. There's a
Hank Hill.
That'll happen in the post-mortem. I mean, just a quick list tonight. The Liberal Party has lost women in the seat of Booth.
I sell propane and Liberal cope.
Reid and Swan. The most ardent supporters of the Liberal Party say that the Liberals do not have a women problem.
No lie, it blows my mind that both my daughters have moved into electorates that are now represented by teal independents.
Discuss it further a little later in the night.
We shall.
Looking
work
forward
husband.
To it. Work wife. Yeah, she won.
Well, thank you very much. Let's go live to the independent candidate, soon-to-be member for Mackellar, Sophie Scom. Sophie, thanks so much.
Sophie Scom. I think you mean Dr. Sophie Scom. Scamps.
such an exciting time, and it's a historical moment for all of us here in McKellar. It's been amazing, and as you
No lie, ladies and gentlemen. Yummy mummy, right here, up at what the fuck happened here? Fuck! Oh my God, Sky News.
The outspoken and outgoing...
Terrible broadcast.
Cabinet Minister Bridget McKenzie.
Disgraceful. Ought to be ashamed. So bad. Gonna...
It really does.
Actually, no, we've done the ABC. Let's switch back to Channel 7.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Well, we're waiting for the man they call the next Prime Minister.
Everybody can see my recommendations.
Bit of a personalised beer for him, for him to have a little celebratory drink once he gets here. And I can tell you,
what's it taste like, Miley?
A big party. Oh,
my God, I've had so much to drink. Touch typing has eluded me.
A few more things I've got to get right.
Guy in here.
Have a look at this crowd. The room here fits 1,000 people, and these guys...
If they've cut off their live stream coverage...
The man who is
Cabinet Minister Bridget McKenzie.
Yeah, they have.
They're all starting to move closer and closer to that stage.
Sky News. Absolute disgrace.
What is your sense of things? How will they play out tonight?
Absolute disgrace.
Campaign. It's been
Sky News Australia.
policy on the table, and I think it's been a particularly poor performance from the Labor leader. But
Cucks confirmed.
believe the polls.
Disgrace. Disgrace.
It would be extraordinary.
They could not handle a Labor victory.
With a very
Do you want to talk to a few?
Not even a Labor victory, a Liberal loss. They coped so hard at a Liberal loss that they just fucking quit.
Others are breaking in booze.
Disgraceful. Disgraceful Sky News.
There will be a strong other vote.
Moving out of
And
the way
I'm
of the
also
camera. Here we
interested.
go.
I
Here's
think
the Labor man. Tell me how.
So long, Sky News.
Very excited. It's the best night since 2000.
Back to Channel 7.
It's Kevin 07 all over again. I'm so...
Swing back to Channel 9 and their ridiculous baggage claim bullshit.
The end of politics of hate, to be quite honest.
Good God. Bring back the Crusher.
And some positive.
No lie, the Crusher was better than this baggage claim bollocks.
You've had some beers there. Have you tried the Elbow craft beer yet?
Yeah, look, the fridge is full of it. So party's on tomorrow.
So it's a good one?
Yeah, great.
Right, we'll keep on going through the crowd here. We've got some other young women here.
Let's see what Channel 9 has to say.
Discussing what's happened, really, won't there?
Tim Wilson. Arrivederci, Tim.
It must be the broad church.
Peace out.
And it would be foolish
Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out.
to have any hope
You have
of regaining.
You have finished suckling from the public teat.
These are all my friends. This is really sad.
I can't tell if ABC has frozen or if Anthony Green is just talking for a really he's just talking for a really long time.
He had good reason to be.
Trent Zimmerman.
Trent Zimmerman also is leaving federal.
Alvida Zane. You were a decent moderate, but unfortunately you're in North Sydney.
Boothby, the dream.
You didn't really stand a
This was
chance.
always the daring
The
to dream
mirage
seat, and
that
it
has
has
finally been
happened.
discovered. I don't want to talk about it for too long
We're
because
looking at 72 ALP,
listening to this song.
54 Liberal. So we are still at a point. And look, shout out
I'm not calling that
to
one.
Andrew Constance.
Polling places that's projecting.
Literally, I think this will bear out. Literally, the only Liberal member to have a swing towards them.
Okay.
Whatever happens there, you have.
And
to say
honestly, if you are
for Andrew Constance
is a good bloke.
to be that close to taking.
Granted, he was a member of a shit government in New South Wales, because our New South Wales Liberal government really is. Look, I didn't like ladies. I don't mind
Deakin, held by Michael Sukkar.
whatever the hell his
Party
name
on
is.
4.7%. Matt
Someone help
Green,
me out here.
ALP.
Yeah, just say some of the councils.
Whatever his name is, Dominic Perrotty.
Polls haven't happened, but at the moment,
I didn't like ladies.
on 38.6 again, a low
And
first.
it wasn't about her being a woman. Mostly it was about her being a Liberal.
Figure after preferences, I think we've got
An important
50.3 or 4.4%.
RC Bandit, I don't know why they are sending Liberal members to Cuba.
Well, this is.
They're sending everybody to Cuba.
Retiring, the sitting
I really don't understand it. And I would advise you to not think too hard about it because it's Channel 9.
On first preference, Keith.
And I'm pretty sure they didn't either.
34, 16% for the Greens.
But I digress.
Count at the moment, and Labor is on 52%, but projected
I don't mind.
on 50.4. So Labor is ahead in Menzies.
I don't mind our current Liberal government. I wasn't a big fan of Gladys. It's not a woman thing. I love women. I'm married to one. I have two of them. Like two of them are my children. Women are great.
In Western Australia on 9.5%. Sam Lim.
It's more a matter of.
Difficulty here. Sam Lim's ahead.
Honestly, I probably can't put my finger on it.
12% there with the Greens.
Dominic Peretti seems like a politician. Like seems like a leader.
16 polling places. Sam Lim.
I don't know.
We're projecting him on 50.
Seems to have took the job pretty well. Hit the ground running. It's not that he's a Catholic. I'm not. While I was raised Catholic, I'm not racist towards Catholics.
He's a reason.
It's not a Catholic thing. We don't have. Well, we do have a secret handshake. I probably shouldn't tell you that.
So we have our first.
So we don't have a secret handshake. I swear, we don't have a secret handshake.
Dan Conifer, our reporter.
It's not that he's a Catholic.
With Andrew Constance.
It's not. It's certainly not that he's a liberal. Whoo, we dog. It's not that he's a liberal.
I am. Thank you, Lee. Andrew Constance, how have you defined?
But yeah, there's something about him.
To be honest with you, I mean, I just want to thank the community. I mean, the thing is, I've worked.
Good night, Southern man. Like, keep on trucking.
Delivered, and I'm going to continue to if I'm elected. I think.
Yeah, it's not that he's a liberal. There's something about him. Something in my mind
if I'm
resonates with him. I would never vote for him.
Here, though, in Gilmore,
I'm biologically incapable of voting for a liberal.
Oh, look, that's hard to know.
That's just how I'm built. That comes from growing up in Newcastle. If you spend too much time in a Labor electorate, it's impossible. It's impossible for you to vote for a Liberal because they're all
I've been there for them during the
stuck
fires,
up.
Hopefully, I'll be there for them into the future.
Private school.
We'll wait and see.
Pricks.
How confident are you, or not?
I'll have to pour myself another drink soon. Soon enough, we'll get to 10.
Last day.
And now, see, this is Andrew Constance.
There's some big
Does this man not strike you as authentic?
That's one pre-poll. You've also got
someone who's just a decent bloke.
Spent a lot of time standing there for the last.
And probably shouldn't be a member of the Liberal
I'll
Party.
be interested to see what happens. But can I just thank the community for coming out, and it's been a positive campaign locally, and that's what I stuck to. I think if there's any message out of this for everybody, it's we're expending too much energy on the wrong debates and the wrong arguments in this country. It's got to change. Got to work together constructively and work together in a bipartisan way to tackle a whole raft of issues rather than just keep donging each other on the head.
To you, Andrew Constance,
the LNP,
salud.
Sense why that's taken place?
No, I mean, look, I've kept my head down, tail up in Gilmore. But, look, I think, the Liberal Party's got to be about the community first and foremost and reflect the community and the community's sense and direction and values. And, look, it's been...
Ooh, dog.
One of the key things that, particularly with the impact of COVID...
But yes, Andrew Constance.
Government's making decisions.
Okay, Transport Minister. Good bloke.
It's been a really tough time and some very tough calls made. And there, I did see.
I'm pouring drink 10.
Some of those strong views come out. So
please,
look, it's
Labor,
a tough time for the country.
For the love of God,
I think it's reflective in
get to 96 so I can stop drinking and go to sleep. Strangely enough, I'm actually not tired.
Obviously take stock.
Yes, RC Bandit. Absolutely.
Declarations yet to be made.
So you are spot on. The Gladys quit because corruption was coming. Because Gladys is, in my humble opinion, corrupt through her association with her boyfriend that she didn't disclose. I've forgotten his name, and his name isn't important.
Look, I mean, it's up to the party.
I don't agree that Braz quit because of YouTube videos. Braz quit because he was going to be outed in his affair, in my opinion.
There were some candidates who...
In my opinion. Do you hear that, Braz? In my opinion. In my opinion. Opinion. This is not a fact. I have no evidence for it. In my politically protected opinion,
if you
It is.
win Gilmore, would you be looking for a position?
And I've forgotten what I was going to say.
Bench, in opposition or in?
No, as I've said all along, I mean, I've got to focus on Gilmore. And the best thing that I've done through the course of the campaign has made my Labor opponents match everything that I've done. So regardless of the national outcome, there's a lot of delivery that will happen because I put the right pressure on to get the right results. Wouldn't matter.
This is 9.
You know, or build
and Channel 7,
which, you know, a major issue locally,
have both decided that it's better TV to follow,
you know, staying the course in terms of looking after
brake lights,
you know, that's
than it is to
Thank you, and
have someone who's potentially going to win.
few days. Thank you.
Who is potentially going to be the only fucking Liberal in Australia who has increased their vote share.
That we can help their small businesses, that their families can.
Let's see if the potato won.
And together we've been able to do
Did the potato win?
And we will do that for another 3
Lachlan, shut up. Nobody cares. I'm an old man. And you have to fucking do it. Let's see what the seat of
I want to acknowledge
way too
my
many
beautiful
drinks.
family up on the stage here with me.
The seat of Dixon
Rebecca, Harry
has
and
done
Tom.
today.
As you know, this is a job that
No lie, Anthony Green would be a hell of a lot more entertaining if he drank.
blessed to have an incredible family.
Fuck, and you look, and it looks like so. ABC is predicting that the seat of Dixon, that belongs to this bald fuck,
All of my extended family
or AKA the Minister for Potatoes,
opportunity to
has retained his seat.
on a couple of things.
So, let me just say,
We have
to the people who live in the electorate of Dixon, you have disappointed Australia, you have disappointed me, and I don't know what else to say to you. But this is very, very, very disappointing.
So there's some hope.
Looking at my list, I am pretty sure you are the only electorate in Australia to disappoint me. The only electorate. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 electorates. If I'd have put money on this, I would be able to pay off my house.
So I really want to acknowledge them.
This is a disgrace.
Of the Prime Minister, of the Deputy Leader of the Liberal.
Residents of the seat of Dixon, hang your heads in shame.
And we've worked
Shame.
through the last couple of years of great difficulty for our country.
Unfortunately, I don't have a video teed up
Position that is
for this particular thing,
envy of the world.
so I'll use the next.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women, sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you gay.
I've really been able to
Fuck, that's a fantastic clip.
team, and I'm particularly proud of that. I also want to thank you. Would you please?
And let's encompass my feeling as it is right now about this man being re-elected to the seat of Dixon and being one of the few Liberal Party luminaries not losing their seat tonight.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
For a bit of a break, but I
Yeah.
want to say thank you so much for your loyalty.
That pretty much encompasses my feeling. Actually, no, I think there could be something more.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Ahead as a country.
Yes.
We need to make sure that we
Yes, it is.
challenges and provide what is the best opportunity for our.
You know what I love? He must have. This man gets up in the morning and looks in the mirror and says, "You know what? Bald looks better."
The Prime Minister has left
Bald.
heading for the Liberal Party gathering at the Sofitel Wentworth Hotel, where the Liberal Party always gathers on election night, so we should be hearing from him fairly shortly.
So
drunk. Let's go to David Spears in the virtual.
So drunk.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. And you're hearing other senior Liberals not quite able to...
Please, for the love of God,
has done so.
call it for Labor.
Morrison when he does that, but you won't be surprised if in the days that come Peter Dutton puts his hand up for the leadership. Let's check in on our virtual tally board.
Oh no, Discord crashed.
Follow me, so I want to show you something right over here on the safe side of the Labor list of seats. One that hasn't yet been filled in is Fowler, where Christina Keneally has been
Fowler.
to hold that
Fowler.
seat for the Labor Party, but has not done so yet. So
Christy Kennedy, attractive woman, done a terrible job. Terrible job. Sorry, my Trump impression.
Greens are a problem for the Labor Party. McNamara and
Terrible. I apologise. Everybody watching, I apologise unequivocally.
Got over the line in yet, and I'll come back to Tasmania and tell you a bit about that.
Yes, RC Bandit.
And
I have no idea why literally 2 channels are watching a fucking car drive to a location. I don't understand. Like, I appreciate that it's the Prime Minister,
at the last election.
but why are you watching him drive to a fucking locale?
From Labor. But this is the big story of the night over this side of the board. You can see these Labor gains really starting to ramp up. These are seats they've taken from the Liberal Party.
Really, the big story of the night is Labor fucking boom.
Like Pearce, Tangney. That puts Labor now on 72 seats and still counting. But particularly right up the tree there, Tangney, to take a seat on that mark.
Why do I feel like?
We've been saying for the last hour.
Why do I feel like this is the vibe in the
quite a bloodbath for the Liberals in WA.
in his head?
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
McKellar going to
I honestly think his day is just ruined now. That he feels really bad.
Is going to be
and that
at least 10 and counting, because we've got a couple that are still in the mix for independents. Curtin in Perth and Nichols in regional Victoria.
I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep doing this. I'm really
right now. So that's a state of play. I do want to have a closer look.
I'm looking at a whiskey glass right here that has about
to what extent majority
2 fingers left.
Their primary vote is down a little, about 2% at the moment. And I want to just show you some of the seats where they did
1 finger left.
time targeting in this campaign. A few of them they've managed to pick up. Reid in Sydney,
And this could,
Boothby in South Australia, Chisholm in Melbourne. But a couple.
This could potentially end with a trip to the hospital.
Northwest as well. There's still a
But I have 18 live viewers, and that's amazing. That's amazing. For the 18 people out there who are watching, well, I don't know you're watching live.
Across the north and west
I'm having
coast
trouble focusing on the
it's interesting because
live stream figures. But to the potentially 18 people out there watching right now, I love you all. You are great.
In fact, if we have a look at the swings for these targets,
You should probably go to bed. But it's Sunday tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. Or if you're American, you're just starting your day.
After preferences. And you can see that's happened. In fact, a bigger swing in some of those target seats, like Bennelong.
What the hell happened to the 9 coverage? Did the 9 coverage drop? The 9 coverage stopped.
Boothby they've won. But
why did the 9 coverage
have
stop?
gone the other way. There have been swings to the Liberals.
You've been good all day. Actually, no, that's a lie. The 9 coverage has been terrible all day. He was playing The Iron Giant earlier, which is a fantastic film.
Why in Tasmania have we seen?
But then it played some terrible, like, travel bullshit.
Queensland, for example, where I think
And then it played something with Katrina Roundtree, who is really an underrated woman. Very attractive. Very great look. Very beautiful woman. Beautiful woman. Fantastic, fantastic body.
Some of the research
looks great.
Historically, within the northern part of Tasmania, a lot of young couples.
Oh, this guy is so boring. I need to switch.
Looking for jobs.
I need to switch away.
Left behind is a fairly disgruntled cohort.
While I can still
Lost the support of his own party,
manage
thrown out.
my
And
faculties.
was replaced by Malcolm Turnbull. And then
Switch away.
so
We
you've got that
switch
tune
back
on.
to.
Will Peter Dutton
So we've switched to channel 7.
You know, 1 or 2 elections if the coalition come back.
Sorry.
Normally,
I'm so sorry, YouTube.
the person who leads a party who's
I'm
been
really going to start slurring my speech.
There's never been a Liberal
My speech.
who's become leader after we've lost an election from government that has ever.
If you're watching on Discord,
Christopher, we agree.
if you are on the Discord,
That's true. That's true.
It's not a myth. That's just
No,
a
no,
fact.
that's true. I don't think Labor's done it either, have they?
I don't know.
I
about
can't
Labor.
think of a Labor leader. It might have happened in the war, before the war. I can't think of one.
post this on
So does
Discord.
Peter Dutton want the job then?
We're going to join.
In that
somebody wants
context?
It might be one of those situations where the person who wants to lead take a step forward and the entire coalition party room takes one step backwards.
I don't think
the
there'll be a
Liberal
rush
Party-
for the job. No.
If the Liberal Party thinks
I just typed.
Peter Dutton's the
I
way
just
back,
typed the message on Discord, and it was basically illegible.
lost the independence, I think they might be asking themselves the wrong.
I swear to you, YouTube, I will be staying on until the major broadcasters stop broadcasting.
Very pivotal there, but this is.
I will not quit.
Of the crisis that the LNP.
This is my word. My word is my bond.
I've got to tell you,
I will not stop. I will not stop until the broadcasters stop. Until the evil corporate fake news press stop. I will keep going until they will not stop.
Sydney, you'll go
I
down
will keep going.
into the car park. It's a subterranean room about 2 stories below the ground level.
Yes, RC Bandit, incredibly drunk streamer.
Traditionally here you have...
Incredibly drunk.
Is this Scott Morrison delivering it?
If I'm not banned by tomorrow morning, this hasn't been the right stream.
Yes, it is the protocol. You wait for the Prime Minister to concede before you claim victory. The question is, though, I mean, Scott Morrison will concede because it's obvious that he's lost this. Is Anthony Albanese now in a position, our Labor members of the panel might be able to say, is he in a position to claim that he's got majority government right now?
Minority or majority.
Jason, you've been receiving a lot of messages. Have you got any further word about seats that have been picked up that might get you majority? I'm sorry, I don't have any more information on that. It's a valid question to ask.
I don't understand that. Stop asking people on the panel. The only information they have is the shit they get via text message.
And the Prime Minister.
You're sitting next to them.
He'll make some short remarks in a moment. Politics is a brutal business. I don't think any Prime Minister has retired since Menzies. What did Paul Keating say? Everyone eventually gets taken out of the box.
Carried out in the box, that's right.
And
Harold died at the seat, I think he also
said. Harold died at the seat.
When he was
that was a
trying
coconut, I think.
And you're seeing that there.
I may have to pause soon to run to the bathroom, to the little girl's room.
Albanese. I suspect we'll...
Because again, I'm an old man,
Anthony
and my bladder isn't as big as it used to be.
After Scott Morrison speaks, there's a couple of...
I can't be sure. Like, I'm pretty sure your bladder doesn't shrink when you're elderly.
That we won't be able to call tonight.
I don't know that I would describe myself as elderly. I still would describe myself as middle-aged.
Polls and postals in.
Because elderly just seems like seems extreme.
What it looks like.
Seems extreme.
Potentially 9 or 10 seats. We might lose, potentially 2 seats. We needed 7.
Yeah.
So it still looks like we're on track there.
That's the bare minimum. And the 2 you've lost are two allies, basically.
And then you've got Menzies.
Yeah.
And look, according to 9, I'm wrong. My call was 3 Greens and 6 Independents. And right now they're calling 2 Independents and Jesus, terrible. They're calling 2 Greens and 9 Independents.
13% in Western Australia. It put this election result beyond question. That swing in the West. Without that, this would be a really interesting election result.
Very briefly, we spoke a lot about pre-polling at the start of the night and then those results coming in starting from 9:30 onwards. Where does the situation with pre-polling...
Of course, we're over at Channel 7 audio,
on,
I think.
Yes, I guess the majority for Labor.
My son told me that...
the victory right now.
So the pre-polls...
He was losing track of where the audio was, so I need to remind people every so often that we're over on Channel 7 for the audio.
Starting to roll into those seats. The pre-polls...
lower right? No, lower left. Sorry.
A little while ago.
Don't blame me. Even sober, I have trouble with left and right.
Polls into bundles, which gives them a big head start at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And at 6 o'clock, they were able to start counting. So it got them a bit of a head of the game. So the pre-polls are coming through in high volume now. The postal votes, as we said, record number of postal votes. I think Chris and I were talking about this.
I feel like I'm breathing into the microphone. I do apologise.
Number of the last election, Christopher, in postal votes.
At this point, at 10 drinks deep, and it's important to note that I'm drinking out of a whiskey drinking glass, so they're those strange teardrop-shaped glasses.
And so the AEC
and
won't be calling a lot of these seats.
they hold a lot more than 30 mils. So while it says 10 drinks on the screen, it's probably closer to 20.
Oh yeah, guys.
And I'm drinking American honey.
Scott Morrison has...
Holy shit, I've just looked at the bottle and I have a third left.
I understand he will come out from that.
I had a third left on the other bottle.
Filed into the room. A lot of them are booing at the moment.
My liver is not going to be very nice to me.
Will become the
My liver is probably going to disown me tomorrow.
People are upset. I've been speaking to a lot of his staff members that have been working with him round the clock.
It looks like Anthony Green is saying something important, so I'm going to switch back to ABC. If I can figure out how to. Oh my God, come on. Okay, so the tab's not muted. Oh my God, did I just pause the tab? No, I'm sorry. Oh God, no! Okay, we're good. Shit. Sorry, I apologise. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? I apologise, this has turned to a goddamn shit show. There we go, we are live. Okay, good. And the audio should come in any moment now. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Everywhere, and that is still the case. But
I really apologise.
to Labor, to the extent that there's a
10 drinks apparently is my
swing
is not my minimum.
which is going to translate into
apparently the point
if
where
not,
this shit gets
outright government, then at least close enough with some crossbenchers that are going to be supportive.
Yeah,
it's
that you
pretty
only
much-
then need 2 or 3 rather than, say, the whole lot.
Right. I mean, Tanya, what are you thinking?
Yeah, look, there's still quite a few on our too close to call list, so I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but
I'm going to tweet out the link again.
You could probably say yay.
I'm feeling so much
Are
gay
you happy,
inside. I
Tanya?
can't
Are
tell
you
you how
happy?
much gay there is in here. Just trying not to get ahead of ourselves. And, you know, I'd really go back to the issues that have been big in this election. I really think we've in a very good place to have a positive agenda for the country with those crossbenchers, working with them.
Looks like a whole lot of new women coming into the parliament.
Fantastic.
Tanya, how would you feel about having a teal or 2 in cabinet if that's what they asked for?
Well, Anthony's been very clear that he's not into making deals with the minor parties. He's been very emphatic about that in the lead up to polling day. I think the Teals have been pretty clear about what they want.
Can I interrupt you? Sorry, Tanya. Scott Morrison's just arrived at the podium to speak.
No lie, the Teals are
Thank you.
90% better
John and
than
Jeanette
this
Howard.
prick.
It's wonderful to see you here tonight.
Nobody cares, Scott.
Well, can I
In
start
fact, I
tonight
care so little.
Firstly, acknowledging the Gadigal people, your elders past and present and emerging. Also has been
I appreciate the recognition of you know
to acknowledge
former owners of land. Look, no lie. Look at the streams. I haven't fucked up the Channel 7 stream once, and it is a good 30 seconds behind
It's a
the
difficult
streams I
night
have
for
screwed.
Liberals and Nationals around the country, as nights like this always are.
Because I care about Scott Morrison's statement about as much as I need to.
Victory is also humbling and always should
So,
be.
this is about as much.
Spoken to the Leader of the Opposition and the incoming Prime Minister Anthony Albanese.
There you go. He's done it. He's conceded defeat. He has out and out said
In this
Anthony Albanese will be the 31st Prime Minister of
fighting for their
this Federation of Australia. No lie, I almost said these United
we
States.
can reflect on the greatness of our democracy.
So, someone who grew up in public housing to a single mother on disability has risen
Thank you very much. Thank you.
to the point of becoming the Prime Minister of Australia. How fucking awesome is that? How amazing is it someone who can come from practically nothing, the most soul-crushing poverty that you can imagine, to the point where your only option is to survive on the pension and public housing.
That this country has certain
Someone who has experienced this, who has lived
and particularly over the course of this
through some of the most desperate
there's a very clear understanding
experiences that Australians can possibly live through,
this has been a
short of being one of
past few years
our Indigenous Australians in
on our country
far north Queensland,
and I think
where
all
they
Australians
barely have running water.
And with
Someone who has experienced this, someone who has experienced
as the way people
a fucking horrendous,
major parties having
like,
one of the
just an
lowest
absolutely terrible upbringing.
That says a lot, I think,
where
the upheaval that has taken
you have
place
to worry about where you're going to get your next meal. And anybody who has a concern about watching what Scott Morrison has to fucking say can go and watch fucking ABC. I don't give a shit.
I still believe in miracles.
But someone who has actually worried about where their next meal is going to come from. Someone who has looked at a loaf of bread and said, you know what? This $3.40 might be too much. Might be too much. I will have to check my bank balance, or I'll have to check my wallet, or I'll have to check the back of the fucking couch to find money to buy a loaf of bread, to be able to have a meal, or at least something in my stomach when I go to school.
Has shown a tremendous depth.
We haven't had a Prime Minister who has had to think that way
Had the great privilege to lead
ever.
over the last more than 3
Even going back to one of the greatest Prime Ministers we've had, Paul Keating,
has been the strength and resilience and character of the Australian people.
Bob Hawke.
The Australian people.
These guys didn't have to think of that.
That has enabled all of us to come.
Anthony Albanese grew up in public housing.
All Australians can give thanks.
His mother was on a pension. Like, my mother worked. My mother worked. I grew up with a single mother. I grew up with a single mother who had a job. Who had a fucking job.
3 years.
And I know what I know what it feels like to have to scrimp and save and claw and worry about where your next meal is going to come from.
Unemployment today.
Like most Australians, and look, I praise the Lord every day. And if you don't have to experience this, if you don't have to think about that stuff, you look to the fucking sky and you praise the Lord in heaven that you don't have to experience what it's like to have to worry about where your next meal is going to come from.
And for their family.
Seriously. If you don't have to worry about where your next meal is going to come from, you are in a better position than the majority, like more than the majority. Something like 90% of the population of this blue dot that we all fucking live on.
Because as a government,
that is astounding to me. That is astounding. And that should blow your mind. If you live in a Western country where you don't have to think about where your next meal is going to come from, you are better off than more people than have ever lived on the planet Earth.
Done such an amazing job to keep Australians safe.
Mind-blowing.
Together over these years. But the other
but I digress.
We've been able to do is continue to guarantee.
Most, like, I grew up, like, our next Prime Minister will understand poverty, will understand hunger,
that can provide the services that it's
will understand want
our investments in doubling
more than any Prime Minister
addressing the
we have ever had in this nation.
with the challenges that
And I don't know if that's a good thing.
or
I assume it is.
and the many other
I assume it is, but that's probably my thinking,
and record funding for
talking. Because honestly, in our private moments, we all sit down and we all think that, yeah, you know what? If I was Prime Minister, or if I was President, or if I was dictator, this country would be better. This country would be better, no doubt. We all have that certainty inside of us. We all have that certainty inside of us. And if you don't have that certainty inside of us,
thank you for your wisdom.
if you don't have that certainty inside of you, then, man, you better... Tomorrow morning when you wake up, you should probably stand there in front of the mirror for a few minutes and look deep inside your soul. Because you aren't seeing something. You're missing something when you look in the mirror. You're absolutely missing something.
Under our government,
you need to look inside yourself. We all have that inside yourself. We all have that.
For the terrific effort they've put in all around the country.
But deep down, deep down.
Granted, and we'll never take regional Australia for granted. We know that region Australia is where the strength and heart of our country is.
we all know that we know what's best.
To my dear friend and deputy, Josh
Deep down, we could all point to those things
from Josh
in the world around us
Josh,
that could make things better for everybody.
I can refer to him as a brother. Josh and I have a deep and a bonding friendship.
And it's not a left or a right thing. That doesn't matter. Left, right, conservative, liberal, progressive. It's all fucking irrelevant, man. Like, it really is. It's all irrelevant. These are just labels. These are just labels that are used to divide us. Because the people that really control us, like, I'm talking about the corporate press, the mainstream media, and it's not a left-right thing, it's not a right-left thing, it's just a control and lack of control.
I look forward to those
the forces of control
remaining in this Liberal
are the mainstream press, those that hold sway over the majority.
To Andrew Hurst,
those forces that CNNs, the MSNBCs, the Channel 9s, the Channel 7s, I mean, in some cases even the ABCs, to a lesser extent, because nobody really pays attention to the ABC, the Sky News, the Rupert Murdochs of the world, those who control these vast swaths of media.
To my colleagues tonight,
that control not just what we think, but how we think about things.
I, as leader, take responsibility.
These are the people that really control us. Until we cast off the shackles of these oppressive, I'm reticent to say regimes, but realistically they are regimes. Because people like Rupert Murdoch, they control, not directly, but through influence, sort of the ore in the water. So when you want to remove a barnacle from a boat, you don't scrape the barnacle off directly, because if you're on a sailing boat, that'll slow the boat down too much. So what you do is you put the ore in the water in front of the barnacle, and the flow of the water will push the ore towards the barnacle. And that'll sort of add force to the barnacle and sort of push it away from the barnacle, like push the barnacle away from the boat. And what these conglomerates, these influence peddling outlets do is they stick the ore in the water. But they stick the ore in the water where they want to move it from. They stick it ahead of the barnacle. So they'll stick it ahead and try and move the barnacle from the boat of democracy, as it were. And I feel like I'm ranting, and I really need to go to the bathroom. So I will be back
you only have to look at this
in a moment
to understand how important family is. Family is the fabric of our society. It is the fabric of our community, and only through stronger families can Australia truly be stronger in the future. My last thank you tonight is to the people of Cook. The people of Cook have supported me so strongly, and I will continue to be your representative, and I will continue to stand up for the values of our Shire. And St George, I thank you for your support today out there across southern Sydney, and I look forward to continuing to serve you to the best of my capability. But tonight, it's a night of disappointment for the Liberals and Nationals, but it's also a time for coalition members and supporters all across the country to hold their heads high. We have been a strong government. We have been a good government. Australia is stronger as a result of our efforts over these last 3 terms. And over the next 3 years, I have no doubt, under strong leadership of our coalition, 3 years from now, I'm looking forward to the return of a coalition government. Thanks, everyone.
The Prime Minister there, bringing down the curtain on 9 years of coalition government. Our reporter, Greg Jennett, is at the Fullerton Hotel where the party faithful have gathered. Greg?
30th Prime Minister, 54 years of age and 14-year veteran of the Parliament. Scott Morrison telling us, Lee, as he outlined what he views as his government's legacy of his intention to remain in Parliament in some capacity as the member for Cook, whether that be on the opposition backbenches or the front remains to be seen, but what is clear is that he won't be seeking to recontest the leadership when the party room next gathers. And so there were the obligatory thank yous, gratitude expressed to everyone from John Howard through to his current staff and, of course, his family, and he's highlighting his friendships with Peter Dutton and Josh Frydenberg in particular. But on the legacies, Scott Morrison pretty much right off the top naming the economy and national security as things that he still to this day holds as signature initiatives that his government implemented, not only of course seeing through the pandemic itself. So now off into the darkness. It's been a pretty subdued night here, as you would expect, Lee. There was reverential observance of some of the speeches, particularly Josh Frydenberg's when it was broadcast in the room, but otherwise you got the impression that quite some time ago, an hour and a half to 2 hours ago now, everyone here realised that the count was up and there was no path forward for the Morrison government, and so it ends.
Greg Jennett, thank you very much. Scott Morrison really has done both of your sides a favour there, because Tanya Pliberseki's been crystal clear. Congratulations, Anthony Albanese. Wishing you...
Ooh, and I'm back.
So there's no doubt there that, that's what...
Ooh, dog.
But also
Jesus.
Simon Birmingham, crystal clear. I'll be stepping down from the leadership. I take responsibility for the loss, so you've now got a clear path forward there.
Pouring my...
yes.
Well,
11th drink.
Indeed, Lee. And let me start by congratulating Tanya and...
I apologise for that rant.
...party on their win.
I feel like it was a tad incoherent.
But I am confident that they will from the numbers.
I had a point.
I
tried to sort of steer the boat there.
In terms of doing that for
but again, I feel like I didn't actually get there.
Did the logistics move in terms of gathering the party?
Be excellent to each other, in the words of
results come in and
Wild Stallion.
There's, I guess, not so much urgency on that in opposition.
If you can swing it.
So we need, I think, to take that time to make sure we're clear about who is...
Let's have a look at what Mark Riley has to say while I can still manipulate the volumes.
Recipients who did it tough. You know what we did find out?
I haven't been this drunk in quite some time.
I've asked him once, I'm going to ask him again. What the pandemic showed us is we can lift people out of poverty in Australia. We can do that. It costs a bit, but we can do it. We lifted all Australians out of poverty during the pandemic. It was a supplement. It was a pretty big supplement, but it showed that we can do it with enough money and enough political will. And there'd be another way too, in terms of policy reform over the years to try and do that. And that'd be a great objective for our country.
Well, there was an interview I did with Josh Frydenberg.
Neozed.
The same interviews around the same time, and I asked him. I said,
my typing isn't very good.
Amount of money is huge that you spend.
But my talking, my speech is still capable of
there's a lot of money
operating.
Right now.
Yeah.
So what I will say to you is, yes, Labor has won.
What Anthony Albanese is going to walk
looking at the numbers, they haven't actually got specifically sufficient seats to win. So in order to win, you need 76 seats. So there are 151 seats in the lower house. And when it comes to forming government, the lower house is all that matters. The rest of it doesn't matter.
But making an acceptance speech.
So the rest of it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters when it comes to forming government is the lower house. The House of Representatives has 151 seats.
Good unemployment rate.
Out of those 151 seats, we're going to use the ABC's estimates, because the ABC's election analyst is Anthony Green, and he is one of the most... so he's one of the most...
I don't accept the premise of the question of what we're inheriting. I think we're inheriting a lot of challenges and a lot of difficulty.
Uno momento, por favore.
There are some big problems. There's big problems in the economy.
So Anthony Green is one of the most experienced analysts when it comes to elections in this country.
Concession speech. Scott Morrison and I.
So far, he has called
many years and
72 seats for the Labor Party, 52 for the Liberal Party, and 11 for independents, Greens and other candidates. And so far there are only 16 seats remaining to be called. So these seats could be Liberal seats, Labor seats or independent seats. It's more likely that they are Liberal or Labor seats. But at this point, with 72 seats, it is looking incredibly likely that Labor will form government within their own right without having to use, without having to negotiate with the crossbench. And at this point, the crossbench is looking like it will consist of 11 independents, which honestly, so Simon Holmes Accord and the Climate 200 coalition, I think they were called. I don't remember what they were called, but Simon Holmes Accord and the Climate 200 Action Group, whatever they were, has done an absolutely unfathomably good job. They have managed to get, at the very least, 9 independents elected. 2 others are Andrew Wilkie in the seat of... God, I can't remember what seat he's in. I apologise, Mr. Wilkie. I can't remember what seat you're in.
To be determined and announced.
And the seat of Indi, who, while I remember the seat name, I do not remember the candidate's name, so I apologise for whoever the representative is there. I believe it is a woman. I apologise. I do not remember your name. It's not because you're a woman. It is just because I am on drink 11, halfway through, and I am very, very trashed. It is 11:09 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, and I am really drunk.
Big brother.
A deal to vote your friends out.
He's done the dirty on her.
They shook hands.
Great.
Yeah.
In the epic cage fight, there's no escape.
Yes, Noseed, my speech
Oh no, I heard something different today.
Where did that come from? Oh, this will be a fun one.
You are the mastermind here.
I love this.
I do apologise to anybody out there watching. I'm going to draw all my focus to the microphone.
This game is
To anybody out there watching, legitimately, I am trying to do decent coverage of the election. I felt like it was important to drink along with the coverage,
but also
just because I can't remember. I have a proverb for drinking. I'm just going to open my OneNote and see if I can find it.
6-month waits on extras.
Wow, maybe this is good timing.
I think it's something like alcohol is the fact of fools or something. Something cringe like that.
They say you
Let me find it. I'm pretty sure it's from The Office.
But what about an old fox? Prime Video is now on Foxtel. Yes, really.
Maybe it's
You can now find even more of your favourite shows and movies, plus Amazon originals like The Boys and Lux Listing Sydney.
Seriously. So I have been on this for 40-something years.
Did you see that?
I don't think I've ever been this drunk. That's really saying.
It's amazing what you can do when.
And look, honestly, I feel a bit embarrassed because I'm pretty sure my kids, some of my, like I'm an old man. My kids are in their 20s, mid to late 20s. He's looking at you, Lachlan. Yes.
What inspires and what matters.
My kids are in their 20s, so their world is going to look.
Plus sensational soups and stuff.
They've come to terms with the fact that their dad is old. So.
When you choose Allianz Comprehensive Car Insurance...
But yes, I don't think I've ever been this drunk in public, and I guess this counts as public.
Search Allianz Car Insurance to get your quote today.
I feel like I had a quote about alcohol being like lubricant of something about a fool. Man, my vision is terrible which is going to obviously affect my reading comprehension. I'm honestly astounded that I can use words like comprehension.
But the boys have a big morning.
Oh man, I apologise. This is probably terrible.
Aaron thinks it's Treat Yourself Tuesday. But it's actually debit day for his water bill. If only you'd use
Man, I
B-Pay
need to make sure that ABC is the main audio.
make bills work for
Rudd
you.
lost in 2013. Tony Abbott, their primary vote was 33.
Broadcast TV.
2013.
Seriously, broadcast TV will use lots of
Labor can celebrate coming into government.
lots of licensed audio, and it's going to get my channel struck.
Labor has won from opposition.
Quickly, we're going to switch while I can still do it to Dave Schweimer because I want to see him concede.
But I think, look, there's a whole multitude of factors here. I think as a government we have a good record to run on. And
Sorry, I should have muted the microphone and breathed out then.
We've got Australia through a very tough past 3 years. But look, clearly the public felt frustrated about elements of our leadership, and of course, I respect that verdict, and I felt the brunt of it myself this evening, as have a number of my friends.
So, Dave Sharma, how much is this Scott Morrison's personal responsibility?
I'm just going to step away for a second because I need to get a can of Coke.
Going to have a hard time.
Because if I don't get a can of Coke, I'm probably going to die.
And I think Scott Morrison has done a good job in leading us through three very difficult years of the pandemic. You know, has he made mistakes? Yes, and he would concede as much. And you know, are there things he's done that I disagree with? Yes, but I'm a Liberal Party representative here, and I broadly agree with the direction our party has taken. Now, I think it would be false and a little facile to ascribe it to any one individual or any one factor. There's a whole multitude of issues here at play, and you know, leadership is only just one of them.
Is the party too right-wing for your electorate now?
Well, look, I think we've really got a challenge there, Peter, to make sure that our party represents a broad church, represents inner metropolitan seats as well as outer suburban and regional seats. And I think there's certainly lessons to be learnt there and a reckoning to be had there, because if we see that the seats in which we were most vulnerable and the seats in which we seem to have lost this evening, they are those sorts of seats which are economically liberal but socially progressive. And I think we need to figure out, have we lost connection with that part of our electorate and that part of our community? And if we have, and it seems like we have from that verdict, we need to recalibrate.
Dave, it's Jane Hume here. I know that I was out campaigning with you a couple of times over the last couple of weeks, and both of us discussed we didn't sense that there was any animosity that was directed towards you personally. Can I just say, I won't ask you any questions other than to say thank you very much for the extraordinary job that you've done for your electorate and for your country, and the party room will be less because you're not there.
David, it's Bill
Thank
Short.
you, Jane. That's very nice of you to say. Thank you.
David, it's Bill Short.
Bill.
Commiserations. Politics isn't fair. I think you were one of the Liberals who exercised your conscience in some of the legislation recently on religious freedom. I just wanted to say good luck. You were always a gentleman to deal with.
Thank you, Bill. That's very kind of you.
David, is this the end of the road for you, your politics, or is there another shot at the title down the track?
It's probably a little too early for me to be considering those conversations, and I haven't even had them with my family, of course. But look, I would say that we need to regroup after this and do a bit of a stock take, because I believe liberalism has a future in Australia, but I do worry about the party room that we have potentially been left with and how we're going to rebuild, because I think
I'm back.
We certainly do need to.
I just realised I had the microphone muted.
Centre ground. I think that's clear from the results.
Which I'm pretty sure doesn't happen when you are sober.
And we need to make sure that we've got members in the party.
I don't know if there are
fellow colleagues tonight who've lost their seats.
What's it called?
I consider to be the future leadership.
Nerve endings, like pain receptors in your kidneys.
After that.
David,
But I'm feeling pain in my kidneys.
to you.
So
I will remember launching your campaign in.
it's 11 o'clock.
Had an incredible amount of support.
Most of the broadcast should have ended by now.
Yet you deserve a rest.
The fact that it doesn't
you're an extraordinary diplomat.
does not bode well for my liver.
Appointment to Israel on behalf of the country, and I hope you continue public service in some role, and I heartily endorse your comments about where the Liberal Party must position itself.
Neozed, when you say branding isn't globally consistent, what do you mean?
All right, Dave Sharma, as you said, I've got to check
Thank
in
you,
with
Julie.
as you said, I've got to check in with the family. Bill Shorten said it word for word in time with you. So he knew exactly.
There's absolutely no chance I'm going to be able to type a response.
Dave Sharma, we do have our...
I'm honestly staggered that I can actually read a text response.
In Marrickville, so we will be letting you know as soon as he leaves. You'll be able to see, and he makes his way to Labor HQ because we are expecting to hear from the Prime Minister elect.
Yeah, so
take a look at the numbers in Florida, which of course was the seat.
Interesting.
Christina Keneally
So in Australia, and I think kind of a little bit in the UK,
And you have to work
so
reasonably
the Labor Party
margin on a night like
is obviously the party of Labor, which is how it should be.
Party because that
The Labor Party should be the party of the working class.
is a local candidate
If you're going to have the party of the working class, it's obviously going to be the party of Labor.
parachuted in who has
The
been
party of the people who go to work every day, put in a day's work and get paid by the hour.
Let's have a look at what happens when we distribute preferences here, and you'll find that that's a reasonably...
I'm going to have real trouble switching mics and muting stuff, so if there's some weird noises, I really do apologise to those out on YouTube. I really do
I'll leave it with you, but a 20% swing.
Yeah, 20% swing on it, 14% margin. So, you know, one thing Anthony Albanese is going to have to consider is who he puts into Home Affairs. Bill?
That should be good. That should be good now.
question in that?
Okay, so
Home Affairs is...
the Labor Party's obviously they're going to be the parties of the unions.
Anthony will decide the
They're going to be
portfolios.
the parties
Let's not go
of
there yet. Let's not go yet.
so
She's
they're
a
going
fighter.
to be
She's,
pro-government programs that spend money on
situations. So
welfare. They're going to be parties that are pro-free healthcare. They're going to be basically what you think of as Greens, but less green.
Something that the people of Australia...
So they're going to be for pro-social programs. They're going to be pro
until we see the final numbers.
anything that lifts people up. Anything that uses government money to take people and lift them up.
Saying, Chris, that there are some lessons.
Which is great.
About
If I'm going to go and steal all your money, because let's be clear, taxation is theft.
parties not seeing seats.
I don't care what you say, taxation is theft. If I come and take your money from you with the threat of throwing you in prison, that's theft.
And if you're a star
And remember who the bosses are.
Nobody can convince me otherwise. Taxation is theft.
needs to win...
Simple as that.
If she ran in Bennelong...
It's just theft. We're happy. It's just theft. We accept.
The seat of Bennelong turned tonight, so...
Whether you're a liberal democracy or social democrats or left-wing right-wing libertarians, taxation's theft. Pure and simple.
She lives on Scotland Island in beautiful...
You don't get a choice.
...of Sydney.
I come to you with the threat of force because, let's be clear, the government, especially in Australia, has a monopoly on force.
Couldn't be further away from a beautiful...
Because I don't get to march down to Anthony Albanese's office and say, "Hey, cut taxes," or something bad's going to happen.
I don't think anyone in our community ever seen.
I don't get to do that. Nobody gets to do that. And that's the way it should work. Nobody should be able to threaten force against people. But the government has a monopoly on force, and they use it to take your money. It's as simple as that. Now, granted, country to country, some countries use force to take your money and spend it on good things. And some countries take your money and spend it on bad things.
Let's take a look at the way the big
And
stands at
the results are just subjective.
which is short of that majority government. Now, with the raft of independents...
In Australia, I tend to agree with most of what they take my money and spend it on. I'm a big fan of universal healthcare. I think nobody should ever go to a hospital and have to worry about whether they're going to end up bankrupt if they've got cancer. I think that's a fundamental good.
That may go up the top, and that would be enough for the green tick. The other one is 10.
But look, I appreciate that there are some Americans that think it's every man for himself.
to 76.
And it shouldn't be like that. Look, I appreciate that point of view.
At the moment, that's not the way we see it right now. So
and as a country that has no income tax at the state level, I understand how someone could get angry at a state income tax. Nick Ricada, I understand you, bro. I understand you completely.
Labor Party in Bennelong than the Liberal Party. That's Bennelong, the seat of John Howard. Next to it, Curtin, where the
I pay a federal income tax. I don't have a choice. It gets taken out before my income is even paid. I've never had a choice. That's just how it works.
Mayo.
Just how it works.
Downer, North Sydney, Joe Hockey.
I don't necessarily agree with the federal sales tax,
and those seats will all,
but it is what it is. I don't get to decide that.
At the end of this night, it is an incredible change.
And that money, all of that money, all of the money that goes in sales tax flows back to the states. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Granted, the states, as part of the deal, were supposed to cut all their bullshit taxes, like luxury car tax and other sort of duties, but they didn't do that. So maybe you should have put that in the legislation. But who am I? I'm not a legislator.
You didn't pick him as their Prime Minister.
Anyway, I've completely lost the point, which I think is the problem. Like, so when you've had too much to drink, I think that fundamentally that's the problem. You lose track of what you were talking about.
And this is a moment for him. And
so let's have a look. I've probably already, never mind. We're already on the Channel 9 feed for the audio, so we'll see what our 31st Prime Minister has to say. All hail the conquering elbow.
Just give us one moment. Just that I want to unite the country. I think people want to come together, look for our common.
No lie, his missus is significantly younger than him.
Common purpose.
How old is Albo? Let's have a look.
Division.
Let's have a bit of a butcher's hook at how old Albo is.
Thanks very much.
And I keep picking the wrong thing.
There he goes.
I'm going to close this because
Anthony
I don't
Albanese
need
will make his way into the waiting
Let's have a look.
and that will make its way
Anthony Albanese,
Park to the Labor Party HQ.
son of a single parent, lived in
waiting to see their prime
government housing. So Albo, who you just saw up here
Albanese, possibly
on Channel 9,
biggest of his career so far.
yep. So on Channel 9 is 59 years old.
to say is that he does have to unite the country because the country is deeply fractured, and it got fractured.
And it is a safe bet that his girlfriend, let's be clear, he's not married, so that is his girlfriend.
I think one of the reasons that Scott Morrison's
is
been
less than 59 years.
The people of Australia looking to the Australian
And look, props to him. Props to him. Yes, RC Bandit, I 100% agree. Slim Albo is the best Albo. If you can lose weight like that, you are a legend.
Of unity. The major parties now have to retool around what they've seen this evening.
No lie, if you're going to run for office, lose some fucking weight. If you're a fatty and you're going to run for office, forget it. Forget it. Hang up your robe. You're not going to run for anything. If you're not running a treadmill, you aren't running for office.
To do something to symbolise the fact that you are making change.
Run a 10K and then you can run for office.
More progressive.
Nobody's going to vote for a fat man for president. Oh, not yet. One day.
Sure it will be.
One day, maybe we will have a president.
And I do wish Anthony Albanese well.
But for the moment,
One of the
nobody is going to vote for a fat prime minister. Not in this day and age. The media will tear you apart. Hell, if you're on the left in any way, shape or form, the media will tear you apart.
I think the people of Australia really supported it. Yeah. They saw an opportunity for the states and the federal government to work together to address a national crisis. And sadly,
I am going to sleep incredibly well tonight.
The states were against each other, then the federal government...
Legit, I cannot believe it is still only 69 Labor, 52 Liberal.
That's the challenge that faces Anthony Albanese. To have that sense.
I do apologise, YouTube. The logical analysis will have gone the way of the fucking dodo. At this point, it has turned absolutely into a shit show.
So many geostrategic, geopolitical issues,
and for that, I am sorry.
Economy in the years ahead.
Kate Ellis.
I guess I expected it.
Anthony Albanese be. This is
Probably shouldn't have.
history. We've seen Gough
I do appreciate the 8 likes. That's
Kevin Rudd go with
fantastic.
change, and he's come from opposition, not with.
And the fact that 10 people are watching.
We're offering. What sort of PM is he going to be? How's he going to handle
That's
China?
awesome. That's going to make me so happy
Cost of living.
tomorrow when my brain is able to process it.
Well, I mean, this is a big change, and let's just stop and.
But let's be clear.
This is the third time in my lifetime that I've seen
Tonight,
the Labor government.
this evening is a great day for Australia. No matter whether you vote Liberal or Labor or Greens or Independent or One Nation or United Australia Party,
Is a focus on the future.
we all have to admit that our current government,
When it was getting hard, that I saw John
at the federal level, no matter what state you live in, was an absolute fucking nightmare. Like, what a bunch of absolute dribblers. Absolute dribblers. I am honestly surprised these people were capable of getting themselves out of bed in the morning.
struggling with all sorts of things
Like,
economically.
that astounds me.
Whether it's lockdowns,
These people
whether
were
it's
terrible.
concern about,
And if you don't agree,
people want
John Kay, ULP number 1,
I think the other thing
ULP number 1, yeah, sure. If you want a Liberal government, ULP number 1.
criticisms about Scott Morrison that has come
Because
in his own team.
if you picked up the ULP, so I want everybody to think back
At all, he's got a really
as they walked in
I was going to say shadow
to their
ministry, and I think you'll see that
as you walked in
team a lot more
today, or maybe this week, or maybe the week before, as you walked into either your polling place or your pre-polling place, think back to the UAP person, the poor beset volunteer who handed you
I wanted to ask you about that because
your how to vote
we
card
should really talk about this. What
for the United Australia Party.
who
Think about that great person who believed so much in this party that they were going to change this nation for the better. They were going to hand democracy back
to the highest political
to the common man,
From a migrant background,
the common
so I think significant
billionaire mining magnate.
hope, unity. He does have an
So we're going to hand it back
as foreign minister.
and let you decide who is going to run your democracy. Think back
There in terms of the
to who they had listed as number 2 on their how to vote card.
RSL club, I think it is.
And I will bet you dollars to donuts that was the fucking Liberal Party of whatever state you're in.
Jim Chalmers as treasurer.
Because the United Australia Party is just a fucking front company for the Liberal Party. And if you bought into their bullshit, you should probably not be allowed to vote ever again.
To do stuff in age.
You might as well go and vote for the fucking One Nation Party because at least they aren't a front company for the fucking Liberals. Jesus Christ. If you think that you're this big brain, fucking smart man who voted for the UAP and that means you're better than everyone else, well, let me tell you. I guarantee you, when someone does an analysis of all the fucking how to vote cards across this country, there will not be a single one. A single one. Mark my words. Mark these words as I speak them now. Mark these words as I speak them now. There won't be a fucking one in this country that preference the Liberals above fucking Labor on a One Nation ticket. On a United Australia Party ticket. Now, One Nation, that might be different. That might be different. Because I think there are a handful of realists in the One Nation Party.
First time I voted was
You will notice my tone has softened when I talk about One Nation Australia. Sorry, FON, Pauline Hanson's One Nation.
There are similarities here. They hit the most difficult of economic times.
I think you could find a seat in Australia where One Nation has preferenced Labor above the Liberals or the Nationals. I honestly think you could.
Most challenging times economically.
I honestly think you could. But I would challenge anybody to go and find me an electorate where the fucking United Australia Party has voted for has preferenced the Labor Party above the Liberal Party. And that's because the United Australia Party doesn't give a shit about you or me or anybody. All they give a shit about is whatever Clive Palmer gives a shit about. And you know what he gives a shit about? The fucking Liberal Party winning, because they are the party that will make him the most goddamn money. And I am sick to fucking death. Sick to death of voting for parties that will make billionaires an extra $1 billion. Aren't you? Aren't you fucking sick of that shit? Aren't you sick of taking my tax dollars and your tax dollars and your neighbour's tax dollars and handing it to fucking fat fuck billionaires? I am.
It's late.
It is.
I am. And if you're not,
2.0. Come back to the politics.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Post-midnight Malcolm's speech, which was one of the worst ever given, so I'm sure we can expect...
Lol, Pauline is hot.
How is Malcolm? Has he been texting you? Is he downhearted this evening?
No lie, maybe 20 years ago, Pauline was... Let's look up Pauline 20 years ago. I have had enough drinks. I've almost finished my 11th drink. Let's have a look at what Pauline looked like in what would 20 years ago be? 1996. So Pauline.
But Dave Sharma made that point.
Holy shit! Can I type Pauline Hanson in
Villages are in the village.
1996.
I think the lesson in Fowler is the lesson that the
So when she owned a chip shop in bumfuck Queensland.
The member, or you grow like your electorate.
No hatred towards Queensland. I love Queensland. I've spent many a year in Queensland.
Not the member for me.
Yeah,
well, who did
no,
you
that's
Curtin? It wasn't Celia Hammond, was it? Well, Celia Hammond was.
That's overstating it a bit. Look, Pauline Hanson. You look fair enough, but this short hair bullshit. Cut that shit out. Even back in 1996, nah. John Kay, nah, you are wrong. Wrong, you are wrong. Wrong, you are wrong. Short hair back in 1996 on women, bad. Wrong, you're wrong. If I had a Trump clip of saying wrong, I would play that wrong. Instead...
You're mischievous, you know that.
Instead, I will do this.
Shut your fucking mouth! Shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Hurlston Park.
Because you're wrong. Wrong, you're wrong. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
He'll be the 31st Prime Minister of Australia.
You can't have short hair and look attractive.
David Hurley at Yarralumla.
If you are a woman, grow your hair out.
I think he's on a trip on, is it Monday? Does he fly out?
Oh yeah, joy of joys. We'll get
very wrong. You're wrong. See, even Trump, my name is Donald Trump, and this is wrong. You're wrong. John Kay, you're wrong. Get him out of here. Take him out of here. While she has red hair, she is not fire. Not fire. She's wrong.
Of course, Scott Morrison said that it's
important. Look, I appreciate redheads as much as the next red-blooded Australian.
Australia as the Prime Minister of Australia, not to leave it.
Sorry, that level of ranger. Maybe, I will give you, John Kay, I will give you the benefit, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Give you the benefit of the doubt.
Before they make it to the stage there.
Maybe if she had long red hair, she may have been attractive. But I will not.
Chris knows Anthony.
I'm not going to give you that. I'm not going to give you that.
Of the noise, but he will.
I'm sorry. No, it's wrong. You're wrong.
And that is the scene. A moment in history, really. It really is a moment in history for this country.
We are rapidly approaching midnight.
Albanese, as I said earlier, not like Gough Whitlam or Paul Keating or
insane.
He's come from opposition. And,
look, I am not afraid to admit that I was wrong. I really do think that we were going to have a result
in Marrickville, in inner west of Sydney,
by midnight.
The lodge in Canberra.
Do you think he'll be emotional tonight? He's become
I was wrong.
campaign, talking about his mum. Do you think
My liver will regret this?
I'm sure he'll reference his mother, and it's heartfelt. He does it routinely because he is faithful to a mother.
I swear to fucking Christ, if they don't stop fucking trying to bag
on to give up children at that
Albo's mum,
that came from single parent background. So
John Kay, you're wrong. She's not hot. She's not hot anymore. There are far hotter female members of Parliament than Pauline Hanson. And if you don't recognise that, then you are a shill. You're a dirty, dirty shill. You're a dirty shill. You're terrible. You're a terrible, terrible liar. Terrible. Wrong. You know what, John Kay? You are fake news. Yes, RC Bandit. If we go to 3 a.m,
he struggled with mental discipline. But at the end of the day,
I will probably die.
Successful campaign.
I can almost guarantee you that ABC will go till 11 a.m. Oh, sorry, till 3 a.m. Like, so ABC, News 24, 24 means 24 by 7. So Anthony Green is not throwing on his fucking flat hat and slippers. He's up till this is over. And he will have a smile on his face.
So in terms of
mercifully, I have a bar fridge in the other room that has a absolute shit ton.
I do think it's one of those speeches that no matter
of Red Bull
you've read or how many different
and that's probably finally going to come in handy.
Moment when you deliver it, and it is.
I am going to be here until there is until that number, whether it's coalition or ALP, until that number says 70 fucking 5, or until I pass out. I am not stopping.
This is going to be a very, very special moment.
Because YouTube has a requirement of 4,000 hours of watch time and 1,000 subscribers before you can get monetization. And I like my job, but I'd like to not have to do my job. So let's fucking go!
Hundreds of thousands of us. It'll go great. But just to Matt's point about a slender majority, you guys have had one seat majority since 2016.
Not when we won, though. Not when we won.
Oh, yeah, but
okay, we just heard someone give the okay, so we think that Anthony Albanese is making his way to the room. As
12 drinks in.
And as we wait, he was married to Carmel Tebbutt, a former minister in the New South Wales state government, and they have a son, as I understand it.
Nathan.
So, Nathan. So we saw him on the campaign once or twice. So
I swear, if I didn't have a chaser, I would be dead.
You could have done a bit better than
that.
Nathan.
Spoken like a classic teenager, isn't he? He's 19, isn't he? Or is he a bit older?
My last trip to the bathroom, my friends,
absolutely proud of his
was almost
no doubt about that.
So Chris
I barely made it.
Detail, doesn't he?
So
similar sort of shape.
What's the security guard? Yeah. Enjoy the heavies, helping him get up to the stage because he's going.
If I could share a screenshot, I would be showing you right now a bottle of wild turkey American honey that is lower than the bottle I started with.
When did we start? 5.
And I finished that other bottle.
Well done, everyone.
You need inexhaustible supplies of energy in this job, whether it's a commentator or more so as the Prime Minister. That went quickly, didn't it?
Oh, there is absolutely no doubt that Pauline's
the desk compared to the
eggs
other
only one every 3 years.
completely used.
Yeah.
How old is Pauline Hanson? Let's have a look-see.
Oh, this goes down in the history book.
Her maiden speech was in 1996, so that should give you an idea.
Kids. My 2 sons are voting for the first time, and they were both working on the campaign. So hi, Harry.
She is 67 years old. That cupboard, my friends, is bare.
Your football team, St Kilda, had
incredibly bare.
They lost all tonight, which is good news.
Good on you, Harry and Charlie. I hope you're still watching us.
Well, Philly, I just want to thank you for filling in for me at the Mini Ponds Bowls Club, giving the
It's
thank
her
you
birthday
speech.
tomorrow.
So, Neozed, I have a bottle of Basil Hayden's here. I've had one glass.
Husband's birthday tomorrow. So Chloe and David.
My wife bought me a...
New government. Little one couldn't wait up for...
She bought me one of those, you know, the
Well, that's a passionate
the
supporter
whiskey
that's
glasses, the sort of
He's had enough, so...
4-inch tall whiskey glasses that you meant to stir in whiskey. And she bought me one of those, and I love her for it. And I bought a bottle of Basil Hayden's, and I had one drink, and it felt like I was on the surface of the fucking sun.
I don't know what Western Australia's looking like as well.
So after that one drink, I switched back to the American honey, and I have...
And Julie, I was going to ask you.
I have probably 3 fingers left in that bottle.
Anyone in Western
Which
Australia.
is really bad because I had,
With your
which means I've probably this evening I've probably had
You'd work so hard.
I've probably had 800 milliliters. For Americans, 800 milliliters is.
Entrenched.
Let me just figure that out. Sorry, my computer is really slow.
We've heard there was
800 milliliters.
I worked on the margin over time, but
Mil in
the
ounces.
dynamics is the way this has turned out was.
So it is 27 fluid ounces of wild turkey American honey,
Paul Hasluck was the first,
which is a lovely, absolutely tasty as fuck spirit. And if Wild Turkey would like to sponsor me, I will gladly accept a sponsorship.
He'll be introduced by Penny Wong.
Not that thermalite at gmail.com.
Very
If they would like to sponsor me, but if they would not like to sponsor me, a lovely bourbon, very sweet bourbon. Doesn't make you feel hot.
It's a pretty quiet.
The Basil Hayden's feels like, I swear to God, it set me on fire. It tasted really nice.
Thank you for your.
But holy flirking schnit, did it set me on fire.
Start by.
Let's have a listen to the member for Malaysia, Penny Wong. Who no lie, I've had a few drinks.
To you.
Nah, still wouldn't.
We can take that step forward to fulfilling.
Holy shit, I have 26 people viewing me. What the hell?
Promise.
Hey, y'all.
The Roo statement from the heart.
Oh, dude.
So, friends.
So yes, I have a Glencairn glass. It is that special shape. And it cost the missus $12 at Dan Murphy's.
And they have
I was very surprised. It's just a glass, so it's nothing fancy.
Australians have chosen.
As for American honey, yes, it is fucking fantastic. And honestly, it is so easy to drink. I feel like it should have been a crime.
For all.
Like, I feel like there should be a crime against it.
A government that will act on climate change.
Woo, climate change!
Government for women.
No one cares. For the women. Yes, stunning and brave for the women.
Bring people together, not to divide.
All of these are just such boring platitudes.
A Labor government.
I'm a creator, not a divider. It's stuff we've heard time and time again. I'm going to unite, not divide. I'm going to bring people together, not separate.
And the man who
We
embodies
need to, women, go, go, go.
our leader, Anthony Albanese.
And that's the thing. It's ANTHONY. Well, that's not Anthony. That's Anthony. Anthony Albanese. So, ladies and gentlemen, the 31st Prime Minister of this Federation of Australia, Anthony, I don't know his middle name, Albanese, and whoever his girlfriend is, because he's not married. sneaky little sip of the water there. I'm going to take this opportunity to go and get a can of Coke, because I swear to God, if I don't pace myself, I'm going to die.
Thank you.
Like literally going to die.
I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. I pay my respect to their elders, past, present and emerging, and on behalf of the Australian Labor Party, I commit to the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full. And I say to my fellow Australians, thank you.
So I understand the present thing, but the future thing doesn't make any damn sense.
Tonight,
because here's the deal.
Voted
If you believe that Aboriginals are the traditional custodians
by this victory,
of
to be given the opportunity,
the continent that is Australia,
31st Prime Minister of Australia,
then you have to accept they are custodians. And I'm sorry, but when you ask, like, when you go to a building, see the custodian, he's going to tell you where the toilet is. He doesn't own the fucking thing.
lead a government worthy of the people of Australia. A government
Think about it.
as courageous and hardworking
While I go to the market.
caring as the Australian people are themselves. Earlier tonight, Scott Morrison called me to congratulate myself and the Labor Party on our victory at the election. Scott very graciously wished me well, and I thanked him for that, and I wish him well. And I thank him for the service that he has given to our country as Prime Minister. I also want to acknowledge and thank Jenny Morrison and their two daughters for their contribution and sacrifice as well. My fellow Australians, it says a lot about our great country that the son of a single mum who was a disability pensioner, who grew up in public housing down the road in Camperdown, can stand before you tonight as Australia's Prime Minister. Can we, if you want to, I know it's been a long night, but if we can dial it down a little bit. Every parent wants more for the next generation than they had. My mother dreamt of a better life for me, and I hope that my journey in life inspires Australians to reach for the stars. I want Australia to continue to be a country that no matter where you live, who you worship, who you love, or what your last name is, that places no restrictions on your journey in life. My fellow Australians, I think they've got the name by now. I think they got that. I know at the beginning of the campaign they said people didn't know me, but I reckon they've got it. Down. No. Can we have order, please? Can we have a bit of order? I intend to run an orderly government, and it starts here, so behave.
Yeah, you lazy pricks, behave! Behave!
clear plan for a better future for our country.
I do apologise.
The two principles
I'm
that
so
will
drunk.
drive a government that I lead.
So drunk that I forgot to turn off the BRB and I'm
Always look
video.
after the disadvantaged and the vulnerable. But also no one held back.
Oh, damn it.
Should always support
God
aspiration and opportunity. That is what the government will do. That is the what, but the how is also just as important. Because I want to bring Australians together. I want to seek our common purpose and promote unity and optimism, not fear and division.
If I'm not on SMH tomorrow, like on Sunday morning or Monday morning, I've made a mistake.
Throughout my political life. And what I will do for the leadership of our country
I do have some chocolate eclairs
to collaborate
that I plan on eating,
with people,
but I'm
not weakness.
90% sure I will vomit back up at some time around 3 a.m. local time.
To
But
unite around our shared
c'est la vie.
country, our shared faith in Australia's future, our shared values of fairness and opportunity, and hard work and kindness to those in need. And I can promise all Australians this: no matter how you voted today, the government I lead will respect every one of you every day. And I'll seek to get your vote next time. We are the greatest country on earth.
Damn straight.
We can have an even better future if we seize the opportunities that are right there in front of us. The
Testify.
opportunity to shape change rather than be shaped by it.
Hear, hear.
We can shape change more effectively if we seek to unite people on that journey of change. Together, we can end the climate wars. Together, we can take advantage of the opportunity for Australia to be a renewable energy superpower.
The fact that we aren't an energy, like a renewable energy
Together, we
superpower,
can work in
is
common
a testament to how the Liberal Party doesn't actually give a shit
and profit.
about what they propose to be liberal values.
Economy that works for people, not the other way around. Together, we can as a country say that all of us, if the Fair Work Commission don't cut the wage of minimum wage workers, we can say, will we welcome that? Absolutely.
Seriously, I am on my 4th attempt to draft a tweet to the Ozpol to the Ozpol tag.
Healthcare through Medicare.
Way too much to drink.
We can protect universal superannuation.
I've just said, come join me on the drunkest stream in Australia.
Universal childcare into that proud tradition.
If you aren't here, you aren't cool. Simple as that. I'm at the point where I can't actually read the live chat anymore. I have to close an eye to be able to read the live chat. At this point, I think I should just take off my glasses because they're fucking pointless.
Together, we
I'm looking at the screen and there's 3 elbows.
establish a national
Oh, wait.
corruption commission.
I'm actually glad I color-coded all the
Together we can be
all the graphics, because it makes it a lot easier when you're
confident in our values.
when you're a bottle of American honey. I've officially drank a bottle of American honey.
Uluru statement from the heart.
I don't know that I agree with that. I don't know that I agree with
We can end
a separate body
great
as a part of the parliament
enshrined in
that
our constitution.
does stuff with laws, but I haven't read enough about it. So honestly, the Uluru Statement of the Heart is kind of a up in the air.
Society, we count the oldest living continuous culture in the world.
But yes, Albo is right. More people have lived like so. The Australian culture, the Indigenous Australian culture, has existed longer than humanity has.
Affairs Minister Linda Burney, who's here.
John K, man, you and me both. I am
Now my
Albert. You just witnessed a massive fight at a bar. I could barely read that.
by themselves, and I wouldn't be standing here talking without the support, hard work, and belief of so many people. To my parliamentary team,
No lie, Albo deserved this win. He's run other than his first week of stumble, which was honestly, let's be clear, for all Australians here, did anybody really
my terrific
Sorry, just wipe my
economic
face.
team.
Did anybody really have a problem with Albo not knowing the specific unemployment rate, which honestly, it's a bullshit number,
On Monday morning,
and the cash rate, which, let's be fucking clear, even the media doesn't refer to correctly, because if I want to be an absolute pedant,
to
the media referring to it as the cash rate is, strictly speaking, incorrect. What the media refers to as the cash rate is actually the cash rate target. It is the number that the Reserve Bank targets for the banks to set the overnight cash rate to. So, while all these journalists are like, oh my God, look, Albert doesn't know the cash rate. All these journalists didn't know the fucking cash rate either, because they don't even understand the fucking cash rate, because they're journalists and they barely understand how a toilet works.
I want to thank all of our Labor candidates.
And to my children who may be watching, and if you're not watching, you're grounded.
For this victory.
To my children who are still out there
Stand on your
listening,
shoulders, the parliamentary party.
Yes,
most rank and file members of the Labor Party will never.
if you aren't
They
listening,
knock on doors. They make.
I
calls,
forgot my point.
They work so hard. They hand
It
out
doesn't matter.
votes.
I love you very much.
They push the cause of Labor.
And you are the best
at
kids
the
in the
local
world.
PNC, at the side of the local kids.
Hashtag shout out to my kids.
At the local netball. When they're shopping in the supermarket, when they talk to their neighbours.
And your mum ain't gonna give you a shout out to you, huh? That makes me superior. Until your mum's Twitch channel explodes and then is bigger than me, which is almost certain to happen.
And I proudly
That's just how the universe works.
the mighty trade union movement.
Woo! Trade unions. Having been never a part of a trade union, the part of a trade union, despite having worked at
I do want to thank
BHP.
my campaign director, our amazing national.
Congratulations, Australians. If you're still awake, it has just gone midnight. How am I still awake?
My staff are led by.
How am I 14 drinks in?
Campaign director.
How are you 14 drinks in? All I had for dinner was these terrible nachos.
Seen that much of me.
I'm going to need like emergency surgery tomorrow.
Helen Rogers, thank you very much.
I googled the guy's name. Apparently he's something called a cuck. I don't know what that is, but it sounded
I'm
cool.
not going to name them because they're too many.
Well,
There's a lot of people
if someone's a cuck,
who believed in
then
me.
what happens
and backed
is,
me
this happens.
over many decades in this
When
way
someone is a
to
cuck,
be where I am today.
a beard magically appears on their face.
I know who you are, and I thank you.
And what happens is they look like this. And of course now he started moving about the place as much as possible.
Now, I said during the campaign that I've been underestimated my whole life.
Yes, hashtag Trump 2024.
Is true.
Though I don't think Trump 2024 will win.
Something in me, and who encouraged me in life on this journey. And I pledge to the Australian people here tonight, I am here not to occupy the space, but to make a positive difference each and every day.
I can't do it. I can't put the cuck beard on Albo because he's not a cuck, because it's impossible for him to be a cuck because he's not married yet.
And to the amazing diverse people of Grainler. All politics.
And legit, no lie, I can't blame him for pandering to lefties because he's the guy is the fucking member for Graindler.
That seat.
Graindler is the fact that Graindler isn't a fucking greenie seat is staggering, and it is a testament to how popular Albo is.
It is an absolute honour.
And hashtag Trump 2024 to trigger the libs. But the other type of libs.
To my partner, Jodie Hayden.
See what I mean? His partner, Jodie Hayden.
Thank you for coming into my life and for sharing this journey.
No lie, I've only got one eye open, but yeah, she looks attractive, isn't attractive enough? Good on you, Albo. Fucking give it to her.
And
get up it.
My proudest achievement, my son Nathan.
Woo! +1 for sons. Not that daughters aren't awesome. Daughters are fucking spectacular.
Your mother who's
mine are the best. And I would put mine head to head with any of yours, and they will win. Do you hear me? They will win. They are the best.
Smart young man you have become.
She probably didn't see, but I gave my youngest daughter the thumbs up.
To my mum, Marianne, who's been.
Yeah, look, I honestly, no lie, I think that the transgenders are going to have a trouble with leftists because let's be real, trans women aren't women, whether we like it or not.
Watching this tonight.
Trans women aren't women. Women are women.
Because I want every
trans women are trans women.
Their child, no matter where you live.
And no amount of wishing, or hoping, or praying is going to change that. Trans women aren't women. Trans women are trans women. And nothing is going to change that. And look, it sucks for them. It sucks. It fucking sucks. It sucks for them. I wish I could snap my fingers and make every trans woman a real woman.
Friends, we have.
But much like Pinocchio, unless the fucking good witch Glenda descends from on high and makes them a real girl, they're not a real girl. And if that makes me a transphobe, holy flirking schnit, there is no hope for them. If that concept makes me transphobic, then they're never going to reach equal. They're never going to be equal. If someone who genuinely wishes he could snap his fingers and make every woman who identifies as a woman, like every man out there who identifies as a woman, if I could snap my fingers like that,
you have it, the Prime Minister
every woman, every man who identifies as a woman, snap my fingers, magically they're a biological woman. If that's not good enough for you, then fuck you. Honestly, there's no pleasing you. There's no pleasing you. Because there are men, there are women, and there is nothing in between.
And it was around unity.
There's nothing in between.
The theme of unity before.
And if you aren't striving to achieve
about a time of unity, not
the female
together, talk about the fact
the female target or the male target, if you're a male to female, sorry, if you're a female to male,
that it was a good performance. He hit all the right.
Then
but he basically told the crowd to behave.
I don't know what to tell you.
Let them have.
I don't know what to tell you.
Spend the entire day in bowling booths. It might be a little bit unruly, but I think he needs to learn to ride those waves a little bit.
You aren't going to get there.
Crowd management of journalists.
As much as I wish you could snap your fingers
might go a bit longer, but
and make your dreams come true, that's not how the world works, baby.
Back to work tomorrow, but they will be.
Little girl, little boy, that isn't how the world works.
On his way to Japan for a meeting.
It's just not. And look, I'm sorry. I really am. I apologise that isn't how the world works.
Quickly.
But that's reality.
I just feel a sense of relief.
And the faster someone tells you that isn't how reality works, the better your life is going to be. No lie, like seriously. The better your life is going to be.
I think that from
to all my gay brothers and lesbian sisters out there, like, this isn't about like who you want to lay your head next to when you go to sleep.
I've gone
It doesn't matter, man. Like, that doesn't matter.
You know, starting.
Man, if you want to lay with a woman, if you want to lay with a man, it doesn't matter to me.
But
I don't
also, I think,
care,
you know,
man.
there's got a lack of policy.
I don't care.
That Anthony just listed tonight.
But you can't snap your fingers. You can't snap your fingers. You can't just tell someone that, oh, I'm a woman.
And my
I'm a man. You can't just decide one day.
that door of.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
That's what Labor governments do, and that's what I'm really excited about.
And if you feel that way, man, I really, like, from the deepest depths of my heart, I feel sorry. Like, you have all my sorrow. You have all my sorrow if that's how you feel.
With some interesting results.
Like, if that's how you feel.
Australia decides. So
If you wake up in the morning and if you were born a man and you wake up in the morning and you feel like you are a woman, then you have all my sympathies.
Progress
you really do. You have all my sympathies.
Healthcare system.
But my sympathies don't make you a woman. It's as simple as that. My sympathy doesn't make you a woman. The same as if my daughter woke up tomorrow morning and felt like a man, all the sympathies I had in the world would not make her a man. Because that's just not how it works.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
And my love for my children would not change. Would never change.
Of organisations don't
gay, straight, bi, trans, lesbian, doesn't matter. I love my kids. And any parent who loves their kids less because they see themselves as trans or gay or anything, if you love your kids less because they identify as something different, you're a terrible parent.
Into a world.
Like, I don't blame you for wanting them to be quote unquote normal.
Into the Monash Online
But you need to accept the kids for what they are.
Those who change it.
How they see them, like what makes them happy. And look, if that makes them happy, then that's what makes them happy. I have no idea how the fuck I got into this topic. So I'm going to have another drink.
Explosions of wonder.
Oh, maybe I'm going to have another drink. I'm going to switch away from this audio because it's ads and that's probably going to get me struck. I'm going to switch back to ABC. I'm going to listen to the ever increasingly attractive The More I Drink, Annabeth Crabb.
It's of a democracy. Sometimes it's messy.
Well, the other lesson is, if you leave a gap, someone will fill it, right? And that's what's happened tonight.
David Spears, to you for final thoughts.
Well, just to pick up on
something gaps, something filling it.
What we're seeing in this snapback, and if there's one issue I think we see
me kind of hard
tonight, whether it's the Teal tidal wave, the Greens gaining ground and a much higher percentage of their vote, and obviously Labor gaining government, it's climate change. I think that's the constant threat.
No lie, I am not disappointed
It has voted
by a Labor government because it means a Liberal loss.
Well, in fact, this is where we started the night.
Greens are never going to form government.
There are still a few
not in my lifetime.
Here's how the state of play looks right now.
I'm in my 40s. That's never going to fucking happen.
I mean, look,
it would require some sort of apocalyptic fucking wipeout of Liberal and Labor voters for the Greens to ever form government.
Well, she's in all sorts of strife there.
And honestly, if it comes to that point,
an independent Daly.
I'll probably swallow a shotgun.
On track, McNamara and...
I don't mean that, YouTube. No, never mind. Forget that. Blah, 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 blah. Forget what I said.
Potentially double in size. And why is that? It's the Greens.
Honestly, we're at 12 minutes past 12. The election still...
You can see they're in and WA as well.
Still hasn't been called.
Pierce, Hasluck, and even Tang.
Kill me.
The safer seats were the safer.
Kill me.
Liberal Party. Labor's taken.
Seriously, no lie. They are.
Those that are still.
They're 4 seats away. Four seats away from forming government. No, actually, so according to the ABC, no.
2 Greens.
Oh my God, my vision is that bad.
Allow Anthony Albanese to be sworn in Prime Minister.
According to Channel 7,
we've talked a lot about those Teal seats and the Teal tidal wave that's coming.
Wonderful man who I'm going to switch to now.
Of great Labor Party leaders of the party.
Whose name eludes me because I have had way too much to drink. But I'm pretty sure it's Mark Kennedy.
This is a
Mark something.
With the history of the Labor Party, and he articulated.
His name eludes me. But bless him. Look at this entire panel. This entire panel has had a fucking enough. At this point, they are called the fucking election.
And I think that room left a feeling of.
And yet it is 13 minutes past midnight on the east coast of Australia. Voting continues. Like the count has finished on the east coast. So the count has finished on the east coast. The count has 15 minutes left in South Australia. And then the count has kill me with fire. The count has an hour to go in West Australia. And then I swear to God, I'm going to go upstairs and I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep the deepest sleep anyone has ever slept before.
Very much everyone for watching Weekend Sunrise. We'll have a complete.
And there you go. Channel 7, no lie. Channel 7 has just fucking thrown in the towel. Channel 7 is like, no, we're done. We're done, bro. We're done. We cannot go any further. Look at these people. These people are finished. And yet, you know what?
You have to be there. Wherever it matters, we take you there. Like no one else.
No, I didn't even plan for this. I planned for everything. And yet, I did not plan for the broadcast ending on one channel before the other channels.
See you tonight.
So instead, what I am going to do is I'm going to mute Channel 7. I'm going to switch back
WA,
to the ABC.
Across the panel here, Tony Barrett.
The ABC knows no quit. They will not quit. They refuse to fucking quit.
Who becomes the leader, and how can they?
I am 14 drinks in. Almost.
My intuitive sense is
I still have about half a drink left. Once I finish that, I will be pouring my 15th drink.
They've lost a lot of talented people.
And honestly, the fact that I am not monetized
but sometimes you
is
need
a
to
damn shame. It would be great if I was making money on
opportunity
this.
for the Liberal Party to reset. There's still a lot of challenges for the Labor.
Oh, dog!
Their primary vote is 31.5.
I think it's time. You know what? I think it's time to tweet again.
Economic
I think it's time to tweet out.
Going up. Inflationary cycles are going up. Housing affordability is getting worse, not better.
Let's say.
Coles, your final thoughts?
I think the message out of tonight is that the major parties need to understand that if you ignore groups of Australians, they
Oh my God, I apologise for that untruncated burp.
Annabelle
It seriously looks like all the broadcast networks, even the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, might pull the pin before we have a result. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? You know what?
I am not gay. I have relationships with women, sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Linda Burney, who will be carrying.
And I mean, let's be clear.
A lot of policy reform that needs to happen.
On the East Coast, counting has stopped. So everybody in the everybody who is cashing a check from the Australian Electoral Commission has gone home for the evening. They have stopped counting ballots. There will be no further results from the East Coast of Australia.
What the mood will be in the Liberal Party.
In 13 minutes, South Australia and the Northern Territory will stop counting their ballots, and they will be going home. And then half an hour after that, West Australia will be doing the same. Actually, no, 2.5 fucking hours after that, West Australia will be doing the same. I'm going to quickly have a look at the numbers in West Australia, and please, Jesus.
Yeah, well, that
if you are real, please, for the love of God, have it.
That is one of the challenges ahead for the Liberals. Do they reposition on that issue, on climate change, on integrity,
another hour of drinking.
Leadership, with all
but if this shit isn't closed, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it because I love you guys.
He's going to have to hit the
I love you guys.
Running or flying to Tokyo.
Heartfelt. Heartfelt.
Have to get on with delivering the promises that he's made, but then dealing with the big challenges. Many of these we haven't heard him address in the campaign.
From Twitter from my daughter, who sent me a TikTok.
And getting some productivity going in the Australian economy as well. So big task ahead for the 31st Prime Minister.
David, thank you. Thank you for your great work, and thank you to your excellent panel as well. Anthony Green, your final words.
Fucking ABC's about to hang up the goddamn hat.
He's leading on first preferences now.
Yeah, so there you go. This is fucking stupendous. So the Treasurer of the Federation of Australia has been fucking crushed.
I think we're prepared to call
not just in fucking second preferences, in first preferences.
So that's quite a remarkable.
He has been crushed.
Allegra spend
crushed.
38.5. Deschamps 38. You've got Greens. You've got Independents. We've got a 2.
So if anybody takes anything from this evening's coverage, which I admit has not been fantastic because
things to come,
past 6 drinks I've been Phooey dog, I've been very fucking drunk.
Victory in Wentworth as well.
So, but if anybody takes anything from this coverage, I want them to take these things. What I want you to take from this coverage is the Liberal Party. So, number one, the Liberal Party has lost. Pure and simple. The Liberal Party has lost. The Labor Party has lost less. They haven't won. Mark my words, the Labor Party of Australia, so the Australian Labor Party, has not won this election. In no way, shape or form, despite the fact that it is entirely likely that Anthony Albanese, the leader of the Labor Party, will be forming government, and the Liberal Party has lost government. In no way, shape or form has the Labor Party, let me be clear, in no way, shape or form has the Labor Party won this election.
Greens 2, others 9. That's how it become 11.
This election, no lie, has been won by the teal independents, so the moderate, the pro-climate change independents, so the independents that say, hey, motherfucker, climate change is a real thing.
There's the button for defeated members.
The Greens.
Defeated. It's getting very late in the evening.
And the Labor Party.
Lou has been defeated in Chisholm.
Last.
Tim Wilson in Goldstein.
And mark my words, if there was no apologies. If there was no preferential voting in Australia, the Labor Party would have been wiped out this election.
That is a cavalcade of potentially senior front benches for the Labor Party that have been less.
Pay attention to what Anthony Green is saying now. He is pointing out that there is an absolute cavalcade
at the end of the evening
of Liberal candidates who have just been annihilated.
The Independent is ahead, and I think.
And these aren't nobodies. These aren't backbenchers. We're talking about the treasurer. The fucking treasurer! The treasurer of Australia is gone. He's unemployed. He will wake up on Sunday morning unemployed. Now, no one should feel sorry for him because he's going to have a job on Monday morning. But he's done. In politics, he's done.
I'd have to look at
his seat is gone.
Swapping backwards and forwards, but
a Labor government is going to be taking over, so he ain't getting no fucking cushy job as, the...
just giving away Wentworth. So
what's it called? He's not getting a cushy job as the ambassador to Israel. He's not getting a cushy job as the ambassador, as the High Commissioner of the United Kingdom or the ambassador of the United States. Nuh-uh. He's going to have to go into the private sector. And look, nobody should weep for this man. Nobody should shed a tear for Josh Frydenberg. This guy is going to roll into the private sector. He's going to pull in high six figures every year for the rest of his goddamn life and pay off the house that he already probably owns in his own right anyway.
Government, emphatically.
And he's never going to worry about money for the rest of his life.
The floor of the House of Representatives.
And look, whatever is what it is.
They could be left reliant on the crossbench to form
whatever.
Government. Because the coalition has won so few seats, that's likely to be
looking at
and Anthony Albanese.
Looking at my list of candidates.
What's clear at the conclusion?
I mean, so far, God damn! I have made out like a bandit.
For granted.
I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 lol candidates who fucking lost. Which makes me, honestly, no lie, kids, shut your ears. Rock fucking hard. That's hilarious. That is fucking hilarious. 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 candidates wiped out. Wiped the fuck out. Like, how funny can you get? Except for the goddamn potato up in fucking Dixon in Queensland. And shout out to the people of Queensland. You guys are fucking retarded. And I have no fear about saying that bullshit. You guys are fucking retarded. We're going to switch to Channel 9's audio because I'm pretty sure they're the last people playing any goddamn audio because ABC just pulled the goddamn pin.
With the McGrath Foundation, regardless.
And at this point, I think we might actually switch to Channel 9 full screen because at this point, like, we've got some bullshit news over here on ABC.
Just a couple more to keep going through. There's a lot to change hands.
I think it's like V8 racing on Channel
well-respected member
Channel 7.
Now a well-respected
the cucks over at Channel 7. Disgrace! Disgrace!
Let's go to Kooyong. Speaking of well-respected members of Parliament,
switch to Channel 9.
the Treasurer coming in. Here was the
don't give a shit about all the
Prime
others.
Minister as well. He has been beaten by
here we
Dr.
are.
Monique Ryan, another woman, another doctor, another
Last man
into
standing.
the Parliament. This is perhaps the biggest surprise of all the.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have had
tonight. Christina has been beaten in the seat of Fowler. That is a huge swing.
way too much to drink. I've almost thrown up a couple of times.
To another independent, and one more seat to change. That is Julie Bishop's
And while
seat of Curtin,
the
a very
koala
famous
is
Liberal name in
the
Cheney.
dumbest
Kate Cheney will take her place
animals in the animal
House
kingdom.
of Representatives. That is a lot.
I do plan on drinking my 14th drink.
We're
At
asking
least,
people
the
at home
very
still,
least,
and that is
at the very least, I owe it to you,
Anthony Albanese is now Prime Minister.
my
We know
viewers,
Scott Morrison said
to at the very
the majority of
friggin'
people who
least
voted say they think
finish
Scott
this
Morrison
drink
should stay
before
on
I close up
as
the
Liberal
coverage.
Party leader.
And honestly, I'm
29% for Peter
convinced
Dutton
that
and
I
some of the
shouldn't
other
finish
options
this
still
coverage
out
until
there.
Channel 9
Karen
pulls the
Andrews from
pin.
Queensland, 6.1%. Angus
So
Taylor,
what we're going to do is I'm going to keep going, maybe not drinking. I
more
might
than
just switch
1
to
in 2 people polled say that Scott Morrison should
I might
stay
switch
in
to
that place. That is a decision, I would say, for
I might switch to Red Bull
later this morning, weekend today, 7
just in
o'clock.
order to keep myself running
Brilliant stuff.
until
You're
Channel
welcome.
9 closes the coverage.
Charles Croucher, thank you
But
so
once
much.
Channel 9, which is, you know, props to them, last man standing. It is almost 12:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time.
And can we make them brief, if possible? I'll start with you, Matt.
Congratulations.
West Australia is still counting votes. That they will still be counting votes for another hour
Majority government. I think this might be a
because it is what is it, minus 2 hours in West Australia, so it is still 10:30 a.m. They don't stop counting until midnight.
Make the most of this.
They're still counting for 1.5 hours, but I don't think
he said earlier today when he said he wants to make.
I don't see Channel 9 holding on to the coverage. I don't see me holding on to my stomach at this point.
Jane Hume.
I want to thank and congratulate Anthony Albanese as well. He's our Prime Minister now, and there's an awful lot of responsibility resting on his shoulders.
Yeah, look,
on Monday when he meets with the
whatever you think
I think for the Liberal Party, we've got a lot of
of Anthony Albanese,
there's going to be a lot of discussions the next couple
he
of weeks.
is Stabby McStabwood. Yes, that is correct. We do not exist. This has all been fake, and I've just been drinking for no reason.
Australia, and we welcome you on board.
Thank you, Jane. Julie?
The new government will face a number of significant challenges, and there is a lot of goodwill behind a new government, and I'm sure Anthony Albanese will use this time wisely and implement some positive change for the Liberals. It is a time in opposition that it
I'm
must
not
use
afraid to say
wisely
this.
to
I
reflect
am
on what has gone wrong.
unbelievably drunk.
Please don't lurch to the right. If we are not governing from the centre, both Labor and Liberals, we're not going to make this country the great place that it is if we go to the fringes. To the Teals, I say, remember who's elected.
No lie from the former
Make a very positive contribution.
former federal.
Better decision making, better
Oh
outcomes.
God, how have I forgotten?
Very interesting Parliament.
It sure will be.
No lie from the former.
Congratulations to Albo. He's
Holy
done
shit.
what's only happened
Anyway,
3 times.
no lie from Julie Bishop. I remember her name. I don't remember her position, so that's all that matters.
Congratulations to Scott Morrison. We didn't see eye to eye, but
Costy, you are trying to kill me, and while I appreciate that,
to the people,
I do plan on finishing my last drink.
you've given Labor an opportunity.
That will be number 14.
In this process, we are a
I
very
can't drink anymore. My liver will probably kill me.
didn't vote for the major parties. I guarantee you that, at least from the Labor point of view, I recognise, we recognise
incredibly bitter.
that there's a lot of people disenchanted with politics as usual. To try and lift the standards and recreate some sense of confidence and hope in the system itself.
I have no lie. Finished an entire bottle of American honey, and
Get the final word.
Yeah, I hope Anthony
shot
Albanese
from my
can,
Basil
because
Hayden.
I fear it might be a more difficult task than he might even imagine. We are a
Yes, Marga would be a good slogan, if only that wasn't used again, like used
I think
previously.
that some people in the coalition will look at that 10 and 13% One Nation vote and think that
that's the way that they will want to head. The media in this country is now hugely balkanised, and we seem to stand in each corner and yell at each other. The hardest place in Australia to stand now is somewhere in the centre. That's where Anthony Albanese does need to stand to govern for all Australians.
Okay. Well, that is where we leave this.
Ah, damn it! They cut it before he fucking switched.
Has won and will form government. Anthony Albanese will be our 31st Prime Minister, opening a new chapter for our nation.
As we've been speaking about, we've also seen voters turn to third parties and independents in huge numbers tonight.
Here's the I'm pretty sure I heard that. Sounds good.
Parliament,
like the
along
good old
with new
days.
Greens MPs, and notably, many of the newly elected are women. Election night is over.
Yes, 100% of the women that were elected
and
the independent, the teal independents were women.
The Australian Financial Review, and of course through the 9 Radio Network, 3AW, 4BC and 6PR.
Holy shit.
Thank you so much to our reporters and crew on the field, the production team.
Looks like Channel 9 is done.
Special
Thank you, Jesus.
The extraordinary graphics team led by Daniel.
Stopping me from dying.
You were the backbone of this information that
Stabby McStabwood.
tonight. Thank you, fellas. And
I raise the toast
Brendan Holt.
to your pet marsupial found drowned in a trap in a lake in the small town Minnesota.
Bye for now.
Which I can only assume is Spicer. So to you I say, cheers. John Kay, nothing is fishy. That's just how the system works. To everybody who watched, to all my viewers, I would just like to say thank you. Let's oh, no, nothing. I'm just looking through the streams. It's all a bunch of bullshit. So to all of you, I love you so much. You're great. Play some video.
Why are you gay?
And yeah, good night everybody, or good day, whatever the time is in your particular time zone. I love yous all. I'm going to go upstairs. I hopefully don't choke on my vomit. No guarantees. And I'll see you next time.
Does he deserve re-election?
My apologies.